A group of adventurers takes a break from their journey. They use the cold night as a chance to drink something warm. At the same time, a strange movement stirs in the forest, but the group is unaware of it except for one character. He seems to notice that something is wrong. His coffee trembles with the shaking of the ground. Someone warns that an emoji is approaching the group. A massive serpent draws near. The order is given. All members of the extermination squad must prepare for battle. This is the first time a legendary, ranked monster has appeared in the world. The monster uses a fear-inducing, mental ability on the group to keep everyone united. The leader tells them to stay calm and hold their positions. A new message appears, saying the group has successfully resisted the fear. This is the extermination squad, composed of the best players, and the protagonist is among them. With the help of the buffers, our hero activates his abilities, but for some reason he is only level 1. The hero is ready to fight. Without thinking twice, he leaps at the creature. The clash causes an explosion of energy. Choi Hun-sung, 26 years old, is taking a break from work. Up until 3 years ago, he was just an ordinary student. His father developed an incurable illness called mana reflux syndrome. This happened after the interdimensional portal appeared. Ever since, humanity has faced many new challenges. The biggest of them is people awakening magical powers. Although it may seem like a blessing for many, it also brings a curse. Through the portals came hordes of monsters that ravaged humanity, and incurable diseases also began to appear. But the players, by their powers awakened, were the ones who resolved these problems. Valuable items also began to drop from the defeated monsters. Thanks to this, these players gained great wealth. But for the protagonist, these portals were nothing but misfortune. The devastating illness that struck his father was unleashed by an incredibly rare monster, and the cost of treatment was absolutely astronomical. His mother immediately picked up 2 demanding jobs. His sister was forced to sacrifice all her wedding savings, and even took on a part-time job. Financial woes became an inescapable, crushing reality. Our hero firmly believes this kind of burden wouldn't exist if he had awakened his powers. Imagine Choi Han-sung, able to crush massive rocks with his bare hands and leap effortlessly over entire buildings. Becoming a player was his deepest, most burning desire. Troy Hansen returns home, utterly drained from work, and simply collapses onto his bed. Rumors whisper that players earn unimaginable fortunes, yet the secret to awakening remains a complete mystery. It's practically like hitting the jackpot in a lottery. Our hero, however, feels it's utterly impossible for times him asterisk. Even so, that burning desire to become one still rages within him. But now, becoming a player isn't just about chasing dreams. It's a desperate necessity. If it were truly that easy, everyone would already be transformed. Shoving those bleak thoughts to the back of his mind, he decides to step into the shower. Suddenly, the very environment warps, and a colossal screen materializes right before his eyes. The message declares, "You have awakened." Kroy Khan, *son*, recalls hearing about someone who had a heart attack. Right after winning the lottery, our hero eagerly commands the status window to appear, desperately hoping his stat points are impressive. But what greets him is utterly baffling. Every single point should be at least 10, but that's simply not the case. These things always depend on luck. It looks like he's in for an incredibly rough journey ahead. After the initial joy, utter despair sets in. Even at the lowest level, the sum of all attributes should be a minimum of 40. Choi Konsang furiously adds up all his attributes, and the shocking total comes to a mere 18 attribute points. The average among other players typically hovers around 50, but for an inexplicable reason, our protagonist's total is disturbingly low. The only silver lining: every single time he levels up, he'll gain 5 additional points. To even times approach times a basic player's stats, he'll have to endlessly run and grind through countless levels. And to make matters even worse, he possesses absolutely no passive or active skills. Even low-level players are highly sought after for those. With skills like his, guilds would practically brawl over our hero. 99% of players start by choosing either a tank, warrior, or healer class. But one Grievel is entirely different. Kim Hana, since her youth, has been supported by high-level players, boasting extra unique skills. She is the only buffer in all of Korea. On the other hand, many players still struggle to get past the early levels. Even so, our hero has never once heard of anyone without any time skill in the past 19 years. Choi Han-sung's curiosity perks at what he sees, though he already assumes it won't be worth his time. A long list unfolds before him, and right at the top is a rare elven sword. Looking closely, there are other weapons of the same incredible rank. Our hero finds it absolutely amazing, but these items seem to have an impossibly high value. He wonders if there's any way to convert that into regular currency, but apparently, this boy has 2 billion points to spend. Maybe he can use that immense value right in the game. Additionally, he finds weapons of legendary rank, something he didn't even know times existed. The public had only ever heard of heroic level, at most. Choi Han-sung selects one as an example, but the Demon King's staff has no information available. It also states that this weapon cannot be acquired by normal ranked players. For some reason, the coins he possesses don't count for that elite category. Moreover, there's a locked item. That's one level above even heroic rank. Choi Han-sung scrolls to the very bottom of the list, and there he finds the elixir. They say this miraculous medicine can cure any disease. It seems this system wants our protagonist to get into business. Normally, wealthy players are more interested in tanking skills, so our protagonist decides to check out those options. Our protagonist finds an attribute-boosting potion. He's instantly interested in these items. Maybe it's worth buying them to resell later? If he plays this well, our hero could become seriously times overpowered. The item itself is a tiny red stone, but it's just wild to think you're actually times to eat this thing. The moment he gulps it down, his muscles instantly seize up and ripple. Even though it's just a paltry 1-point power boost, the sheer sensation felt absolutely mind-blowing. Right after, he snatches up a powerful skill book, one that slashes mana consumption by a whole 10%. Now, the tricky part. Where in the world does he stash this precious book? Our hero, Choi Han-sung, decides to list it on the system's sales tab. But then our hero makes a shocking discovery. Even though it feels like an outrageous highway robbery, he reluctantly knows there's simply no other choice. With a new resolve, it's finally time for his grand plan to begin. Soon enough, his entire desk is overflowing with glittering stat gems. Sometime later, at the bustling Hero Association, a sharp receptionist asks how she can assist him. Our hero confidently states he's here to register, having just awakened. But the woman's expression quickly turns to one of profound surprise. She pointedly asks if the protagonist truly managed to awaken. Choi Han-sung finds her curious comment quite perplexing. The woman then explains that absolutely no one times his age has ever awakened their powers so incredibly late. Our hero, utterly bewildered, can't fathom what she's even talking about. It's then that he catches a sudden glimpse of his own reflection. For some bizarre, inexplicable reason, his image is that of an ancient old man. A concerned security guard rushes over to offer assistance to the frail old man now sprawled out on the floor. Choi Han-sung, now utterly shattered, realizes with crushing clarity, nothing in this world truly comes for free. He then desperately tears open his status window, and that's when he notices it. His precious points are rapidly plummeting. Apparently, these aren't just any points, they're his life expectancy points. Back home now, our hero is utterly shell-shocked, his mind reeling from everything that has just transpired. After some frantic, quick calculations, he realizes with a cold dread that he only has about a year and a half left to live. He absolutely must figure out how to earn more of those vital points. Suddenly, he gets a brilliant idea. He'll sell off his personal belongings. Choi Han-sung chooses his beloved Nintendo as the first item. First, he carefully tests the console. The system screen then prompts him to gently place the physical video game console into a glowing, floating image. The instant he touches the console to the image, it vanishes into thin air, utterly gone. Right at that very moment, the Nintendo magically appears as an item for sale within the system. Apparently, his plan worked perfectly, though, with its current specs, he'll probably only rake in about $60 for it. Venturing online, he throws caution to the wind, listing it for a much higher price, banking on those 40 amazing games inside the console to seal the deal. Success! The Nintendo is officially registered. With that done, Choi Han-sung ponders listing even more treasures for sale. Meanwhile, a girl amidst a horde of treasures finds herself utterly frustrated because day in and day out, the same old items flood the shop's listings. She fumes, believing there should be far more exhilarating competition among people. Just then, a dazzling new item flashes onto the store's feed. Without a moment's hesitation, she pounces, desperate to snag it. Choi Han-sung is finally feeling like himself again. This crucial moment proves not only that those mysterious points were directly linked to his very life force, but also that he can reclaim them anytime he needs. The big mystery now, though, is that Our treasure hunter has no clue what to do with these strange objects. She eyes a peculiar watch with intense curiosity, as the numbers on its face shift and dance independently. Why is this times considered a rare find? She has no idea, but she's certain another object she holds is some kind of screen, demanding mobile data. Apparently, she's never even encountered a cell phone before. Despite all her poking and prodding, she just can't get it to connect to the internet. This device's function remains a complete enigma to her. Yet, after a bit more playful fiddling, she stumbles upon something truly fascinating. It's a mirror magic feature within its video functions. She spots an amusing little trick, and, captivated, decides to press the button. But what flashes before her eyes completely astonishes her. Within the video frame, an effect magically places a whimsical hat right on her head. She pauses, deliberating for a moment on whether to actually do what she's thinking. Then, our girl snaps a selfie, and apparently, she absolutely loves it, because she immediately dives back in for more photo ops. But one person is definitely not amused. The furious demon woman. She had coveted every single one of those items, but some mysterious thief snatched that opportunity away. Now, the burning question is, what are these baffling objects for asterisk? She even unleashes her magic, desperately seeking a clue, but absolutely nothing happens. Even after powering up the video game itself, she senses no magical energy emanating from it whatsoever. But completely unaware of the time, our girl gets completely engrossed, playing for hours on end, that is, until the dreaded game over screen flashes before her eyes. And unfortunately, she's not even a tiny bit happy about that outcome. In fact, she absolutely explodes in a fit of rage for losing yet again. Meanwhile, in the bustling city, Choi Kun-sung stands before a sleek car, but to his dismay, he can't list the vehicle for sale. Why? Because only items that truly belong to the player can be sold. Frustrated, he sighs and ends up leaving. As he makes his way through the streets, our hero spots a few random things lying on the ground. And for some peculiar reason, the protagonist is able to list a broken fan for sale. Perhaps only very specific items are eligible, and there's also a strict limit of 10 items that can be listed in the store at any one time. Choi Kun-sung eagerly opens his sales menu, but shockingly, he has fewer points than when he even started. Unfortunately, things are taking a turn for the worse, and absolutely no one is buying a single thing from him. Suddenly, a new notice pops up on his screen. The message states that a complaint has been filed, under the name of Choi Han-sung, his very own alias, reporting serious issues with the products he sold, and if it happens again, he will be instantly banned. This is definitely something our boy did not expect. Choi Han-sung had absolutely no idea this kind of system even existed. Now, his absolute top priority is to drastically lower the prices of his products, as quickly and efficiently as possible. Just then, an unexpected notification flashes across his screen, declaring that all of his listed items have been completely sold out. The crushing panic about no one buying his stuff vanishes. In an instant, our hero then, of course, decides to raise his prices even higher asterisk. But then, another complaint rolls in, almost immediately. The message clearly states that a shocking 70% of his sold items were deemed defective. This means his account might be temporarily suspended, until the issue is completely resolved, apparently. Apparently, these messages are all about a cell phone that just inexplicably turned off, for absolutely no reason at all. That person clearly doesn't know you actually have to plug in items to recharge them. Other frantic messages keep flooding in, complaining about cigarettes, beer, and a whole host of other everyday items that the buyer just can't seem to figure out how to use. And now, they're straight up threatening our protagonist, demanding replacements if he doesn't comply. But Choi Kun-sung doesn't even have time to respond to this madness before he's bombarded with even more menacing messages. The penalty is swift. His store privileges suspended for a crushing 3 days. But if our hero can't fix these complaints, he'll be utterly inactive for a grueling 3 months. Our hero first considers sending a brand new cell phone, and the charger. He hadn't even considered that. His customers might not be from Earth at all, which is why they wouldn't know how things work. Troy Hansen even begins to seriously consider the possibility that these demanding customers are, in fact, aliens. Maybe selling more cutting-edge electronic devices is a brilliant idea. Our hero then quickly visits an online store, where the item prices are incredibly cheap. But it looks like Choi Hyun-sun doesn't have nearly enough money. Peeking into his pocket, he only has a measly few coins. The boy even considers selling his precious skill book, since he's completely out of options. But that's when our protagonist gets a brilliant idea. He taps on his phone, and time suddenly begins to fly. Over at the construction site, the stunned workers can't believe their very eyes. Troy Kamsing is effortlessly carrying 3 massive bags of cement, all on his own, without a single shred of difficulty. He even earns enthusiastic compliments for his incredible strength. One of the impressed workers asks where our protagonist used to work before. Our hero awkwardly replies that he's just used to it. A mere 3 days fly by. Only 9 agonizing seconds remain before the suspension finally ends. Oh, the tension is unbearable. He can barely wait. The restriction is finally lifted. It's time to list glorious new items for sale, but at that exact moment, a new, dreadful complaint is registered. The boy is visibly trembling with nerves. But before he can even read the first complaint, another dreaded message appears. Out of the 20 items sold, every single one received complaints, which means he is once again suspended for another agonizing 3 days. In other words, to put it simply, someone filed a complaint for times every single 1 times of his products. One of these furious messages is from someone complaining about a video game that suddenly stopped working, and now, the furious owner is so incredibly angry that they're willing to hunt down our very hero. More frantic messages from the same person start flooding in, one right after the other, relentlessly, fiercely demanding that he list new items for sale, but Chuddy Konsong doesn't even have a moment to react, all in an effort to finally fix his problem, and once again, he finds himself suspended for 3 days. But if he doesn't resolve this rapidly, that brief suspension will skyrocket to 3 months. He's absolutely determined not to let that nightmare unfold. Back at the construction site, people still can't quite believe that a young man could possibly possess such incredible strength. Fast forward 3 days later. With payment finally in hand and a few boxes neatly packed, our hero speculates that the mastermind behind his troubles is undoubtedly an out-of-control, problematic buyer. He then cleverly plans to list a pair of batteries for sale. His account is finally, mercifully, unlocked. He swiftly puts his item up for sale, and it's instantly sold, a blazing success. First, a notice pops up. 14 complaints have been resolved. Soon after, 4 more magically disappear as well. His points quickly begin to skyrocket. Choi Kon-sun celebrates his triumphant success. Now that everything has worked out beautifully, he's already envisioning listing more phones or gaming consoles for sale. But before all that, there's one crucial step he needs to take. Perhaps it's finally time for him to officially register as a player. For a coveted registration card to be issued, a person must successfully complete a rigorous 3-week course at an official training school. If they happen to fail, they are granted one more chance to try again. However, if that same person fails a second time, they tragically lose the right to ever register. Just because someone awakens their powers, it doesn't automatically mean they'll become a formidable dungeon hunting player. Choi Kon-sun passes the test without a single hitch, and he's widely applauded for his effortless success. But one of the other players rudely declares that our hero shouldn't even be allowed to graduate, claiming he doesn't possess a single skill. A girl argues that it's incredibly cruel to say such a thing, but the arrogant guy doesn't care in the slightest. Choi Kon-sun already anticipated such unfair judgments. 3 weeks later, our hero is finally leaving the school. A friendly group from his class eagerly invites our protagonist to celebrate with them. One of the guys even enthusiastically suggests that they all go out drinking together. The protagonist politely explains he needs to go home for personal reasons, leaving the group looking a bit disappointed. But Choi Han-sung brushes it off, figuring they'll likely never cross paths again. The receptionist then declares his hero card has been successfully issued. Our hero beams with pride, finally holding his official hero license. Now, he can finally sell his precious skill book, and by hunting with the money he makes, he'll soon be able to cure his father. At the bustling equipment rental shop, Shuai Handsome makes a surprisingly large purchase, paying for everything with his credit card. The clerk simply cautions him that, if the return period is exceeded, a hefty penalty will be charged. Other than that, he wishes our hero the best of luck. Unfortunately, in this world, everything comes with a steep price tag. Even renting, even basic equipment turned out to be shockingly expensive. And without it, the guild won't even let him set foot near a dungeon. Let's not forget, too, that there's also an entry fee for every single mission. In a bustling plaza, various groups are loudly announcing that they're actively seeking new members to join their parties. One particular group promises to cover all dungeon fees and even guarantee the safety of its recruits. The demand for tanks and healers is incredibly high, which makes perfect sense, because even if a dungeon level is low, a monster is still very much a monster. On his status window, it's immediately obvious. Our hero has dramatically boosted his attributes, along with his unique skill, item buying and selling. With stats like those, he could easily join any group, but that's not his intention at all. His strategy is to hunt rabbits entirely alone, and then convincingly pretend he earned the special ability he actually bought. Troy Canson confidently heads towards one of the portals. One of the diligent staff members questions if our hero is truly planning to enter alone, and he unequivocally confirms that he is. Afterward, his passage is reluctantly approved. The protagonist knows full well the man is likely judging him for entering a dungeon without a proper group, since not even seasoned players dare to do that. The grim truth is, this isn't just a game, it's incredibly dangerous. People can, and do, lose their lives in battle. Even one of the stern guards questions how anyone has the nerve to do that. The man says, arrogant people need to learn things the hard way. Choi Han-sung finally steps through the portal. Now he's officially inside a dungeon. The environment is a dark cave lit only by torches. Right at the beginning, our hero spots someone. A group is fighting a horned rabbit. The protagonist definitely didn't expect a creature of that size. To start off, Troy Kunson decides to just observe. The group leader calls for a provocation. The creature charges at a shield-bearing hero. For a moment, it looks like he can hold it off, but his defense goes flying. One of them calls for the whole group to attack, despite taking a 3-month course. All of these people were just regular folks, not long ago. That's why it's nearly impossible for someone like that to hunt a monster. After receiving a heal, the tank gets back up. The rabbit takes a direct hit to the face. At that moment, the group tries to take advantage of the opening. Shorty Khan's son realizes he underestimated the dungeon, just because it was low level. One of the warriors tries a lucky strike. The rabbit even tries to defend itself. But it's useless, luckily. The sword hits its target. At last, the monster falls defeated. Tony Khan. Son notes that the fight took him 8 minutes, while other groups took at least 3. Meanwhile, the guards don't pay any attention to what's happening. Their badges show they're security officers. Apparently they only care if someone's in a life-threatening situation. That means he doesn't have to worry about the guards. Choi Han-sung activates stealth mode. His body nearly vanishes into the darkness. A group congratulates some other players. They are the assistant and healer from Guild No. 1 Su. To encourage her, the healer tells her partner they'll definitely find what they're looking for. The assistant smiles, comforted by the support. The other assistants say that if they spot anything, they'll report it immediately. But the girl merely offered a polite thank you. They insist her skills are absolutely incredible, more than enough to capture whatever she's hunting for. But her assistant doesn't seem to fully agree with that assessment. Both immediately apologize at the very same time. It seems these girls are quite worried indeed, because they've already been hunting for a grueling 15 days. What the assistant truly wants is to finally advance to the coveted 4th class. But to accomplish that, she absolutely has to find the horned rabbit's boss. But even though it's typically a weak monster, it's hiding incredibly well in the shadows. Still, the moment it finally appears, she promises to finish it instantly. Instantly, the two activate their shadow cloaks and move deeper into the dungeon's murky depths. Jisoo soon asks if her partner has heard the latest rumors. She says the formidable leader of Team 3 and the skilled support from Team 2 are currently at the supply warehouse. But before she can continue her juicy gossiping, both immediately spot something moving in the darkness. Someone is definitely walking among the shifting shadows. Annie remarks she was going to pretend she saw absolutely nothing, but now she clearly sees it too. Jisoo wonders if this boy came here alone, or if he got tragically separated from his group. The assistant takes a long, scrutinizing look at the lone adventurer. She assumes it's definitely not the second option, because he doesn't have a single scratch on him. So the mystery remains. Why is he completely alone? And then, they notice something even more surprising. The boy is actually wearing mere rental equipment. He's just a rookie wandering around all by himself. Both immediately assume he's an absolute idiot to hunt one of those alone. A person should be at least level 35 for this kind of hunt. But in just a second, they're forced to swallow their words. With one powerful blow, Choi Han-sung takes down the horned rabbit. Our hero is shaking. He absolutely didn't like the feeling, but it's absolutely necessary for his family's sake. But that wasn't even the first one he'd hunted. He's already hunted many, many others. But still, he hasn't gotten any items to drop yet. The protagonist activates stealth mode once again, and strikes another unsuspecting rabbit from behind. But again, he seems to utterly dislike the feeling. The girls are utterly confused by this sight. Jisoo notices that her partner is incredibly tense. Annie is deep in thought, clearly pondering something significant. She's remembering the legendary rule of 20 levels. When hunters take on monsters near their own level, they rake in a standard haul of experience and coveted items. But dare to hunt a creature 20 levels beneath you, and you'll find yourself earning absolutely nothing. The chances of not snagging even one item are astronomically high. That's why Annie's gut tells her, this must be the boy's very first time venturing here. Jisoo asks if her partner happens to know the guy. She has no clue who he is either, yet, for now, she's content to just observe him a little longer. After all, what else is there to do? Choi Han-sung unleashes sudden ambush, and it looks like our boy finally struck gold. A glittering gem at last drops. It's the 5th one he's managed to secure. But our protagonist never could have imagined. Leveling up would be such an arduous grind. After vanquishing countless monsters, he fully expected to have powered up by now. It would be so much easier if there was an experience bar, just like in those thrilling video games. Our hero desperately hopes one more hour might be enough. But 5 grueling hours later, he's still stuck at the same level. Something is undeniably wrong here. Normally, a person takes at most 2 days to level up. Indeed, our hero slowly realizes something isn't right. Justin comments that the atmosphere feels incredibly heavy. Choi Han-sung is terribly disappointed. In the past 10 days, he amassed over 100 million points, but after a whole day of relentless hunting, he's only scraped together a measly 100 points total. Despite this, he's determined to remain optimistic. Suddenly, one of the rabbits tries to ambush him from behind, but our hero dispatches it with a single, swift strike. Choi Han-sung stands tall, ready for the next round. A menacing group of rabbits charges straight toward him. Our hero braces himself, poised for the coming assault. With one powerful strike, he slashes down all the monsters simultaneously. Our hero already looks utterly exhausted. Another rabbit leaps viciously at him, but with a simple, fluid move, he cuts the monster down. Immediately after, our protagonist receives an exciting new message. The protagonist has earned the prestigious title of Rabbit Hunter. He achieved this feat by single-handedly defeating 100 of those monsters. Choi Han-sung takes a well-deserved break to analyze this new change. The title he earned now proudly appears in his status window. Because of it, he gains 2 incredible, unique attributes: an impressive boost in vitality and a chance to rank up to rare. This title is considered common, and in theory, this title? Anyone can earn it, but most people level up long before they get the chance, so almost no one ever truly acquires this title. Still, being able to rank up to rare? That's seriously impressive, and because of it, Annie is having an absolute blast. She's thrilled to have reeled in such a massive catch. The assistant witnessed it with her very own eyes. That he struck a rabbit's throat with incredible precision. One single attack? You might call it luck. But she saw him pull off that same feat several times, even when completely surrounded by enemies. Our hero managed to defeat the monsters with a single, powerful blow. Now, she absolutely wants to recruit our hero. Our protagonist wonders if he should even dare to go deeper into the monster-infested dungeon. But then Shorty appears, interrupting his thoughts to say, he hears 2 people calling out his name. Our hero then spots 2 intriguing new players, wearing custom-designed outfits and impressive high-grade armor. Jason reassures our hero, telling him there's no need to be tense. They claim to be security officers, but our hero clearly doesn't believe it. After all, our hero hadn't seen a single badge, and hadn't sensed their presence even for a moment. Justin quickly explains that they were given a vital mission, to protect the interior of this mysterious portal, and were, in fact, just on their way out. And because both of them were utilizing advanced stealth skills, that's why he hadn't sensed their presence at all. But our hero hadn't even heard them breathe, not once, let alone heard them approach. The girl then interjects. She decided to come over to him personally, because she believed his extraordinary skills were far too exceptional to be simply wasted on merely hunting rabbits. But, of course, since he's level 1, the protagonist worries intensely about being found out. Choi Han-sung, ever cautious, asks if he's truly required to show them anything. The assistant quickly says, no. She's just curious because they're from the renowned SIU Guild. The protagonist immediately recognizes that formidable name. They are, in fact, one of the biggest groups in all of Korea. She then offers to help him get into their exclusive group, and all he needs to do is reveal his status window. But our hero finds himself in an incredibly tough spot, because he's currently burdened by a harsh penalty, a penalty that completely prevents him from leveling up. Choi Han-sung believes a player with stats like his will undoubtedly be considered highly suspicious, and no matter how intensely he hunts, His level simply refuses to budge from level 1. Our hero declares he has absolutely no intention of joining any guild. With a cool dismissal, he turns his back on her, but Annie, quick as a flash, tries to stop him from walking away. Our protagonist seems genuinely taken aback by her sudden outburst. The girl, brimming with curiosity, then inquires if he truly doesn't know the legendary Siwa Guild. He confidently replies, yes, he knows exactly who they are. So, she then presses him, wanting to know why he still refuses to join their prestigious group. Our protagonist calmly explains that he simply dislikes being tied down to anyone, and frankly, he doesn't need a guild right now. She even probes, asking if he's already committed to another team, but our hero keeps staunchly denying it, insisting he much prefers to forge his path alone. Apparently, his unwavering resolve finally convinces the two girls. Choi Han-sung, with a final nod, bids them farewell. Still, ever persistent, Unnie hands him her card, just in case he ever changes his mind. He accepts it, then swiftly decides it's time to leave. But before he can fully depart, she asks if they can at least leave the dungeon together. She argues it would make things far easier for everyone involved. But once more, he firmly refuses any contact with other players. Annie finds the boy's dismissive behavior incredibly rude. Her friend remarks that he might act tough for now, but one day, he'll surely regret it. Before any more drama unfolds, the girls make their own decision to leave. Back on the surface, our protagonist comments to himself that he truly needs to be more cautious out here. But then, something utterly unexpected catches his attention. They still haven't left the dungeon's grasp. Choi Han-sung makes his way straight to a nearby taxi stand. Inside the vehicle, the driver casually asks where he's headed. Our hero, with an air of mystery, simply asks him to drive *. Choi Han-sung intently checks the route displayed on his phone. He then tells the driver to take him directly to the Blood Fox dungeon. The taxi driver, impressed, congratulates our hero, saying he transports so many players he's practically a dungeon guide and knows all the intricate routes by heart. But our hero, completely absorbed, ends up ignoring everything. All the man can think about right now is the nagging fear that his status will likely remain exactly the same in this brand new dungeon, in this uncharted area. And just as he feared, things here are quite similar. Crowds of people are bustling, desperately searching for members for their parties. The vibrant, chaotic atmosphere is precisely the same here. So, just like last time, he heads directly for the gate. When it's time to step forward and be cleared, the attendant asks about the boy's party, curious where his group might be. And Choi Hyun-sung, once again, declares he's going in alone. With that, he charges right into the dungeon's depths. Inside, a terrifying fangtooth fox emerges from the shadows. A bustling group of players has already surrounded the creature. Choi Hyun-sung, however, simply holds back and watches intently. But then, he also notices something peculiar. Just like in the previous dungeon, a strange detail stands out. The guards clearly don't care one bit about the chaotic events unfolding. Our hero seizes the moment, activating his stealth skill instantly. With seamless movement, he swiftly reaches the lower floor. The protagonist dramatically draws his gleaming sword, ready to strike. His gaze is sharp, absolutely ready for the fierce battle ahead. He's brimming with confidence, certain that this time, victory is his. Choi Hyun-seong then charges directly at the monstrous creature. Our hero quickly realizes that each one yields a whopping 180 points. He swings his sword, determined to end this fight in a flash. With just one devastating move, the foxes are already lifeless. But then, our hero notices something alarming. A horde of even more foxes is rapidly approaching, slowly but surely. He's being completely surrounded. Our hero pauses, wondering to himself, will he finally have to unleash his full power and take this fight seriously? 2 grueling hours later, he checks his count, realizing he's at 299. With 13 more foxes spectacularly defeated, Choi Hyun-sung earns a brand new title. On the other hand, was already anticipating this very moment. He promptly calls up his status window, eager to see the changes. In the end, his overall level surprisingly remains unchanged. However, his raw strength stat has deliciously increased by +1. Apparently, each unique title bestows something different upon its owner. Our hero is already being completely swarmed by a massive, angry group of foxes. Choi Hyun-sung, however, is unfazed. He's absolutely ready to unleash the second thrilling part of his grand experiment. 7 intense hours after the relentless fight, he finally takes a break. Our hero eagerly opens his status window once more. He's earned an incredibly rare title, proudly receiving the name Blood Fox Predator. This time, the title is truly formidable. Our hero is ecstatic, thrilled to have boosted his rank even further. He then makes a crucial discovery. Above the rare rank lies the legendary heroic rank. Choi Hyun-sung pauses his relentless hunt for a moment, but his ambition burns bright. He's determined to return the very next day. He carefully stores his valuable gems in his bag before making his exit. But as he makes his way out, he stumbles upon something unexpected. It's a pristine skill book, containing the powerful skill. The body hardens, an amazing find. Yet, a warning promptly appears, stating he already possesses this very skill. Alas, due to this, the valuable skill book cannot be purchased. A wave of disappointment washes over our protagonist. He then decides to list it for sale, slapping on an absolutely outrageous price tag. His usual move, you could say. But, in a twist, he also ends up buying another book instead. Finally, our hero makes his grand return to the surface. There, the diligent dungeon receptionist awaits. She asks him to place any acquired items into the designated basket. Right after, our hero discreetly places the skill book into his bag. With a keen eye, the man begins his inspection. But then, his eyes widen at the sheer number of magic stones. He's utterly shocked, and even more astounded. Upon spotting that incredibly rare skill book, our hero, feigning innocence, asks if there's any problem here. The magic stones are swiftly scanned, one by one. The grand total? A staggering 39,000 reeves. Once the books find their rightful buyers, the company will reach out to him directly. Utterly satisfied, our protagonist makes his exit. At this blistering pace, he estimates he can rake in at least 1,000,001 per day. Ah, the good life of a true player. The very next day, our protagonist takes a well-deserved break to eat. He finds himself pondering if it would be better to rent a room near the dungeon, given how incredibly far his current home is. But no matter what, today's mission, level up that title. Deep inside the cavern of another fox, it meets the very same swift, unfortunate fate. Without a single struggle, our hero takes down yet another creature. And with that, a monumental heroic achievement is unlocked. For personally defeating a staggering 5,000 foxes, all by himself. A thrilling new message flashes across his screen, declaring, "Our hero is the very first person to achieve a heroic rank. An extraordinary title, indeed." Our protagonist genuinely hadn't expected to be the very first to achieve it. Although, deep down, he can't help but feel he might have cheated a little. But in another sense, it's absolutely a fantastic outcome. Peeking at his status window, it reveals his points have skyrocketed to a grand total of 100. And all of his attributes? They've surged by at least an incredible plus 20. Our hero, Troy Hansen, also makes another exciting discovery. It's actually possible to rank up a title even further. To legendary. Our hero muses if such an endeavor would even be worth attempting. But not today, not right now. He's utterly exhausted, promising himself he'll return tomorrow. Fast forward, 10 days later. Our hero has now rented a hotel, and he's enjoying a quick meal too. Back in the dungeon, he swiftly defeats yet another massive group of foxes. And with that, a brand new, monumental achievement is unlocked. At long last, the coveted legendary rank has been triumphantly achieved. Troy Davison drops from sheer exhaustion. And just like that, another massive leap appears on screen, a staggering 40-point boost to every attribute. Our hero absolutely erupts in uncontrollable laughter. He's utterly thrilled with his own progress. He checks, but yes, this is the highest a title can reach. Alas, our protagonist, ever greedy, had hoped for more. Choi Han-sung, unfazed, gets ready to make his exit, knowing there are countless other places just waiting, where he can achieve the very same incredible results. Back in the familiar, frantic rabbit dungeon, Choi Han-sung clashes head-on with a monstrous group. Suddenly, one lunges, aiming to strike him from behind, but our hero, with a swift move, shoves it back with his hilt, and that sheer force is enough to send it crashing into the wall. It seems our protagonist has ascended to a level where he can effortlessly defeat these foes with just his bare hands. But for now, his work here is officially done. At the hotel, Shorty Kun-sung's phone buzzes with a message, announcing that the items he put up for sale have all been snatched up. However, he's required to collect the payment personally. So, our protagonist makes a direct detour to the bustling auction house. The receptionist directs our hero to meticulously check, to ensure all the documentation is perfectly in order, before he finally puts his signature to paper. Then, a truly shocking realization dawns on him. The auction house levies an outrageous 42% fee on each item sold. Even our hero finds it utterly unbelievable. Naturally, he resolves to stop selling his skill books. Having learned his lesson, our hero knows he needs to hunt smarter. He's already pulling in 10 million, purely from magic stones alone. And that's not all. It's entirely within reach to boost that to a staggering 1 billion, especially since his online sales are flourishing. If he can only keep up this incredible momentum, he'll snatch up his elixir much quicker than anticipated. Strolling casually down the vibrant street, Choi Han-sung glances down, noticing his own worn appearance. Not since his father's tragic collapse. He hasn't afforded himself even one new piece of clothing. Our protagonist, just like the rest of his family, simply hadn't been able to afford it. But today, that era of hardship finally comes to an end. Inside a vast factory, a diligent group focuses on assembling parts. Then, at precisely 7 p.m., the shift finally wraps up. The leader offers heartfelt thanks for everyone's tireless work. Several workers exchange goodbyes with a departing woman. As she leaves alone, Choi Han-sung excitedly calls out to his mother. She lights up, utterly delighted to see her son. As he embraces her, our hero heartbreakingly realizes how frail she truly is. His mother immediately questions the reason for his sudden visit. He casually replies that he simply wanted to drop by and see her. Naturally, the woman radiates joy upon hearing his sweet words. Just like any loving mother, her first thought is always his well-being. She promptly asks if her beloved boy has already managed to grab some dinner, but he charmingly declines, explaining he specifically wanted to eat with times her asterisk. Unfortunately, she shakes her head, stating that it's simply not possible. Her second job at a bustling restaurant is calling, and she needs to leave. From her pocket, she quickly pulls out a small wad of cash. Gently, she presses it directly into his hand. She urges her son to use it to buy himself something delicious to eat. Troy Hansen, however, knows she hasn't eaten a single bite either. That's precisely why he insists she comes along with him. But she steadfastly replies, a hint of weariness in her voice, that she only eats when she's actively working her shift at the restaurant. Our hero, ever the devoted son, even offers to jump in and help her out. But of course, his mother swiftly and firmly refuses his kind offer. Finally, the protagonist decides it's time to reveal his biggest secret. He bravely confesses to her that he has awakened his powers. His mother looks absolutely stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She even asks him to repeat the incredible words he just uttered. Troy then proudly pulls out and shows her his official hero license. He declares that he's officially become a player, a powerful new reality, which means, from this moment on, she can finally stop working at that grueling restaurant. The very first thing she worriedly exclaims is how incredibly dangerous it is. Our hero quickly reassures her that he's always extremely careful. But what truly matters above all else, he stresses, is that she no longer has any need to work at that demanding job. But she stubbornly refuses, her practical mind already racing, pointing out that being a player isn't exactly a guaranteed source of stable income. She's heard countless stories that, especially in the early stages, you often end up spending far more than you could possibly earn. Troy Hansen gently agrees with her realistic assessment. But then, with a flourish, he reveals exactly how much he's already made. Her hands trembling slightly, she carefully opens the document, and her jaw drops as she sees her son earned an astonishing 1 billion yen. With that astronomical sum, he hopes she'll finally be able to stop working, pay off all those daunting hospital bills once and for all, and that now, they can both live a much more comfortable life together. Overwhelmed with emotion, she immediately bursts into tears. Troy Hansen gently asks her to stop, trying to soothe her, explaining that, since his parents took care of him his entire life, now it's finally their time's turn to kick back, relax, and rest. His mother, choked with emotion, can only manage to whisper a heartfelt thank you. A little while later, a heartwarming scene unfolds. She proudly introduces her son to all of her colleagues at the restaurant, and he, without hesitation, jumps in to help wash dishes, lending a truly valuable hand. His contribution dramatically helps everyone finish up their tasks, allowing them to close up shop much earlier that night. At the end of the evening, they bid farewell to the staff and head home together, a family reunited. His sister joyfully greets their mother home, but it's Choi Kun-san who steps forward instead, thrilled beyond words to finally see her. His sister, however, is completely baffled. Why did he just appear out of nowhere? But our hero quickly reassures her it's for an excellent reason. The three of them settle down together on the living room floor. Our hero reveals he's awakened his powers. And what's more, he's raked in a massive fortune. His sister watches in awe as the earnings skyrocket day by day, until it hits an unbelievable 1 billion. She can barely process the incredible sight before her eyes. Choi Kun-san vows that from this moment forward, they'll never have to struggle or work so tirelessly again. His sister's tears well up, completely unstoppable. She confesses just how incredibly challenging things have been lately. That very night, Choi Kun-san drifts off to sleep with a profound smile plastered on his face. Our protagonist announces he's heading out, ready for action, and his mother immediately asks what time he'll be back. He declares he'll only return once she's quit her job for good. His mother frets over him, genuinely concerned, especially going out in those ordinary, unprotected clothes. But our hero calmly explains he can easily acquire all the necessary equipment near the dungeons. With that firm declaration, he bids them farewell and charges off to his next thrilling mission. Our hero's mother frantically tries to call her son, but every single call goes straight to voicemail, unanswered. She desperately hopes he hasn't gotten himself hurt out there. Just then, Shorty Khan appears, sprinting at full speed. The boy breathlessly explains that there was absolutely terrible traffic, so he rushed over here entirely on foot. His mother, relieved and exasperated, gives him a gentle smack on the head, all because she had been so incredibly worried. Inside the hospital room, his ailing father lies gravely ill. Seeing him in such a fragile and weakened state, Choi Kun-san makes a solemn vow to completely heal him. Just 10 days later, our protagonist has already earned the legendary title. He notices it's still quite early in the day, and he still has a few precious hours left for more hunting. The taxi conveniently drops him off right at the entrance of the next dungeon. But unlike all the others, this one is completely deserted. The warning sign clearly states, Vampire Bat Dungeon, recommended for adventurers between levels 10 and 15. Our hero recalls hearing about their terrifying normal size, and how they notoriously only move in massive, swarming flocks. Hunting them without a full, well-equipped party would be incredibly challenging. Choi Kun-sung plunges through the portal. His stealth mode is already activated. The nearby guards, completely oblivious, never even registered his presence. Our hero finds this situation a little peculiar, but he's primed and ready to begin the hunt. And with that, he conjures a shield around himself, designed to lure the bats into attacking. He deliberately pricks his own finger, and the instant they catch the scent, the creatures surge forward. The protagonist feels as if the very darkness itself is rushing to engulf him. A dark mass of shadow and wings coalesces as one, completely swarming our hero inside the shield. He unleashes a searing fireball spell, and the sudden light reveals the bats, frantically trying to break through the barrier. But that flickering, meager flame also betrays that our hero is struggling, juggling two skills simultaneously. He intensely focuses, willing the flame to grow. A dungeon packed with such seemingly tiny creatures is proving to be a real challenge. Ultimately, that's the utmost he can do with his fire magic. Under these circumstances, the fireball pierces through the barrier, detonating in a cataclysmic explosion within the cave. The sheer force of the impact is devastating, annihilating all the bats instantaneously. The barrier itself ends up cracked, an unforeseen consequence that even stuns the caster. But before he can even celebrate, a new wave of bats descends upon him. Troy Handsome is already charging another fire spell, as the bats come barreling at him full speed. He unleashes the fireball at them right after. A notification pings. He's unlocked a new achievement. If fortune smiles, he might even earn the legendary one. But of greater importance today is ascertaining how many magic stones our hero can amass from the oppressive darkness. Then, the protagonist catches sight of something strange. Amidst the swirling shadows, in the deep dark, a sword lies, shaped eerily like a bat. Even the protagonist hadn't expected this. Apparently, the combined mana from all those bats coalesced into this weapon. Choi Han-sung grasps the sword from the ground. He gets a message, revealing his new weapon has a killer passive ability, allowing him to regain health. As his blade drains enemy energy, our hero is definitely digging this awesome effect, but what he really wants to know is whether he can snag more of these incredible blades. Our hero previously discovered that even weak monsters, when defeated in massive numbers, can combine their mana to forge rare items. So just imagine the possibilities. If he takes down a horde of rare monsters. A week later, though, our hero realizes it's not quite that simple. Only common gems litter the ground. After all that, the blade's mana merges just one more time, and boom, an item appears in his bag. It's a black cloak with decent durability, but rare only in name, unfortunately. Our protagonist decides to call off this particular hunt. It's better to hit another dungeon, and stack up on other titles instead. A few days later, his mother checks in, asking if he's doing okay, especially with all the money they're spending on their new house. but our hero promises not to overdo it. As customers walk in, the attendant greets them warmly. Choi Han-sung mentions they spoke on the phone, and the attendant quickly recalls he's looking for a massive 1,000 square meter apartment. His mother thinks that's totally excessive, but our protagonist insists. He wants everyone to have their very own room. A week later, his sister sees the new apartment for the first time, and is utterly blown away by its sheer size. The girl gets incredibly excited. Our protagonist promises the next house will be even bigger, but for her, this one is already absolutely perfect. Their mother cooks the first delicious meal in their new home. His sister suggests they bring welcome rice cakes to the neighbors, and his mother thinks that's a brilliant idea. Choi Han-sung watches this heartwarming moment, cherishing it deeply, but hopes his father can be there next time. He'll make sure it happens. Now, it's time for the Crimson Rat Dungeon. Tailored for players level 6 to 10. The rats are poised and ready to strike, but our hero leaps into action, delivering a powerful strike in midair. Our hero finds the whole scene rather amusing, then he springs off the rough cave walls. These creatures are faster than he expected, but with one swift move, 2 are eliminated. In the end, our protagonist is simply unmatched. He conjures a searing fireball, ready to claim a few more titles once again. At the exit, his bag overflows with glittering diamonds. The inspection officer can hardly believe his eyes at the sight. Choi Kun-san casually waves goodbye to the man, all smiles. But before he can even leave, a voice suddenly calls out his name. The woman states they've met before, but this time, she insists on a proper introduction. Her name is Lee Shuti, and she's an assistant from Team 1 of the SIU and Guild. She asks for a moment to talk. 1 week earlier, the manager is frantic to discover who's been giving him such a headache. Lisa, however, doesn't know anything either. The guildmaster personally reviewed Choi Han-sung's profile. He speculates our protagonist must already be getting rich from all the magic stones he's been selling. But the girl doesn't quite believe it. That would mean the protagonist has a truly unique ability. Still, the guildmaster thinks the chances are extremely high. That's why he wants this kid on his team. Of course, Lee agrees. He'll send a negotiation specialist to help, but Times can try convincing the boy first, since Times was the one who found him. Before leaving, he has one crucial question. The guild leader wants to know if Lee leaked this information to anyone else in the guild. The girl says no. She even made sure her friends stayed absolutely quiet. With that, he fully trusts his assistant's word. Our protagonist starts to wonder how he was found. That's when he suddenly remembers the contact card he received. Of course, that immediately infuriates him. Our hero immediately begins to question the woman, wanting to know how she possibly found him, or how they even knew his name. Since the boy strongly suspects, they were also delving into his background. Seizing the moment, the negotiation specialist presents himself, gently requesting a calmer discussion, but Troy Hudson simply brushes him off and strides away. The man appears to be at his wit's end, so he asks if he could visit our hero at his home instead. Those words completely catch our protagonist by surprise. The man explains he respectfully waited outside, introducing himself as Go Jin-sung, the dynamic recruitment manager of the Siwon Guild. Choi Hyun-sung cuts to the chase, demanding what they want. Go replies, stating the obvious, they want to recruit him. Our hero retorts that he has absolutely zero interest in joining any guild whatsoever, and the recruiter, knowing this well, quickly apologizes if he's come off as too pushy. But he then explains that most guilds are actually far more relentless and much less polite when trying to recruit someone. Yet, nothing he's saying now seems to have any real effect on our protagonist. What's more, he's talking way too fast, so Choi Hyun-sung cuts him right off. Our hero firmly states he wants to know the exact signing bonus amount and what the annual salary would be. Go clarifies that it depends on the person's level and unique attributes. At that very moment, our hero realizes they're finally starting to reveal their true cards. But the recruiter promises that, at the very minimum, he'll secure a staggering signing bonus of 100 million, along with an annual salary of 10 million. Our protagonist is absolutely stunned. Even if they're severely underestimating his worth, they're still offering an incredible amount. Perhaps they're looking for a hero to be their main player? But it still doesn't quite add up, since our protagonist has never once heard of a guild offering this much money to a mere rookie. Except, of course, for the country's one and only powerhouse, Kim Hana, who had already proven her incredible worth to the entire world, which is absolutely not the case for Choi Hyun-sung. Our hero does possess his unique buy and sell ability, but they definitely don't know about that. When he first received his player card, he made sure to only reveal his level. And that's precisely when our protagonist realizes, what's really going on, as Choi Hyun-sung asks. So, if all this fuss is truly because of the magic stones? The recruiter, however, quickly claims, he has no idea what he's even talking about. But even for a split second, Lee's reaction was undeniable. You can immediately tell the recruiter truly has no clue what's going on, but she, on the other hand, is doing an abysmal job of hiding it. Still, it's not like a major guild would just be chasing someone down, simply for a few magic stones. They probably already suspect our protagonist possesses some truly unique ability. The recruiter demands to know what he's pondering. After all, he seemingly has nothing left to lose. Choi Kun-sung starts by declaring that showing his status window offers him absolutely no advantage. He then adds that Go hasn't made any concrete promises yet. The recruiter insists he'll promise times everything asterisk once he lays eyes on our hero's status. Choi Kun-sung boldly states he wants the 100 million bonus times upfront asterisk. Then, he'll show them whenever they desire and join the guild at long last. The recruiter, however, still insists he absolutely needs times to see the status window first. And with that, our protagonist abruptly ends the conversation. Troy Hansen had already anticipated something like this would happen. Apparently, he's going to have to be much more careful with his gems. He's already drawn enough attention to be investigated. At that exact moment, our hero receives a call from an unknown number. And it's once again the very same recruiter he was just talking to. Cody Hansen immediately hangs up the phone. The boy is running times of patience with them. Later at home, a new message arrives once more. It's Go, still trying to talk our hero into joining their guild. Out of patience, the protagonist picks up his phone and blocks the contact. Once more, Troy heads out hunting afterward. At the dungeon exit, our hero is being waited for. But the protagonist completely ignores him. In another dungeon, the creatures are blue lizards, but this group of monsters is defeated with shocking ease. Our protagonist is already quite tired, but at the rate things are going, soon, that coveted elixir will be his. Up next, the dungeon housing the fearsome red mane wolves. A challenge recommended for levels 15 to 20. This new area, a stark contrast to the last, is bustling, yet not overwhelmingly packed. The colossal wolves are already under full-blown assault by a daring party of adventurers. Our hero, getting a closer look, is sure these beasts pack more punch than those paltry lizards he just fought. But even so, they'll still crumble with a single devastating hit. Our protagonist, confident in his current stats, believes he can effortlessly dispatch level 50 monsters. Today, however, he's set his sights on the coveted Wolf Hunter title. Deeper still within the perilous dungeon, a blood-stained security badge lies abandoned. From the encroaching shadows, it's horrifyingly clear. A man is being devoured alive. His level 71 partner stares in utter disbelief at the sight. The monstrosity before him is a terrifying two-headed hound. The desperate player lunges to aid his struggling friend, but in a mere second, his arm is violently ripped away. The beast moves with such blinding speed, he didn't even register what just transpired. In a last-ditch, desperate move, he attempts to flee, but a single, brutal attack instantly claims the player's life. Our protagonist doesn't have to venture far to find other players. Shoddy Hansen figures that, as a popular dungeon, it's bustling with life, a fact our hero finds deeply concerning. These mysterious portals began appearing a decade ago, and even after the thrilling discovery of a heroic dungeon, a new one inevitably materializes. With new players awakening their powers every single year, a ferocious wolf leaps, aiming for a deadly attack, but Shoddy Hansen deftly beheads it mid-leap. Before he even lands, a new pack is already snarling, waiting for him. Swiftly, he conjures a blistering fireball, effortlessly incinerating them all with a single, devastating strike. Another snarling group is already gearing up to attack. Our hero raises his shield defensively, but then, unexpectedly, he powerfully punches the lead hound. Then, he seamlessly chains into a brutal combo, striking with his blade. Immediately after, our hero swiftly prepares to unleash a magic missile attack, which instantly obliterates one of the charging wolves. The remaining pack and our protagonist lock eyes, a tense standoff, and our protagonist boldly taunts them, daring them to come closer. Fearlessly, the wolves charge, a rabid tide, but our protagonist agilely leaps right over them. Ultimately, Troy Khan-sun swiftly conquers the battlefield, and with that, he instantly snags his very first title. Our hero quickly discovers his blade's ability is incredibly useful. It seems this entire area has already been thoroughly cleared out. So, Troy Hansen makes the call to press onward. A small group is already locked in fierce combat with some monsters. Troy Hansen, however, simply brushes past them. But then, he spots yet another group engaged in battle. Given how incredibly crowded it's become, our hero wisely opts to venture into a different dungeon. But just before he leaves, a desperate scream pierces the air. As the protagonist swiftly spins around, he witnesses two players collapsing at the very same instant. The protagonist's gaze locks onto a truly massive creature. A lone female player attempts a desperate escape, but is utterly crushed, flattened like a helpless fly. A gruesome piece of the girl flies through the air, landing sickeningly right at the protagonist's feet. Witnessing that, Choi Han-san feels his stomach churn in revulsion. The monstrous three-headed hound has completely annihilated the entire player party. Facing that colossal beast for the very first time, our hero is instantly tense. With one swift, brutal movement, the beast lunges, attempting to utterly crush him. But the protagonist effortlessly evades the deadly blow. For the first time in his life, Choi Kun-sung feels his very life is genuinely on the line. The protagonist quickly takes cover behind a jagged rock. Yet the gigantic panther strikes precisely where he's concealed. Shorty Khan's son hadn't anticipated his stealth would utterly betray him. He even leaps high, attempting to escape the crushing impact. But even though the attack merely grazes him, his valuable armor is already completely shattered. The protagonist is left with nothing but his tattered shirt and cloak. The colossal panther lunges forward once more, and our hero skillfully leaps into the air, slamming his shield with force right into the beast's nose, leaving the colossal monster momentarily stunned. But unfortunately, it proves to be not very effective at all. Choi Han-sung swiftly drops his heavy bag to the ground, and intensely prepares his searing fire attack, unleashing 3 devastating blasts simultaneously. This time, the monster definitely recoils from the impact. Choi Han-sung quickly snatches his gear and attempts a desperate retreat, since his magic didn't inflict nearly as much damage as he desperately hoped. This monster is proving to be incredibly, frustratingly tough, but then again, this dungeon is actually designed for level 20 players. The protagonist unleashes 2 more scorching fireballs, striking 2 of the beast's heads simultaneously. But if he keeps this relentless pace, his mana will rapidly deplete, even with the fleeting distraction he's managed to create. Our hero gets blindsided by a sneaky attack from behind. Thankfully, Choi Kun-sung manages to survive the blow. It turns out his trusty cloak is far more resilient than any gear he's rented. The monstrous hound relentlessly tries to pummel him, but all its efforts prove utterly futile. Our hero worries he's quickly running out of breath, especially at this relentless pace. So, he swiftly opens his purchase system and snatches up a gem specifically designed to boost dexterity. Right in the middle of this high-stakes chase, he somehow manages to consume the powerful gem. Just 20 minutes later, he's devoured enough to make a difference. His total stats now skyrocket, reaching an impressive 849. With newfound power, he unleashes a blazing fireball. Half of the dog's monstrous face is instantly scorched by the explosive blast. For the first retaliatory strike, our hero skillfully dodges. But for the second, the colossal panther uses its massive paw to block. Even with the block, the fearsome monster is clearly injured. At this rate, our protagonist is on track to win this fight incredibly quickly. However, the giant panther suddenly begins regenerating at an alarming speed. It's now crystal clear that simple fireballs won't cut it anymore. Perhaps this battle won't be as easy as he first thought. Our hero has discovered the monster's weakness to fire, but he needs something far more potent to truly handle this threat. As he runs, the gigantic hound relentlessly gives chase. Our hero then spots a promising new skill he might be able to buy. The only problem is, it's incredibly expensive, and his health is a major concern. But right now, survival is his absolute top priority. Choi Han-sung bravely turns, fully ready to face the challenge head-on. He prepares himself to unleash his powerful new ability. The monstrous giant charges directly at him with unrestrained fury. Choi Han-sung expertly prepares a scorching fire spear, hoping to land a critical hit with his brand new flame ability. Luckily, the fiery attack explodes right in the monster's snarling face. Our hero cheers, absolutely thrilled that his plan worked. One of the beast's menacing heads explodes into oblivion. Now, only 2 terrifying heads remain. But alas, his second strike completely misses its mark. Undeterred, Shorty Khan-song doesn't lose his razor-sharp focus. He boldly challenges the colossal beast, ready to see who will truly survive this epic fight. His first spear narrowly misses its intended target, but the second one hits with devastating precision, dead on. It spectacularly blows up yet another one of the panther's heads. The protagonist lets out another triumphant cheer, but his celebration is cut short all too quickly. He glances down, opening his status window, and he finds his mana has completely vanished. His sole mission now, survive until his energy surges back. Meanwhile, a terrifying scream echoes from a panicked girl. Every single player is frantically evacuating the dungeon. Only the brave, or perhaps foolish, guards remain. What unfolds before them is a truly horrific, nightmarish scene, a terrifying tableau left behind by the monster. One guard exclaims, having discovered a monstrous footprint. Judging by its immense size, Rupa assumes, the creature is anything but normal. The girl begins to seriously wonder if pursuing this terrifying thing is truly a good idea. One of the players absolutely despises just sitting around, waiting idly for help to arrive. Especially unsettling is the complete silence from the guards outside. That chillingly implies they, too, might have already fallen victim to this creature. Even with their confidence wavering, the group leader still insists on investigating further. One of them adamantly refuses to take another step forward, declaring he won't die for a mere job. But the leader sharply retorts, expressing worry that other innocent people might still be in danger. That defiant player, however, cares for no one but himself, and that immediately sparks a heated, furious argument. The tension boils over, and the fight rapidly escalates, forcing others to physically separate the two warring figures. One of the players desperately tries to remind them that this is absolutely not the time for internal battles. Shoddy coming songs, mana isn't recovering fast enough, and the monstrous foe shows absolutely no signs of tiring. To make matters worse, its horrifying heads are regenerating once more. The protagonist must end this fight. Right now, before the beast fully recovers its strength. Our hero meticulously prepares just one more fiery spear, but if he misses this shot, it's all over. The two adversaries lock eyes, a tense standoff stretching out. Then, suddenly, Troy Hansen makes a shocking decision. He drops his weapon. He realizes dragging this fight out any longer will only spell his doom. The protagonist grips the scorching fire spear even tighter. It's time to finally settle this score. Our hero feels a surge of reckless abandon, like he's about to do something crazy, so he pauses, steadies himself, and takes a deep, fortifying breath. Now, he's ready for times anything asterisk. The monstrous hound lunges, trying to crush him into dust, but it doesn't even come close. Before the beast can even react, Choi Hansung is already soaring through the air, right towards the beast's head. But the massive DOB surprisingly manages to dodge his furious attack, which clearly sparks a flicker of intense frustration in our hero. This time, Cerberus unleashes a devastating strike, but our hero, quick as lightning, dodges just in time. The colossal creature immediately tries to seize the advantage, launching a fierce assault while he's still airborne. So, our protagonist expertly shoves off a nearby rock, using that momentum to launch himself forward with incredible force. He unleashes a powerful slash with his spear. At first glance, it seems he missed his mark, but as he lands, our hero lets out a victorious cheer. Even a mere grazing hit left a deep, sizzling scar on the monster's face. Undaunted, our hero boldly charges his enemy. The monstrous beast retaliates with a fierce attack, but our hero effortlessly dodges it once more. And not only that, our hero lands another critical hit on the creature. It roars in pain, its eyes burning with vengeance. The hellhound attempts to pulverize him yet again. Troy Hansen uses his incredible speed to climb onto its massive back, and with brutal precision, thrusts his spear into the back of its neck. Then, he leaps as high as his strength will allow, and with a mighty roar, drives the fire spear downward. Still not satisfied, our hero relentlessly shoves the weapon deeper, until nothing but the spear's hilt remains above its neck. Our hero, exhausted, believes he has finally triumphed in this brutal fight. With that, Cerberus is dead. Or is it? Because a monstrous, regenerating paw suddenly lunges at him. Our hero instinctively raises his shield, but it's tragically useless, and he's ripped to shreds. The hellhound's face is already regenerating, and once again, our protagonist finds himself completely cornered by the relentless creature. There's no doubt about it. This is one incredibly stubborn beast. To make matters worse, his mana reserves are critically depleted. The protagonist, resolute, prepares for one final, desperate round. He attacks the still half-formed face with everything he has, just as another crushing paw descends directly toward his neck. But Choi Hyun-soo reacts with incredible speed and skill. In a last desperate gamble, he hurls his spear, causing a devastating explosion that obliterates the other neck. And at last, the colossal monster finally collapses, utterly lifeless. Choi Kan-sung, with a severely burned hand and utterly drained of all energy, he gazes intently at his colossal, fallen enemy. At that precise moment, a new, exciting notification pops up. The protagonist has earned a legendary and rare achievement for bravely defeating the terrifying monster known as Gradun. Choi Kan-sung had no idea he was battling such a mysterious, unnamed creature. Then, to his surprise, another message appears on his screen. Our hero was absolutely not expecting this incredible revelation. Our hero is bestowed with the prestigious title of Level Breaker for heroically slaying a monster, a staggering 100 levels above his own. Our hero is ecstatic over his two shiny new achievements, even though they demanded a truly massive effort. But then, something astonishing happens. The monster's massive form, shimmering and dissolving into pure mana, coalescing into a precious skill book. Our protagonist strides over and snatches the incredible item from the ground. This incredibly rare and unique skill bestows the ultimate power, never truly dying, as long as his head remains completely untouched, with every other wound regenerating in an instant. As long as he expertly protects his head, virtually any attack can be effortlessly healed. Behold, our hero is now practically, terrifyingly immortal. Even if this regeneration starts off a bit slow, he can absolutely evolve this incredible ability. Our protagonist has never seen a rare skill for sale that boasts the ability to evolve like this one. Every single tank player would absolutely lose their minds over this book. With the treasure in hand, Cody Khan's swiftly gathers his things, preparing for a grand departure. He can't help but be completely overcome with the thought that there is absolutely no other skill like this in the entire world. It's truly one of a kind. A system message then appears, asking if he would like to activate the formidable power of immortality. Choi Han-sung accepts, and a radiant blue light begins to dramatically glow. The very instant his formidable passive ability activates, he immediately starts to vigorously regenerate. But it seems this powerful skill devours a portion of his vitality. Fortunately for him, our hero has vitality in absolute abundance. Later, our protagonist eagerly checks the impressive new titles he earned. The first one powerfully boosts all his attributes by a solid 5 points. What truly excites him is the fact that it's only a common rank, which means our hero can potentially improve that percentage even further. And now, with his other incredible title, he gains an exhilarating bonus of +3 vitality. Choi Han-sung fondly considers Gradun to have been a truly good boy. Having meticulously wrapped everything up here, he decisively prepares to head back. Meanwhile, a formidable team of players rushes in, eager to hunt down the Times monster. They are none other than the Elite Extermination Squad. From the Powerful Player Association, one of the members sharply announces, "I've found other players." A girl in the group immediately, and with authority, identifies herself as a representative of the association. The adventurers present are completely confused. The formidable squad leader, Shin Yuna, then steps forward, says she heard a chilling rumor about an extremely high-level monster, which is precisely why she urgently asks everyone to evacuate. One girl among them visibly shudders, clearly frightened, but the leader grimly confirms that it's all absolutely true. Shin then pointedly asks if any of her team members, "We've already detected the creature," but he claims he can only sense the wolves. Suddenly, everything changes. He reports, "A player has been found." Shiden demands to know, where and how many. The answer: it's just one person. Our protagonist is making his way back, happy as can be, but he feels someone coming his way. He stops dead in his tracks, worried about who these people might be. It's clear they are high-level players. Their gear shines brilliantly. The group's leader asks our hero if everything is all right, a bit suspicious. Our hero says, "Yes, I'm fine." Shin notices our hero is pretty dirty, so she asks if he encountered the monster. Troy Hansen says he doesn't know what she means by that. The group leader responds that he saw the high-level monster. Our hero assumes the association already knows about the situation. Our hero decides to say yes, he did encounter the creature. Suddenly, the girl gets closer than she should, excited and eager to know more. That's when she realizes her mistake. Shin quickly apologizes, then says she'll help him, and hands him a vial to treat his wounds. Koi Khan's son recognizes that it's a very rare item. Shin tells him to just spray it on his hand. And that's it. The protagonist doesn't really know how to react, so he decides to talk about the monster. The leader tells him to go on. Koi Khan-sung says the creature was a giant, black-furred, 3-headed jaguar. Shin says, "A monster like that has never been seen before." Not even her companions know anything about it. The protagonist continues and says, "The monster was the size of a house," and that it went in that direction. Shin then thanks him. Right after, they disappear in the blink of an eye. Even our hero is surprised by their speed, but he's glad he defeated the creature. Otherwise, by the time those players arrived, the monster would have claimed more lives. The reward is just a bonus, even if that group is now going to find themselves searching for absolutely nothing. The team finally reaches the dungeon's desolate end, and one of the players can't help but wonder, did the creature just slip through that portal? Their leader fervently hopes not, because that would unleash a catastrophic new problem. She knows this monster has already tasted fresh blood, and it will return, hungry for more. For now, all she can do is file a detailed report to the association, but something still gnaws at her mind. Only now does she truly stop to consider how that man escaped. For someone who just lost his entire party, he didn't seem all that shaken up. Not even a little. Shin decides to go back, determined to speak with him again. The captain quickly orders her men to wait right here. The mage, curious, wants to know what's bothering her. Shin says, simply, she's deeply concerned about the mysterious player she met earlier. The tank assures her he's probably fine, but since he's all alone, she wants to be absolutely sure. After some hesitation, he reluctantly agrees. In the end, her team agrees to patiently wait for her return. With a single swift step, she vanishes into the creeping shadows. As she silently makes her way back up, she suddenly notices something incredibly strange. It instantly catches her attention, but she presses on until she reaches the bright exit gate. Unsurprisingly, she doesn't find the boy there, so she assumes he must have made it out safely. Right? Back in his humble apartment, the new skill has proven to be quite the game changer. Even though the regeneration rate is agonizingly slow, when combined with his healing magic, it's proving incredibly useful. But with nothing else to do, the protagonist collapses onto his couch. He's completely exhausted. Soon, his mother arrives home right away, and she instantly notices that her son's face looks different. Troy Khan's son knows exactly why. He blew a ton of points buying the Fire Spear skill, but to deflect, he simply says he's been working himself too hard. Then he asks if there's anything ready to eat, but she gets furious, realizing he didn't even have lunch. So his loving mother decides to whip up something for him. Choi Han-sung is definitely starting to accumulate quite a few problems on his hands. This could spell serious trouble for him, especially if these incidents become a regular occurrence. Right on cue, his sister calls their mother, anxiously asking about our protagonist. It's clear she's referencing that terrifying incident, the one that tragically unfolded in the dungeon, where far too many lives were lost. Most likely, the public quickly pieced together the victims' names by checking who hadn't yet emerged from the dungeon. His mother abruptly ends the call, and her expression clearly shows she's not happy. She's already put two and two together about why he got home earlier. Shorty Khan's son tries to calm her down, insisting he never even saw the monster. His mother starts, her voice heavy with concern, that she always knew this job was far too dangerous. But our hero confidently states he enjoys what he does. He says that beyond bringing him happiness, hunting monsters is genuinely fun. The next day, the Red Wolf dungeon is temporarily shut down. The surrounding area is quite crowded. During their intensive investigation, they pinpoint where the first victims were attacked, and where they found the clear trail of the monstrous three-headed jaguar. But there are absolutely no clues where the creature vanished, states tracking specialist Kim Dong-soo. Shiden says it makes no sense for the monster to still be hiding within the dungeon, since they've searched every single corner. Kim admits he's just as baffled about what happened, but he's meticulously trying to follow its tracks. The squad leader volunteers to accompany him. The officer thanks her profusely, saying he feels much safer with her powerful presence. But she simply says she's just doing her job. Using his extraordinary powers, Kim discovers that this specific area was also attacked by the monster. Then it suddenly veered in another direction. But the investigator encounters something truly strange. The jaguar. Let a player escape! Kim runs, replaying the scene through his magic. He confirms a fierce fight took place over there. He then discovers it was just ×1 player who battled the beast. Kim notes you can still sense the residue of fire magic use. Also, the endurance of this player is incredibly high, so he assumes this person might be a magic swordsman. And so, their investigation leads them right to the very heart of the main battle. The investigator then declares with a somber tone, the colossal beast suffered a devastating blow right at this very spot, leaving a truly fatal wound on the monstrous creature. Shin is utterly bewildered, unable to grasp how a monster one that completely obliterated all the security officers, could possibly have been wounded in such a way. Kim initially suspected the player was a powerful swordsman, but now, he's shifting his focus to the possibility of a mage, one possessing incredibly high dexterity, and clearly, someone wielding some very powerful, devastating skills. Together, they quickly make their way to the next crucial site, the very place where the fate of this epic battle was finally decided, and that revelation leaves the captain even more utterly perplexed. Kim is once again baffled, reconsidering his earlier claim that the mysterious player was purely a mage, since what he's witnessing now is evidence of a fierce, close-quarters battle, immediately followed by powerful magic use. This player, without a doubt, is a rare hybrid of both swordsman and mage, but since there's absolutely no body to be found, the investigator assumes the creature must have turned into valuable items, or perhaps powerful magic crystals. Shin, however, is extremely confused. Beyond the fact that magic swordsmen and mages are incredibly rare, they're also generally considered a rather mediocre class overall. Yet, this mysterious person hunted a monster, far above this dungeon's typical level range, and all alone, Kim then explains. He saw in the official report that the highest level player officially recorded to enter that cave was, at a mere level 24, at the absolute most. Furthermore, this person wasn't one of the security officers, since all of them were swiftly evacuated, and the ones outside didn't, or couldn't, do anything, due to ongoing, internal conflict and restrictions. There's simply no way a regular player could have accomplished this, she thinks. Kim, however, speculates further, that maybe it was someone who hasn't renewed their player registration in a while, since players are only mandated to renew that once every 2 years. But that explanation isn't quite enough for her. At most, such a player would have reached level 50, and besides that, no guild-backed player entered this dungeon either. Kim agrees, admitting it's an incredibly bizarre situation. Even if a profoundly powerful player somehow was times in that cave, it makes absolutely no sense for them to be wandering around a mere, low-level beginner dungeon. Shin then asks if there's any possible way to track this player down. Kim, however, primarily specializes in tracking monsters, yet he vows to give it his absolute best shot. Our officer unleashes his extraordinary powers. He explains that the moment the battle concluded, the player's track simply vanished into thin air. Within this treacherous terrain, it'll prove incredibly challenging to track the player, even with the aid of his magic. Shin presses. How did you manage it with a monster? Then, the officer clarifies, because monsters leave much clearer traces behind, like this massive, undeniable footprint. Thus, if a player isn't actively battling or casting spells, it's nearly impossible to discern any sign. Moreover, this individual didn't cast a single spell afterward. Had the player done so, Kim would have surely been able to track them. Realizing the officer's diligent efforts, Kim understands she'd asked for the impossible. So she apologizes, but the officer is the one to reply, insisting he still has much to learn himself. Shin suggests they head back, and the officer readily agrees. Ultimately, they conclude their investigation within the dungeon. In her official report, Shiden emphatically states that they must thoroughly investigate every single player who dared to enter that dungeon. She presumes the individual who conquered that monster possesses strength far exceeding level 100, and if such a formidable player truly exists, she believes they absolutely must recruit them, because they simply cannot afford to keep losing all their valuable talent to the ravenous guilds. The Player Association, meanwhile, is a government-managed entity. Unlike the guilds, which operate as private organizations, in its nascent days, the association wielded immense influence. The sheer number of players was vast, and their power undeniable. But as the sands of time slipped away, the association tragically began to lose its once formidable strength, while the competing guilds aggressively began to consolidate their power. One major reason for this decline was placing politicians, who utterly failed to grasp the intricacies of the field, directly in charge of the association's crucial operations. They began to heavily prioritize patriotism above all else, and consequently underpaid players through exploitative, unfair contracts. On the flip side, the powerful guilds, backed by substantial outsourced media investments, could easily afford to offer far better and fairer payment terms. The association, realizing their predicament, launched a thorough internal investigation, and promptly fired the politicians deeply tied to corruption. But alas, it was already far too late to salvage. Even with the corrupt figures finally gone, soon, ambitious new players began to fill their ranks. Driven by fresh, dynamic leadership, they fiercely boosted their contracts to rival the mighty guilds, aggressively recruiting the most promising new talents. Thanks to these bold moves, the Players' Association is rapidly shedding its old image, embracing a vibrant, exciting new era. But even with this progress, compared to the guilds, they're still playing from a position of weakness. But Shim emphasizes that this rookie has all the potential to become a top-tier player, and they absolutely cannot afford to miss this golden opportunity. Meanwhile, Choi Kon-som is eager to finish clearing the fearsome Red Wolf dungeon, especially since all the other dungeons are already cleared. But there's a problem. He can't find a single Red Wolf dungeon available for him to enter. And in a different city, our protagonist ponders how exactly he'll level up his mysterious new skill, as there's absolutely no information about it online. Maybe it's just a matter of figuring out how to properly activate it? The real issue is, it's a passive skill, and he's explicitly warned times not times to get hurt. Back at the hotel, Choi Kon-sum desperately tries to figure out a way to stash the magic stones away. He absolutely can't trust those shady guys. Meanwhile, standing at the dungeon entrance, our protagonist faces another hurdle. He has to expertly avoid the scrutinizing eyes of the association staff. The inspection is supposedly there to prevent players from bringing in any dangerous items, like highly illicit monster eggs or otherworldly plant seeds. But in truth, everyone in the know understands. The real reason is to prevent players from evading their taxes. Our protagonist is absolutely certain that the association and the guilds are secretly involved in some sort of cartel. Our hero desperately needs to find a clever solution. He suddenly recalls seeing a particular item available for purchase. A rare skill that creates an exclusive personal space. Only its owner can access and freely manipulate it. As expected, it comes with a jaw-droppingly steep price tag, but it's undeniably a skill he's going to absolutely need. The moment he clicks, a mysterious book instantly materializes in his hand. And of course, he eagerly agrees to learn this incredible new skill. Without a doubt, Choi Kon-som is getting older now. But to immediately test it out, he activates the personal space skill. Instantly, a shimmering portal rips open right in front of him, proving that it worked. And stepping inside, it's far, far larger than he could have ever imagined. It's absolutely colossal, dwarfing even the tiny studio apartment he once called home. With a snap, he seals the portal shut. Now, he's pumped and ready to hunt some monsters. Choi Kon-sung strides confidently toward the portal, hoping for an uneventful, smooth entry. He just wants to blend in. Another hunter on a routine night. But, of course, upon closer inspection, there's always one staff member who never forgets a face. The attendant takes his badge, running it swiftly through the scanner. But just as he's about to get the all clear, the man halts our hero, asking him to wait a moment. Soon after, the attendant confirms our hero's identity. He effortlessly slices the wolves into pieces. Right after, a thrilling update flashes across his screen. All for hunting 1,000 ferocious red wolves. In the end, everything went surprisingly smoothly, and all that earlier drama was simply a quick biometric check. Phew, that's why gaining entry into the dungeon was a breeze. Choi Kon-sung opens his personal inventory space, vacuuming the jewels inside with a thought. But he holds on to just one precious gem, knowing he needs to take something out. Choi Kon-sung feels a slight flutter of nerves as his bag undergoes its final inspection. Finally, the staff declares everything is perfectly fine. Then he exits, as if it were just another day at the office. Now our protagonist can finally breathe a sigh of relief because he won't draw any more unwanted attention. 10 exhilarating days later, Choi Kon-sung finally bags his 10,000th red wolf. What an achievement. Our hero decides to call it a day and organize his spoils. He receives a skill book, but it's one he already possesses. He'll check the other one later. But this is the one he truly craved. A passive skill that promises lightning-fast recovery. He eagerly agrees to learn this incredible new power. But then, a bizarre new notification pops up. For some utterly baffling reason, our protagonist can't learn the new skill. Choi Kon-sung is left utterly bewildered, not knowing what to do. He's never, ever heard of anything like this happening before. What actually happened is the Book of Immortality absorbed this precious skill, enhancing itself instead. Once again, our hero is left completely clueless, staring intently at his skill status window. It seemed like absolutely nothing had changed. Apparently, the regenerative wind skill had merged with his other ability, but what's still a mystery is just how much it truly improved. Our protagonist then takes his trusty dagger and slices right into his own skin. In mere moments, the wound completely closes. But still, apparently nothing had changed. Perhaps, in order to truly evolve, his skill needs to absorb even more ancient books. The real problem is that the cost of just one of these, for example, is a whopping 30 million won. But its current efficiency is shockingly low. In the end, he leaves the dungeon, walking away in thought. While engrossed in his phone, an unknown number suddenly calls him. Our protagonist decides to answer. The person on the other end already knows exactly who they're speaking to. None other than Choi Han-sung. It's the leader of the second support team who's calling, and they're calling him immediately. Getting nervous, our protagonist states, he only wanted to hear that this call meant his terms have been accepted. The caller remembers clearly. The staggering 100 billion won contract. That's precisely why they decided to agree to his outrageous demands. And now, they want to meet immediately to sign the contract. Choi Han-sung starts to wonder if this could possibly be a scam. The caller insists it's not, stating that since such an enormous amount of money is involved, they're handling everything with utmost seriousness. For a moment, our protagonist is completely speechless. He says he's too tired at the moment for a meeting, but he'd like to see the contract first. Of course, the man readily says. He'll send it. Still not fully believing it, he says he'll call again after reviewing the contract. He hangs up, and shortly after, our protagonist receives the contract, and with that, his piece of the puzzle is complete. Later, Choi Han-sung goes to a law firm. The lawyer takes a careful look at the intricate document, and at first glance, everything seems to be in order. But then, the lawyer's eyes narrow, as he notices many insidious clauses that could seriously hurt our protagonist if the guild ever chooses to exploit them. Shorty immediately chimes in, wanting to know exactly what those damning details are. The first critical point is that, if he does anything at all that damages the guild's image, the entire contract will immediately be voided. It's the top executives who hold all the power in making that call. Another alarming clause then stipulates that, if they ever deem the player isn't up to snuff, they hold the absolute right to terminate the contract. And get this, the penalty for breaching this contract is absolutely astronomical if that happens. Should any of these nightmare scenarios unfold, our hero would have to fork over 10 times the bonus amount. Our protagonist is, understandably, already losing his cool with these sharks, according to his sharp lawyer. The lawyer smartly suggests scheduling an urgent meeting to fiercely renegotiate these outrageous clauses and demand a concrete bonus, not some multiplying nightmare. No way is he accepting a multiplier of 10. Our hero attempts to contact the guild representative, knowing he must maintain a calm demeanor, but let's be real, that's going to be tough. Instead, our protagonist calls the first Times business manager, who had previously attempted to cut a deal. This time, the man surprisingly offers a 50 million bonus. Choi Hyun-sung quickly reminds him he wanted 100 million, and the negotiator readily admits he knows that. But, being brutally realistic, even for a massive guild like theirs, the sum our hero is demanding is incredibly steep. Honestly, he reveals, he practically begged just to get 50 billion approved. Faced with this new offer, Choi Kun-sung coolly states he'll consider it. Even the negotiator is taken aback by this. He then promptly sends the revised contract to our hero. Choi Kun-sung meticulously examines the document, which, at first glance, seems identical to the last, except for the glaring bonus change. The sharp lawyer checks in, asking if things went smoothly. Our hero confirms they did, and promptly asks him to review the new document. Of course, the lawyer is more than happy to oblige, but when he returns, a suspicious detail is bothering him. The keen lawyer suspects that this new contract wasn't even written by the same person. Choi Hyun-sung demands to know how he possibly figured out it was penned by two distinct individuals. He explains that while the layout remains the same, there are some critical differences. For starters, this version contains significantly fewer unfavorable clauses, and the monstrous penalty fee was slashed down to just 5 times the bonus amount. Our protagonist is now desperate to understand why the same Times Guild would suddenly present two wildly different contracts. Apparently, there's some kind of internal conflict going on, but that's actually good for our hero. It means he can get a better deal. So the hero asks the lawyer to create a contract, based on the first one but without the tricks. At the hotel, Choi Han-sung searches the internet, and quickly sees that there's a dispute between the guildmaster and the vice leader. That's why our hero feels like messing with them. So our hero calls SEO, the second leader of the support team first. Obviously the man is surprised, and hopes his client has already made a decision. Choi Han-sung says he wants a bigger bonus. He now asks for 200 billion. First comes the shock, Then the guy says that's probably not possible. So the protagonist asks for 300 billion. SEO then comes clean and asks if our hero is messing with him. Choi Han-sung says he's already been contacted by team leader Go Jin-suk, which makes it obvious that things aren't going well. Between them, Steele ends up falling right into the trap, and he ends up promising to match any offer that was made, obviously. The two of them hate each other. Now, he calls Go, of course. The team leader is happy and asks if our hero has reviewed the contract. The protagonist says yes, and that he even wanted to sign it. Naturally, Go suggests they meet, but Choi Hyun-song says he changed his mind. Of course, the man gets totally confused. Our hero says he's going to send over a contract he received by message. Go asks for a second to look at the document. When he receives it, the protagonist tells them to resolve their internal issues first, and then they can talk. Until then, the 100 billion bonus is now too low. He now proposes 200. Actually, 300 would be more acceptable. Naturally, the guy gets completely confused. But if he doesn't want it, he can just turn it down. Then he hangs up the phone. Now, the protagonist starts editing the audio from the call and sends it to both of them. Right after he throws away his phone, both of them listen to the edited audio, and by their reactions it's not good. 1 month later, the vice leader is wondering where Choi Han-sung went. CEO says that in the dungeons they managed, the protagonist hasn't shown up. He also sent some people to look for him, but nothing. The boss yells that he's useless. He doesn't care how, he just wants that kid found. Because of the incident caused by Choi Han-sung, the guild split in two. Due to the conflict between the leader and the vice president, Sia was lucky to check the association's records, but even so, it's not exactly legal to look at those government-managed documents. That's not the biggest problem right now. Choi Han-sung has completely disappeared. His boss asks if the protagonist went to another guild. In SEO's opinion, probably not. But at that exact moment, the vice president explodes at the answer and tells the kid to get out of his sight. As the door closes, he even smashes a cup. SEO walks through the hallway and avoids everyone. He's extremely nervous, all because of the leaked audios. Because of that, most of the team sided with the other faction. He needs to find Troy Kamson no matter what. For our hero, just the hunting points are already enough. That way, the protagonist is earning 600,000 per day. Little by little, he's getting what he wants. His sales are going well too. If he keeps it up, he'll reach his goal soon. Our hero only has one complaint. The sales window could be bigger, and he has to register items one by one. It would be better if he could register several at once. It's not like he can take out his electronic devices. Troy Khan, some asks if there's a way to rank up. A user who sells medicine can register way more items than he can. Apparently, he needs 10 billion points to reach the next level. And our hero is already halfway there. As he's speaking, a monstrous foe lunges from behind. It strikes fiercely with a menacing spear. But the creature gets a swift boot to the face and is sent sprawling hard onto the ground. Our protagonist then charges up a magic missile, ready to strike, absolutely obliterating the monster in a dazzling explosion. However, the situation just got a whole lot more complicated. A terrifying horde of monsters suddenly appears. And worse, they wield dangerous, acidic tongues. The entire group lunges at him simultaneously. Our hero swiftly ignites his formidable fireball, catapulting them all high into the air with a massive blast. But it's not over yet. They relentlessly charge again, fearless. Our hero is already growing incredibly annoyed. Annoyed enough to finally draw his gleaming sword. This time, he's taking the decisive offensive. The monster doesn't even perceive his lightning-fast attack. It's struck before it knows it. Choi Han-sung is incredibly swift. He effortlessly cuts down two foes in a single swift motion, and his blade hungrily absorbs all the blood it collects. Still, it doesn't truly matter to our powerful protagonist. Every single foe here will still fall in one devastating blow. Shifting gears, it seems someone has finally purchased the batteries. But instantly, a fresh, troublesome complaint pops up for him. It's from Choi Khan. Sam is already growing increasingly irritated with this whole situation. The user's message is incredibly insistent and demanding the batteries be sold at half the original price. And alarmingly, all the other messages echo the exact same demand. Our hero wisely decides to examine that person's profile. It's immediately clear this individual sells a vast array of items. Yet, the only times things he's ever bought from our protagonist were these batteries. It would be an entirely different story if he were purchasing electronic products, of course. But no. This person is only buying disposable batteries. And to add insult to injury, he's audaciously demanding they be sold at a much lower price. Our hero can't help but wonder why he should ever comply. He swiftly registers all the newly acquired items. Right after those pesky batteries are finally sold. But Troy Kensum had already anticipated this move, and predictably, another complaint immediately floods in. At first, the protagonist is momentarily confused, but he swiftly grasps the true intention. This guy is deliberately trying to push him out of business, and with fierce determination, he wholeheartedly accepts the challenge. Ro wants to witness just how far the protagonist can truly push himself, for he deeply doubts anyone can ever truly defeat him. Ro, too, began as a mere rookie with this buy and sell ability. That's precisely how he forged his immense strength. And just like that, he became the undisputed ruler of his planet. But don't think for a second it was an easy ride. His points always seemed to fall short, no matter how diligently he stockpiled them. Spending them was always simple enough, but gathering points was always the real grind. Grow, of course, knows the drill. The typical pattern involves racking up points through hunting, then buying skills to skyrocket their strength. But every now and then, a unique player pops up, someone who can sell truly unique items from their planet, even if those items are already under a strict monopoly. In Grow's calculating eyes, everyone is just a delivery person. He immediately snatches up all their items, and times files a strategic complaint, forcing that seller into a 3-month suspension. He then simply repeats the entire process. No matter the seller, his scheme always works. The person inevitably ends up having to sell their items, entirely based on Grow's unpredictable mood. He takes absolute control of the item monopoly and forces yet another suspension on the seller. But wait. Something's definitely wrong. There aren't any more batteries available for sale. Apparently, all times of our protagonist's items have sold out. Our hero, undeterred, heads straight to the mall and leaves with a shopping cart overflowing with items. Troy Humanson has shrewdly figured out that someone is trying to shut down his booming business, but he's already sold every single one of his items. Still, he has no intention of making this easy. Get ready, because round 2 is about to begin. The fierce battle of selling and reselling ignites, but other opportunistic players are also buying, even after he doubles the price. He keeps on selling, but unfortunately, Grow will eventually close in on him. But if a clash is inevitable anyway, our protagonist fearlessly triples the price. As a result, his point total skyrockets past 10 billion. He's now achieved a truly rare level, and his sales window can now accommodate up to 100 items. Initially, our protagonist felt genuinely offended, but now, this rogue opponent ended up helping more than hurting. Though it was an incredibly risky gamble, the complaints nearly outnumbered his very products. Cody Handsome makes a bold move, changing his items for sale. Now, he's eager to see how his opponent will react. Grow smugly assumes the kid has given up. It looks like he'll need to restock soon. The same goes for Grow, who clearly took a heavy hit as well, especially when battery prices suddenly quadrupled. That truly was the most devastating blow. He's absolutely seething with rage at our hero right now. Even so, there was no way he could back down. Grow genuinely believed he had pushed the protagonist right to his breaking point. And just in the nick of time, something truly bizarre unfolds. This time, he spots a camping battery, now listed for sale. Grow completely freaks out the moment he lays eyes on it. He simply can't believe Choi Hansung had something like times hidden up his sleeve all along. On top of everything, over 70 of them are registered, totaling a mind-boggling sum of more than 2.1 billion. And there's an even bigger problem, that there might be even more times of those batteries readily available for purchase. Grow would have to invest a monumental amount more. If he had any certainty, he'd snatch them up without a second thought. The real issue is, he has no idea what this guy's true limit is. In the end, Grow is forced to admit his utter defeat. Another massive sale is completed, flawlessly, with no new complaints, meaning his opponent has officially thrown in the towel. And those camping batteries? They were all swiftly bought by the same loyal regular customers. Of course, immediately after, our hero triumphantly relists the batteries for resale. And the protagonist, he bursts out, laughing outright at this truly desperate move. Though, ironically, thanks to Grow's antics, our hero ended up selling far more than he ever anticipated. Back at home, the protagonist spots something that sparks a new idea. He needs to give his shop a serious upgrade. Perhaps he saw something truly interesting in the other world. The demon girl notices that both an arcade machine and a game bundle have been freshly added for sale. She already owns a Nintendo though, so she's not sure if it's really worth buying. Choi Kun-sung is definitely rolling in dough now. He's got 14 billion, but to rank up to heroic, he desperately needs to hit the trillion range. For some reason, The difficulty for that is ridiculously steep. Our hero knows it'll be a long, arduous journey to reach it. But if he does achieve the heroic rank, he'll finally be able to sell items, like the crucial elixir his father so desperately needs. And who knows, maybe he'll even gain more benefits, beyond just increased sales slots. He's feeling a bit more energized now. Our hero's eyes land on a flurry of comments about his products. The first review, from none other than Barricade, catches his eye. It's a rave, gushing about how incredibly fun the Nintendo is, but a chorus of other reviews quickly slams it as utterly useless. That same person then absolutely lays into the shaver, snidely remarking it's only useful for those sporting beards. And other profiles eagerly chime in, echoing his sentiment. Barricade's username is suddenly plastered everywhere, bombarding every single one of his products with reviews, all after they had times stocked up on the old models. Choi Han-sung is well aware of a crucial fact. There are products capable of generating infinite energy, powered by magic stones, but their cost is absolutely astronomical, making them unprofitable to sell, too. Aside from all that, the arcade reviews are actually thriving. Our protagonist then resolves to browse the items. Displayed within the purchase window, our hero beholds something incredible, a dragon egg for sale, but its price tag is absolutely astronomical. Barricade's review, naturally, chimes in, stating that having a dragon as a pet is utterly worth it, but feeding it is a monumental task, and at 30 billion, it's incredibly tough to even afford. Choi Han-sung lies back on his bed, imagining the astronomical cost of the legendary elixir. Just then, his mother's call cuts through the silence. Our hero wonders why she's calling him at this late hour. His mother urgently wants to know if her son happens to know someone named Seo Daehoon. At first, the protagonist draws a complete blank, but she quickly adds, "This guy is from the support team of the Seo Guild." A sudden realization then hits Choi Han-sung. He suddenly flashes back to exactly who that person is. She says he actually came to her house. Our hero, bewildered, asks if he just randomly showed up. His mom drops a bombshell. He's outside Times right now, asterisk. Choi Han-sung quickly states he'll call Seo later, but he emphatically tells her not Times to open the door for him. Of course, her worry immediately skyrockets, but her son promises to explain everything later. Before hanging up, his mother's final words are a plea for caution. The protagonist promises her everything will be absolutely fine. Right after, Choi Han-sung immediately dials Seo. Naturally, the man is absolutely thrilled that he can finally speak directly with our hero, without wasting a moment. The protagonist immediately wants to know, so, what's he doing at his mother's place? He calmly asserts it was just a casual visit, with absolutely no hidden agenda, he insists. He even implies our hero's mother should already know about this contract, since it's supposedly so crucial for his father. But our hero quickly shoots back. Asterisk, he's the one who will be signing it. SIU, however, confidently declares that such a monumental decision needs to be a family affair. Of course, our protagonist isn't buying it. The man thinks our protagonist is being far too harsh. He even secured the requested amount and got it approved. But Choi-kun's son just doesn't see this contract the same way. Naturally, SEO plays completely dumb, acting like he has no clue, which, predictably, only infuriates our protagonist even more, especially since he's already seen those tricky clauses. This finally makes SEO a little nervous. He sputters that it's just a precautionary clause in the contract, but if our protagonist is as strong as they expect, then nothing will happen. Then, the question hits again. What if he doesn't show his status? Window Steel even attempts to claim it doesn't matter, but he quickly gets flustered, and at times clearly shows in his voice. Our hero, on the other hand, doesn't expect the Soul Guild to grasp how his powers truly work once they see he's level 1. The protagonist then states he's hanging up and changing his number again, asterisk, so if she calls back, no one will be answering. And, just so we're clear, this guy better. Never go near our protagonist's mother. Again, this is the final warning. Once again, SEO is left with absolutely nothing. Frustrated and anxious, his failure gnaws at him. Right after, he furiously calls the team leader. He desperately wants to know if they tracked Choi Kun-sam. Apparently, they did, but our protagonist isn't in any guild-controlled area. SEO then snaps an order, call the Weon, and tell them to take immediate action. The sales leader hesitates, not wanting to ruin our hero's life. It's just a threat, he says, to make him come running back, begging the guild for protection. Meanwhile, Choi Hyun-sung is out shopping again, asterisk, because his items have been absolutely flying off the shelves lately. He scrolls on his phone, business as usual, filling his cart, but then our hero halts in front of Gosi. He then struts out with bags overflowing with clothes. With that, his shopping spree for the day is done. Afterward, he makes his way toward the portal. There he stands, ready to hunt down a group of monsters. The monsters immediately catch sight of the intruder in their territory and charge him in a frenzied horde. In one swift motion, our hero takes down 2 of them instantly. He then swiftly shifts his blade's position and effortlessly slices a frogman in 2. Immediately after, our protagonist jumps high, poised to unleash his powerful fireball, blasting the whole area into a fiery inferno. 5 grueling hours later, Choi Handsome achieves the epic milestone of hunting 10,000 frogmen. He actually thinks it went faster than expected, and just like that, another day is completed. The protagonist smoothly exits the portal, trouble-free, but this time, he resolves to tackle the goblin dungeon today as well. However, a shadowy group of strangers seems to be lying in wait. They visually confirm the target, their eyes narrowed. One of the group members then decides to tail him closely. Shorty Khan. Our hero effortlessly crosses the portal and lands in a lush forest. This marks his first time in such a biome, and just like that, it's time to infiltrate. Our protagonist activates his stealth mode and quietly heads deeper into the forest. He spots the goblins, gathered in a horde, and so, he decides to unleash his hunt. The tiny creatures won't even stand a chance against his barrage of magic missiles. A group of goblins charges relentlessly, but our protagonist blows them all sky high with a fireball. Only, it's far from over, as another group closes in. Shorty Hansen notes that these creatures are quite clever, but even so, they all meet the same explosive end. The hordes are vast, and their assault is relentless. Yet, the protagonist continues to unleash lightning bolts to decimate their numbers. Suddenly, when he least expects it, a surprise attack strikes without warning, but our hero effortlessly deflects it with a swift hand. The goblins, it seems, are using insidious blow darts, but his durable cloak is enough to effortlessly block their attacks. With a single motion, the creatures are sent sprawling. Our hero quickly ascends a tree. From up there, he surveys the chaotic battlefield from above. The creatures continue their relentless assault, so he bravely jumps down, crushing one unfortunate foe straight into the ground. At last, the creatures finally begin to cower in fear. Our protagonist, however, grants them no time, and with a mighty swing, he cleaves one in half amidst a crystal-studded ground. His day's work complete, he then opens the portal, ready to carefully store away his hard-earned items. Suddenly, our hero senses an unexpected presence approaching. Choi Hyun-sung even assumes it's just more goblins, nothing new. But instead, it's a stern voice asking, "Who dares trespass into my hunting grounds?" And to make matters worse, he's clearly not alone. Our protagonist never expected to encounter another player here, and by the looks of it, they're clearly targeting Choi Hyun-sung. Naturally, our hero is completely baffled by this sudden turn of events. Their intimidating leader then declares, "No one, absolutely no one, should be hunting in his territory." Choi Hyun-sung retorts that he paid his fair share to be here. Just like everyone else, he insists, but the group's leader firmly asserts this area belongs solely to him. So now, listen up. Our protagonist must hand over all his precious magic stones. And on top of that insult, he has to surrender his valuable gear for their trouble. Our hero never imagined encountering such blatant bullies in person. He'd only ever heard tales of this kind of thuggery online. Choi Hyun-sung, utterly furious, warns them they are making an incredibly serious mistake. The group's leader decides to enlighten him with a little explanation. Inside this dungeon, he smugly begins, modern weapons or electronic devices are utterly useless. So any problem becomes one person's word against the others. Any fatal accident can simply be blamed on a monster. The chilling message is now crystal clear. They rob players, and they'll do it at any ruthless cost. But our protagonist still doesn't quite grasp one crucial thing. Why would they still dare to threaten our hero? After witnessing the devastation of that battlefield? Tired of waiting, the leader roars, ordering his men to attack. But Choi Hyun-sung dismisses them as far too slow. The first spear flies past him in a blur, and slams violently into the ground behind him. Worse yet, it was clearly aimed to inflict a serious injury. Right after, the rest of the group charges in. With a single, fluid move, he swiftly cuts the sword clean from the first attacker's hand. Then, our protagonist delivers a powerful kick, sending him sprawling. The bandit is thrown far off, a mere ragdoll. The third attacker raises a wicked black blade to strike. But with a single, devastating punch, he's instantly out of the fight too. Not just the thieves' leader, but absolutely everyone is left utterly speechless. Now, utterly offended, the enraged order rings out, "Kill him!" One warrior charges in, absolutely fearless. But our protagonist just effortlessly cleaves his sword in two, then a swift elbow to the nose. That one's down for good. Another tries a sneak attack from behind, completely unaware of the grave danger he's in. But at the very last second, our hero masterfully shifts his blade's position. The attacker ends up with just a mere scratch on his shoulder. Then, Choi Han-sung seizes the man's head, slamming it violently into the ground. But our hero's patience is rapidly wearing thin. Now, 3 more charge in simultaneously. Our protagonist decides to put away his blade. He then opens a portal, reaching for an item. A sturdy shield materializes right into his hand. Deep in the forest, unseen, someone is watching this chaotic scene closely. He sees the entire group getting utterly decimated. For him, completing the order would be simpler, if he could just end the target's life right here. But perhaps just severing a leg will suffice. The man dramatically steps out from the bushes. Choi Han-sung immediately notices his arrival, mistaking him for a mere security officer. But from the looks of it, this one is far more serious. Even our hero can sense it. The group calls the man their formidable guildmaster. Some of the thieves look utterly confused, as if they've never laid eyes on this person before. The master sternly asks our hero if he's the one responsible for all this destruction. But before our hero can explain that, they times were the ones who started this whole mess. Choi Han-sung is forced to block a furious sword attack. This guy is undeniably far stronger than all the others. Our hero is actually pushed back. The master didn't expect a rookie to block his powerful strike, especially one who's already completed the 2nd class advancement. Someone like this shouldn't even be in a dungeon. But our hero is deeply offended by that remark. The master declares he wanted this to be over quickly. Now, he needs to tear off an arm to feel truly satisfied. He leaps at our hero with all his might. But once again, he's expertly blocked. Choi Han-sung deflects his blade without a problem. Our hero has to admit, this guy is seriously strong. He's definitely a cut above those low-level thugs. His incredible strength and speed, they truly outshine our protagonist. His blade slices faster than the vampiric sword. Thank goodness he had his shield. It's only now our protagonist realizes he has no idea how he even landed in this mess. Troy Hansen decides he has to get out of here, so he summons his blazing fire spear. The guildmaster doesn't even see it coming. A massive explosion erupts. Our hero seizes the moment to make a run for it. But the master is still very much alive, though his hair is completely scorched. Choi Han-sung is utterly impressed the man survived such a deadly blow. His patience already worn thin, the swordsman charges and closes the distance in a mere second, delivering a devastating strike with his sword. Our protagonist still miraculously manages to block it with his shield, but that blow would have been fatal on the ground. He summons his fire spear again, and the man leaps away. The two stare each other down intensely, but our hero has an entirely new plan. The spear strikes the ground hard, creating a thick smoke screen for a precious second. The master seems momentarily lost, but he swings blindly and impacts the shield. The man is pleased to have found his target. He tries to strike again, but the boy deftly dodges to the side. Our hero realizes his opponent isn't trying to kill him. Shorty Kan-sung straps the shield securely onto his back, and instantly creates another fire spear, causing another massive explosion between them. Once again, a thick smoke screen fills the area, so he doesn't see the next devastating strike coming. Troy Hansen uses this opportunity to open his sales menu. He swiftly finds the crucial item he needs, a book that dramatically increases stats by 50% for 60 seconds. But it costs a staggering 20 billion points. As soon as he confirms, the book instantly appears in his hands. Quickly, he learns the skill. Without hesitation, the effect is instantly felt, surging through his body. Then, the guildmaster dramatically appears again. Thinking his target has finally given up the fight, our hero only has 60 precious seconds. He absolutely cannot waste them. That's when the guildmaster charges forward at full speed. Koi Kun-san is ready to finish him with a single, decisive blow. But Li Shuyi suddenly steps directly between them. At first glance, our hero doesn't even recognize her. The guildmaster's completely oblivious, his prized sword now sliced clean in two, all with just one flash of her lightning-fast blade. He's utterly frozen, helpless against the coming strike. Our hero, utterly dumbfounded, is left speechless. His formidable opponent now sprawled, unconscious, on the ground. Choi Han-sung can barely grasp what just unfolded. Lee, on the other hand, seems to have it all figured out. She immediately recognizes our bewildered protagonist. Apologizing, she admits to being rather impolite last time. Our hero's memories slowly stir, a faint recognition sparking. Choi Han-sung gets a sudden flash of insight, remembering the girl who once gave him that incredibly rare potion, and just like that, her identity becomes crystal clear. Our protagonist wastes no time, profusely thanking Lee, but the team leader, with a slight bow, apologizes, revealing a surprising detail. She's been watching the entire spectacle unfold. This revelation completely catches our hero off guard. The girl casually explains she'd been meticulously observing since the very moment this ambush began. With every single word, Choi Han-sung's confusion only deepens. Lee, a slight smile playing on her lips, states, "These people are all hardened criminals." Our hero initially assumed she was just a witness, here to confirm their crimes. But that's not the case at all. She simply wanted to gauge his true skill and prowess. Once more, Choi Han-sung is utterly bewildered, his mind reeling. The girl, seeing his confusion, decides to start from square one. She formally introduces herself as Lee Shuai, the formidable head of security for the Hero Association. And she wasn't tracking the bandits as he thought. No, she was actually following our protagonist. But for the moment, she suggests they continue their conversation outside the confines of this dungeon. First, she aims to swiftly clear the area of these wretched criminals. Our protagonist readily agrees, his curiosity piqued. Choi Han-sung inquires if there's any previous record of these individuals committing such crimes. Lee confirms there's no concrete, hard evidence, but they've been strongly linked to multiple disappearance cases. Disappearance is the official term, but the true charges are murder. However, our protagonist points out, they didn't seem to harbor such deadly intentions for him. Lee thoughtfully agrees with his observation. They both mentally rewind to the very start of the conflict. Our hero urgently wants to know, why would they orchestrate something like this? And that's precisely what Lee intends to uncover. With a swift, agile leap, the girl simply vanishes. Lee reappears, standing before the guild leader. She coolly declares, knowing full well he's already awake. Yet, the man stubbornly stays sprawled on the ground. She sharply warns him that her patience for violence is wearing thin. Then, with a swift move, she instantly delivers a sharp jab. The man jolts awake. It certainly would have been far easier for her if he had just gotten up already. Lee demands to know the real reason behind this ambush. The man claims he was merely protecting his guild members, who were getting beaten to a pulp, he insists. He alleges he was attacked by an association member, giving that as his flimsy excuse, and that he was injured times while he was unconscious. Asterisk. He then threatens to call the police on times her asterisk. She cuts him off, asking, "If you were truly unconscious, how could you possibly know I'm from the association?" The guy is utterly speechless, even starting to stammer his reply. Lee coolly aims her spear directly at his face, and bluntly calls him an idiot. So, with a sigh, she decides to vaguely explain their predicament. They are both currently trapped deep inside a dungeon. There's absolutely no evidence of anything that could leave this place. So you'd better stop dreaming up such foolishness that Choi Han-sung would ever go to the police, backing up your fabricated story. Our hero even falls utterly silent, stunned by her logic. He then advises that if this guy truly doesn't want a goblin dungeon to become his final grave, then he'd better start talking. Asterisk now, asterisk. It would have been much simpler if he at least had one times living witness left. But the man remains stubbornly defiant, starting to yell that an association member cannot threaten anyone. Clearly, this guy has no idea what grim situation he's truly in. Lee politely asks to be left alone with the captive for a moment. He, quite obviously, agrees without a word. She instructs him to go tie up the other bandits right away, since their escape could prove extremely dangerous. It's far better if they don't manage to escape. Our hero quickly departs, leaving the two of them utterly alone. The guildmaster immediately begins to desperately beg for mercy, but all that echoes through the dungeon is his raw, desperate scream. Shorty then arrives, carrying out the request perfectly, and locks all the remaining bandits inside a secure circle. Our hero keeps pondering what their true objective could have been. His unique ability was never once revealed during the scuffle. Perhaps this entire ordeal happened because of SIU and the infamous three-headed beast. Now, our hero finds himself utterly at a loss, unsure what to do. Could the guild truly be the ones to blame for all this? Choi Han-sung is utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. When Lee asks how times he managed to defeat the colossal beast, our hero realizes he absolutely needs times to become stronger. But the shadowy Siyu Guild isn't about to give up so easily, and based on his last time's harrowing experience, even someone supposedly from the association might not be entirely trustworthy. Our hero swore life would finally get easier once he became a player. Lee then arrives on the scene, visibly worried that it all took far too long. She explains those ruthless bandits were hired by Sue with the chilling order to cripple our protagonist. Their wicked plan was to force him to join the guild afterward. But even with undeniable evidence staring them down, the association still can't take action against Suyu. Choi Han-sung looks a little uneasy, clearly processing this, but he understands. Lee then asks for them to leave, as the association swiftly takes all the prisoners away in a bus. Our hero simply watches them go. Lee returns, asking for a private moment so they can talk. Now, they're both inside the imposing association building. Choi Han-sung decides to cut straight to the chase. He demands to know why she was following him. Lee replies that it all has to do with the infamous three-headed beast incident. Our protagonist then asks how she even knew he was in the goblin dungeon to begin with. She calmly states she saw the dungeon entry. But our hero immediately thinks that sounds highly illegal. Lee quickly explains that the association actually has permission for such things. She spends the next half hour meticulously explaining the entire complex process to him. Since she's on a secret investigation you see, she just wanted to uncover the truth about his abilities. But then, everything else dramatically happened, so she sincerely apologizes for not stepping in sooner. In the end, she confesses she wanted to witness our protagonist's limits, and she got her stunning confirmation when she saw him fight the ruthless guild leader. That Choi Han-sung, in fact, was the one who actually hunted that giant panther. Our hero anxiously wants to know if he'll be punished for hiding the fact that he was the one who truly killed the monstrous beast. She says no, absolutely not. The real reason the association is looking for him is something else entirely. She wants to reward him. Choi Han-sung definitely wasn't expecting that bombshell. On top of that, she has an incredible offer. But our protagonist already seems to know. She wants to recruit him still. He makes it clear he's not interested in joining any group. Lee expected that, but before anything else, she wants to explain the offer first. They're willing to give him a 100 billion bonus, plus the various benefits that come with being part of the association, including tax waivers and free equipment. The protagonist assumes he'll have to show his status window, but Lee says it's not necessary. He only has to take a test. Choi Han-sung, our hero, wants to know what kind of test. All he has to do is sit down with someone she chooses and answer every question truthfully. Our hero imagines it's going to be an interrogation. There are people with a skill called the contract of truth. If the person tells the truth, nothing happens. But if the person lies, red lights appear on their body. Choi Han-sung wants to know why they're going this far. He thinks it would have been better to just hire a high-level player, but Lee says it depends on the individual. Someone who is truly powerful would be even harder to recruit, and someone who just has numbers isn't even worth it. The protagonist asks if it's because of the level 20 law. She doesn't deny it. Choi Khan says he doesn't know how to break that rule, and if it's revealed to be true, he wants to know if the association would still want to recruit. The hero Lee says yes. Just the fact that he got this strong in 3 months is already enough reason to invest in him. Our hero imagines that, besides the failed summoning, the association, other guilds must have found out about him by now. The way he is now, he's still weaker than his enemies. That's why Choi Han-sung decides to go through with the test. Lee is happy to hear that. A woman is brought into the room, just as our hero imagined. She's about to unleash the incredible contract of truth skill. She requests permission, and our dashing Choi Han-sung readily agrees. The player explains that once this skill springs to life, a clear message will pop up, asking for his eager consent. All he has to do is simply tap yes, and with that, the contract of truth dramatically begins. The message flashes into existence, exactly as she had foretold. Though he's not thrilled by the strange sensation, he accepts it without hesitation. For just a fleeting second, a mysterious energy briefly wraps itself around our hero, but then, just as quickly, it gracefully fades away. Then, he suddenly notices all the other players exiting the room. Now, only Choi Han-sung and the enigmatic Lee Shu remain. She reassures him, urging him to relax his tense shoulders. It's just a few simple questions that he needs to answer truthfully. Our hero takes a deep, steadying breath, steeling himself, ready for whatever intense interrogations are about to begin. The very first question posed is, did he truly awaken his powers just 3 short months ago? The next query thrown his way is, does he know how to magically bypass the level 20 law? And his firm, immediate answer is a resounding no. Then, with a shrewd gaze, she states, she suspects our protagonist is likely already at level 140, so why, then, is he still hunting in those low-level dungeons? That pointed question truly makes our hero pause and think. Up until this moment, the questions had been surprisingly easy. Lee also intensely wants to know if he possesses a unique skill. Our hero, however, remains completely silent, unmoving. She sharply reminds him that he must answer all the questions. The leader then asks him directly, cutting to the chase. Is all of this mysterious power because of his unique ability? Choi Hyun-sung answers with a clear, unequivocal yes. Then she presses on, demanding to know, can he truly wield that incredible power on another player? The protagonist ponders for a thoughtful moment, then firmly replies, no, he simply cannot. The next critical question emerges, did he utilize his unique, potent ability to cleverly bypass that strict level 20 law? Choi Hyun-sung ponders this deeply, weighing his words, before finally answering. But yes, he openly admits it. He absolutely did. Lee announces the skill's effect has now ended. Our hero queries if he needs to go through it all again, but she quickly assures him there's absolutely no need. He answered every single thing she desperately needed to know. She had been harboring strong suspicions for quite a while, but now, finally, they are absolutely certain. The protagonist, beyond a doubt, possesses a unique skill. Choi Hyun-sung keenly guesses that she, too, must possess one. The leader nods in agreement, but states she cannot reveal hers. But yes, she possesses a truly unique skill. Our protagonist seems utterly crestfallen, realizing he's not the only one. As the name suggests, the leader explains, this kind of power is absolutely unique to its wielder. No one else in the entire world will ever possess it, and everyone who's ever manifested such a skill has ascended to the highest echelons of power. The realization slams into our protagonist. The woman before him is one of those extraordinary individuals. Lee then clarifies that there's a strict limit to the information shared with regular folks, because even high-level players don't automatically gain intel about others. Strict laws are in place to safeguard players, allowing them to keep their unique skills deeply secret. Our protagonist cautiously inquires if he even has permission to know all this confidential information, and of course, he absolutely does. In fact, it was technically a bit wrong for her to disclose her special ability, but since they'll be working closely together, it's perfectly fine. Only, the protagonist interjects, stating, he never agreed to join this association. Unfortunately for him, however, the very moment he revealed his unique skill, he was utterly out of options. Our hero is speechless. Lee assures him he doesn't have to worry, because it's not the association that's recruiting him, it's actually her parents. The leader then places a significant document on the table. It's the official player contract. Apparently, he can only sign this on a national level. There are almost no restrictive conditions in the contract, and in case of any injury sustained on the job, the compensation offered is more than generous. And aside from the fact that he retains full authority to do whatever he desires, with his magic stones and invaluable items, Lee seizes the opportunity to hand him the pen, then she deftly points out exactly where he should sign. Honestly, our protagonist is being given everything he could ever need. But there's one critical condition that's truly bothering him. It's a lifetime contract, and our hero even thinks it feels disturbingly like slavery. Choi Hyun-sung grows curious. If other people also have contracts like this, Lee emphatically replies, of course not. Otherwise, this entire organization would simply crumble. The astonishing reason he's being offered a contract of this caliber is entirely due to his one-of-a-kind unique skill. Our hero is clearly surprised by this revelation, but it's quite evident he possesses the power to bypass the level 20 law. Choi Hyun-sung possesses the unique ability to level up and acquire valuable magic stones and items. Even when clearing low-level dungeons, this grants him the astonishing potential to level up infinitely. To her, this represents a unique opportunity to recruit a player, with the unparalleled potential to become the strongest in the world. Thus, she deems it entirely worth investing a bit more. Our hero, however, believes she's entirely misjudging the situation, yet this ultimately works to Choi Hyun-sung's advantage. The protagonist inquires if it's possible to modify the contract's duration, even slightly. The leader appears somewhat surprised by this request. She hadn't expected the duration to be a contentious issue. Lee proceeds to ask if he's aware of the global count of individuals possessing unique skills. While there's no exact number, it's estimated at most around 80. And prior to Choi Han-sung's emergence, she was the only known individual in Korea with a unique skill. As is evident, a unique skill is an exceptionally rare attribute. She fully comprehends this aspect. She admits the contract term might appear somewhat unusual. However, this is due to their inability to risk losing someone of such rarity to another country or private guild. Therefore, they extended the contract for the longest feasible duration. Yet, she agrees. They can indeed review that particular clause. Choi Han-sung then states his terms. He proposes to amend the contract duration to a maximum of 1 year. She firmly responds that such a change is impossible. However, in exchange for such a reduction would also necessitate reducing the bonus to 10 billion instead of 100 billion. Yet, her stance remains unchanged. He then proposes 2 years. Lee states that she's willing to maintain the bonus in exchange for preserving the original contract duration. Another moment of tense silence passes between them. The protagonist endeavors to secure a 2-year contract term with a 20 billion bonus, adding that due to his nature, should there be no problems with the association, they would consider renewing the contract. However, if she refuses this offer, no contract will be signed. She then asks if he intends to go to another country. Choi Han-sung clarifies. The protagonist wishes to become acquainted with the association before fully committing. Lee argues there are significantly more benefits than downsides. But our hero is determined to forge his own destiny. She's dangling an incredibly tempting, hefty sum of money. But our protagonist isn't about to give in. He refuses to become anyone's puppet or slave for it. What he truly needs right now is robust protection. Of course, if it's a truly tranquil haven, he'll consider settling in, but not before inspecting the house first. Our hero then declares that if the association truly impresses him, in 2 years, he'll absolutely sign that contract without a doubt. Koi pipes up, seeing those 2 years as the perfect internship period. It's a completely risk-free proposal, with nothing to lose for anyone. Lee quickly grasps that this situation is far more intricate than it seems, and she realizes she can't make such a significant decision alone. The leader needs to consult with her superior, the highest authority, first, so she graciously asks for just a few minutes of their time. Feeling a bit more satisfied, he nods in agreement. As the moments tick by, Choi Kun-sun waits patiently, distractedly fiddling with his phone. Lee finally returns, announcing she accepts the proposal. But, of course, there's one crucial condition. Our hero's curiosity immediately piques, eager to know what it is. She then clarifies, laying out the terms. If another association or formidable guild makes him an offer, our protagonist has to report it immediately, without delay. Furthermore, if the offer's terms are exactly equal, Choi Kun-sun will be obligated to re-sign the contract with their association, seamlessly and without any problem. Our hero readily agrees, and she presents the freshly drafted document. Lee expresses her sincere hope that both will prosper during this trial period. They seal the deal with a firm handshake, wishing each other the very best, even if their collaboration is only for a fleeting time. With the contract now officially secured, Lee promptly suggests upgrading his equipment with some brand new gear, as all his current items are merely rented. Choi Kun-sun proudly states his sword and cloak are already rare rank, so Lee acknowledges that replacing just the rest will be more than enough. Bright and early the next morning, they arrive at the vast equipment storage. A dazzling array of weapons lining the walls immediately captures his gaze. They truly have everything imaginable stored right here. Our protagonist's curiosity is piqued, pondering if every member has unrestricted access to these amazing items. Absolutely not everyone, Lee clarifies. It entirely depends on the player's position and standing. Access to higher-tier items is strictly restricted, but naturally, that doesn't apply to our extraordinary hero, and he's absolutely delighted to hear that news. First, he spies a truly sweet armor set, featherlight and incredibly durable, granting an epic +5 dexterity. Yet, Choi Kun-sun feels it falls short of his expectations. He'd better choose very times carefully. Lee begins to explain exactly how the association works, while the gear is being custom-fitted just for him, to his body. And now, the real-time fun begins. Lee is also about to announce which department our hero will officially join. Our hero is curious. He'll be on the surveillance team, but the leader quickly elaborates, that their primary role is to boldly delve into dungeons. When accidents strike, involving either terrifying monsters or distressed players, and they help resolve those dangerous problems. Given that the support teams are severely understaffed, they'll be lending their aid to them as well. Our hero wonders if he can even be useful, because tackling everything alone might simply be too much for him. She reassures him he'll only be assigned to dungeons that precisely match his current level, to keep everything running smoothly and safely. Lee also pointedly reminds him that she is his direct superior, so if any issues or questions pop up, he simply has to contact her. Choi Han-sung then inquires if he can briefly bring up a few issues he faced before signing on. She happily agrees, eager to lend an ear. First off, the crucial data about the magic stones he collected and then sold was mysteriously transferred directly to the Siwa Guild. Those persistent guys even somehow had access to his precise location. Right while he was out hunting, Lee assures him she'll take full charge of those troubling incidents, while also diligently managing the current situation, with every intention of delivering a severe, well-deserved punishment to that guild. But our hero shrewdly observes that she doesn't seem the least bit surprised by his words. He mentions this has actually been happening for quite a while now, and if she had her way, that guild would already be history. Now, deftly changing the subject, Lee reveals they'll also be arranging his housing accommodations. Choi Han-sung confidently states that's no problem, as he doesn't usually hunt or settle down in one single place for very long anyway. But his leader states that, surprisingly, that times is indeed a minor issue. Maybe it's precisely because of the emergency support work. She explains they absolutely need to organize their personnel effectively. Lee requests that Choi Han-sung, at a minimum, inform her whenever he heads into a dungeon. This way, she can assign him tasks conveniently close by. Following that, she gives him a company card, intended to cover all times his expenses. Choi Han-sung instantly guesses that this times isn't normal either. Lee warns that if word gets out about this, a storm of protests will erupt, accusing him of favoritism. Officially, he'll be categorized as someone frequently and discreetly reassigned. Our hero expresses his profound gratitude, but his leader quickly adds that she expects nothing less than his absolute best to ensure he renews his contract in 2 years. Her words, though sweet, land with a potent emotional impact. Later, back at the association building, the custom-tailored jacket fits our hero like a second skin. Lee presents him with a sleek card, officially designating him as a full-fledged member of the organization. He now wields the authority to conduct surveillance and possesses the formidable skills to fulfill his duties. This new status should iron out quite a few past complications. Our hero, eager to begin, asks if he's cleared to leave immediately. Lee confirms, but casually mentions that, during his time off, he might be summoned for emergency support, though she assures him that's incredibly rare. Choi Han-sung then pops up with his final, burning questions. Specifically, when will his signing bonus hit his account? Lee casually replies, it's already been deposited. Lee, ever perceptive, surmises he needed some quick cash. Our protagonist reveals he plans to splurge on some skill books. His leader excitedly tells him the association actually has a private stock, and she's willing to take him there right this instant. Our hero, consumed by his newfound purpose, can't stop contemplating just how absolutely crucial it is for him to get stronger. So, he's determined to invest his entire times bonus into acquiring new skills. Choi Han-sung, however, quickly notices there aren't as many as he anticipated. Lee explains that it's because these particular skill books are incredibly difficult to procure. Their supply is astonishingly low compared to the overwhelming demand, so they vanish from shelves incredibly fast. Not to mention, the auction market is actually far more expansive than the association's limited stock. Choi Han-sung, surprisingly, finds the skill book market system quite fascinating. Lee, however, cautiously asks if he's truly certain about acquiring so many. What if they turn out to be ineffective for him? But our protagonist confidently declares that for nearly any times of them could prove incredibly useful one day, especially now that his coveted immortality passive skill has just dramatically leveled up to the prestigious unique rare rank. Lee then announces her immediate tasks are officially completed. This sleek vehicle is fully insured, and our protagonist can now treat it as his very own personal car. Choi Han-sung bids farewell to his boss in the president's office. The president, watching him leave, can only lament that 2 years feels far too brief. Lee then asks if he truly regrets not securing that lifetime contract. The president hesitantly admits he does, He wanted our protagonist locked in for as long as possible, you see. But Lee Times swiftly Times reminds him that Times he Times was the one focused on saving money back then. A Times Tad Times offended, the president Times asserts asterisk. He would Times never Times exploit anyone, simply because of a lifetime clause. He even Times generously Times improved the contract. But Lee Times sharply Times retorts that he Times did Times exploit her at the beginning. She Times then Times points out, he Times, never Times, would have improved the conditions, if she hadn't Times bravely Times spoken up, and in her opinion, Choi Hyun-seom was Times totally Times right to set a time limit. The president Times quickly, Times argues, the circumstances were Times wildly Times different back then. He Times only Times learned about her unique skills Times from Times her. But that's Times exactly Times why Lee Times argued asterisk. She should be treated Times much Times better. But the president Times swiftly Times refutes her, asterisk, insisting Times that she Times is Times treated well. They'd Times only Times accepted those terms because of Times her asterisk. If it had been Times, solely Times up to him, they would have Times coerced, Times the boy to sign the contract. By offering 100 billion, Lee Times then, Times counters that. On the other hand, if Times that Times had happened, the information would have Times, surely Times leaked, far beyond the country's borders. The president Times then Times claims Times she's, Times the one who threatened him, saying, she'd leaked the Times, damning Times details to foreign player associations. But the team leader Times swiftly Times corrects him, she Times only Times said the odds would Times merely Times increase, nothing more. Though Times clearly asterisk, the president isn't buying it. She Times teasingly Times says he knows her Times so incredibly well, asterisk. He Times probably Times knows Times exactly Times what she's thinking right now. The president Times bluntly Times says he Times doesn't Times know. So the girl Times boldly Times states she wants a 2-year contract too. Of course, that's Times absolutely Times impossible. Frankly, the president would have done Times absolutely anything asterisk to get Choi Hyun-song to sign that lifetime deal. If she hadn't Times dared Times to interfere. Lee Times then Times calls him a villain Times right to his face, asterisk. The president Times swiftly, Times defends himself, saying he's Times only Times protecting the nation. And there's Times nothing Times wrong with wanting someone to be in the association Times forever asterisk. But the leader Times firmly Times states that, from a Times individual's Times point of view, asterisk no one Times would want that. He even wonders what Sydney committed in a past life to deserve this. And now he's stuck with her. Lee immediately demands to cancel her own contract. The answer, of course, is a resounding no. Baffled, she simply walks right out of the room. The president quickly asks, "Where are you going?" And she casually replies, "To work." Now, for Korti Khan, he swiftly transfers 1 billion won to his mother, hoping to cover his father's, and the household's expenses too, for a full decade. No less. Our hero, determined not to look foolish. So he shrewdly buys only one skill book, for each regeneration type. His grand ambition, to evolve his immortality. Our hero heads to a quiet spot to check the online store. Once there, he spots a skill book that drastically increases passive recovery. Just like his immortality skill, this one is also rare ranked. Even if it isn't absorbed, there's no problem in buying it whatsoever. It's explained that passives are always intrinsically tied to active skills, and while active ones can be duds, left completely unused. Our hero, however, plans to buy only items that are rare, rank or even higher. Choi Han-sung says he's used almost the ideal amount. Now, it's time for him to spend some serious points. Our protagonist absolutely Times crushed it Times with sales today. His video games and laptops are incredibly popular. He also managed to sell some perfume, makeup, and a few watches too. But he already suspected one crucial thing. The undisputed best-selling item is the battery. Our hero heads to a second-hand electronics store. When he enters, all the staff immediately bow to him. Choi Kwan-sung immediately asks about the camping batteries. The employees confirm they've charged them all. Our hero is grateful, but he has a tiny question. He wants to know if, next time, they can sell the same impressive amount of batteries, fully charged again. The vendor assures him they absolutely can. And what's more, he's earned a fantastic discount from his point accumulation. Choi Hyun-sung thanks them before heading out. Later, as night descends, our protagonist takes another serious look at the shop. He remembers the brutal last fight he was in. So, with grim resolve, he decides to go all in. Choi Han-sung is ready to splash out around 3 billion won. Potions alone will cost a staggering 5 billion won, with the truly rare ones demanding a hefty 10 million each. To skyrocket his attributes to an impressive 200, he's looking at a hefty investment of about 5 billion won. Choi Han-sung dives right into his shopping spree, and since these attribute boosts ripple through all his abilities, the transformation is immediately palpable. With his remaining 5 billion won, he's set to elevate his immortality passive to the legendary rare level. After leveling up once more, his immortality passive completely sheds its slow regeneration effect. It's now theoretically functioning at full power. So, he grabs his blade, eager to put it to the test. He slices his own finger and bam! The wound vanishes instantly. Just moments later, Lee gives him a call. Choi Han-sung answers, ready to speak with his superior. She tells him that she filed a police report against the SEO executives, and with all the overwhelming evidence they had, they've officially been arrested. Our protagonist breathes a huge sigh of relief upon hearing this, as he absolutely did not want to deal with those guys ever again. But Lee reveals a twist. The Guild has powerful connections within the police force. Surprisingly, though, they didn't interfere. Instead, they're actively cooperating, all because of an explosive internal faction conflict. Apparently, get this, the Guildmaster is actually working times with the police, helping them arrest the vice leader. Our hero then asks, what happened to the man who threatened him into signing the contract? Lee confirms. An arrest warrant was issued for him too, and the guild leader who attacked him completely spilled the beans, exposing all his nefarious activities, including everyone who helped him within the guild. The vice president himself is among them. Lee then tells him to turn on the TV. Choi Han-sung flips to the news, and sure enough, they're already discussing the shocking guild case. It's being treated as a massive, full-blown scandal. The news reveals Siwon hired people to commit murder, and that the vice leader has already been summarily removed from his position. On top of that, they've been aiding dangerous fugitives. Choi Han-sung confirms he's watching the broadcast, and it's clear the vice leader won't be getting off easy this time. Even those who supported him are now swiftly turning their backs. Our protagonist thanks her warmly for all her incredible support, but Lee, speaking up, declares she deeply regrets not handling it much sooner. Choi Han-sung, quick to respond, offers a grand dinner as a token of his apology and compensation. But she shoots back, asserting that empty words simply hold no weight. Yet, to her surprise, he wasn't just joking around. His leader instructs him firmly, go set it up and let her know. With a final word, they bid their goodbyes. Our protagonist brings the call to a close, hanging up the phone. For a brief moment, he drifts off, lost in thought. And then, with a jolt, the boy recalls his vital mission: to acquire more skill books. Our hero yearns. When will something finally shift in my life? This one, he realizes, is his very last book. After meticulously offering nearly every recovery-type skill imaginable, all to push the rank of his ability higher, he hopes, with all his might, that this time something will indeed change. And this time, miraculously, it works. Choi Han-sung lets out a triumphant cheer of pure celebration. He's finally ranked up! What an incredible feat! And now, just for starters, he's achieved the formidable unique heroic level. Now, he can only be defeated. If both his head and heart are utterly obliterated, his critical weakness has just been drastically reduced. Plus, this incredible ability can still evolve even further, but it's almost terrifying to even ponder just how much time and immense resources it will demand to reach legendary rank. That's enough for today, he thinks. Time to finally get some sleep. Tomorrow, a new challenge awaits. Our hero dives headfirst into his very first emergency support shift. Troy Consum, ready for action, arrives at the designated location. He's even feeling a flicker of nervousness, just a little. The team immediately asks, "Are you the one on duty today?" The room is absolutely packed with a multitude of other players. Our protagonist confirms with a firm, "Yes, that's me. This shift is all mine." Some of the players eye him cautiously, a hint of suspicion in their gaze. One of them presses further, asking again if he's truly the assigned one. And again, Choi Hansen confirms it without hesitation. Then, our hero admits, "I'm new around here." And the guy's face lights up with genuine happiness about that. He's been practically begging for a rookie to join for ages, and he finally got one. His name is Siyu Tekel. Our hero then introduces himself in return. After a quick handshake, Siva eagerly starts showing him the ropes. And Siva seems absolutely buzzing with excitement, but the girl who's with him doesn't seem to share the same enthusiastic energy at all. Together, they make their way to the 7th outpost. Siva offers him a place to stay right there, because Choi Hyun-sung was assigned to the dungeons below level 100. he'll be heading out with Soo-young, a feisty 5-year-old. And she's nearly caught up to our hero's power level, who's rapidly approaching level 100 himself. Our hero secretly hopes these two will hit it off, but she reluctantly, barely, gives her consent. Seo immediately scolds the girl for her rude behavior. The girl retorts that he's clearly younger than her, so she's simply being informal. Then, Soo-young asks the protagonist if he's upset. Choi Hyun-sung has already figured out her crush on Seo. It's Seo who apologizes first, but Soo-young doesn't even bother to ask what's happening. Like a true gentleman, the protagonist calmly states he wasn't offended, but Choi Hyun-sung mentions he's absolutely not times younger than her. He's 27, he declares, surprising Seo, who exclaims he looks way younger. Soo-young feels a little awkward and apologizes. Choi Hyun-sung simply says, "It's fine," but the girl immediately takes her leave. Then, Seo, finally wrapping up the explanation, states that whenever a support call comes in, our protagonist will be heading out with her. He adds, he initially wanted to pair Choi Hyun-sung with someone else, but she's the only one who tackles dungeons below level 100. The protagonist confidently says, "That's no problem. Actually, what truly matters is that his attributes now match those of a level 200. So he'd be perfectly fine even going solo." This area is Choi Hyun-sung's personal corner now, meaning he can do whatever he pleases here, as long as he's always ready to jump into a shift. The lucky guy accidentally overslept, enjoying a full 4 hours of extra sleep. Having a steady salary feels absolutely fantastic to our protagonist, especially when he doesn't even have to lift a finger. He even considers taking night shifts and just sleeping. Right there, suddenly, Choi Hyun-sung notices something amiss. Soo-young appears, saying they've been called. Luckily, our protagonist was already fully prepared. The girl explains she heard a report of a monster that exceeded the dungeon's usual level. Choi Hyun-sung asks if just the two of them are enough, just them to go, and she confidently states they can handle it. After all, it's merely a level 70 werewolf, right? Appearing in a level 60 dungeon. Fortunately, no victims have been reported yet, but that's probably because the level difference is only 10. Soo-young mentions that usually she's dispatched to even lower level threats. Choi Hyun-sung speculates they were sent this time due to a critical lack of available personnel. The girl confirms this, explaining that once a player surpasses level 50, they receive a class advancement and begin venturing deeper into the dungeon. However, in those depths, security officers are absent. The issue is, players are accustomed to constant protection, so when something inevitably goes wrong, their inexperience only amplifies the chaos. Choi Hyun-sung, noticing her enthusiasm, deduces that the girl actually relishes this work. Soo-young explains they earn a bonus for dungeon entries, and since they're typically on standby, some extra cash certainly doesn't hurt. Suddenly, Shorty approaches, observing that he doesn't think this monster will be an easy fight. His partner, however, quickly tells him not to be scared. She then begins to focus intently, and her body starts to morph. The girl transforms right before his astonished eyes. Our protagonist exclaims she's turned into a cat, but she swiftly corrects him. She's a snow leopard, which, by the way, is part of the cat family. Our hero wisely decides to apologize before she gets even more exasperated. In her sleek new form, she uses her heightened sense of smell to track the creature. Soo-young warns that if our hero isn't quick, she'll leave him in the dust right after, and just like that, she takes off, rapidly gaining distance. Choi Hyun-sung remarks that she's incredibly fast. Swiftly, the girl locates the werewolf. The protagonist comments her nose is like a hunting dog's, but his partner insists she's far superior to any dog. As they close in, the wolf lets out a furious howl, ready to fight. Soo-young leaps into action and crushes the monster with a single, devastating blow. Choi Hyun-sung finds the display a bit frightening. The protagonist compliments her incredibly flexible armor, and the girl retorts that it was incredibly expensive, so it better be good. Now, they can finally head back. On the way back, Soo-young suddenly notices something. First, she distinctly hears a strange sound, but then, a new scent hits her. Another werewolf. She realizes that before the last one fell, it must have called for its pack. A whole group of monsters is now barreling straight towards them. A formidable pack of werewolves is rapidly closing in. Choi Hyun-sung asks if this kind of ambush is a regular occurrence, and his partner replies, usually no, but sometimes, yes, it does happen. She explains that if this keeps up, the dungeon's very name and level will drastically change. Our protagonist remains silent, absorbing the gravity of the situation. His partner assures him they'll report everything. Once they've thoroughly dealt with these guys, she charges forward, as he swiftly draws his wicked vampiric blade. The wolves launch a coordinated, savage attack. So Young takes one down with a single, devastating strike. Choi Hansung also handles them with surprising ease, but then one of the wolves lets out a chilling, new howl, and their behavior suddenly shifts. A completely different wolf appears, radiating power. This time, the creature is impossibly massive. This monster is easily twice the size of its pack. So Young declares she'll take on the Werewolf King herself. Choi Hansung, realizing this beast is probably around level 100, swears that this creature is around level 100. He believes she'll be absolutely fine facing it. At that very moment, our hero senses an imminent approach. Two more monsters lunge at him simultaneously, but together, they're swiftly taken down. The creatures desperately try to pin him, but their efforts are utterly useless. Choi Hansung is confident they'll wrap this up in no time. The wolves keep blindly rushing in, and he keeps striking them down with his dazzling magic, bolts of lightning. The remaining foes drop before they even grasp what happened. Once his area is cleared, our hero wonders if she's finished yet, but the two are still locked in a fierce, brutal struggle. Our protagonist then decides he needs to jump in and help. He charges forward, but the creature suddenly roars at him. A mysterious magical effect is instantly triggered, and the mighty werewolf vanishes before his very eyes. The monster then attacks with everything it's got, landing a devastating direct hit on his partner, delivering a horrifying, deep slash. Then the beast seizes her by the neck with its razor-sharp fangs. Choi Hansung instantly launches a fiery missile, but tragically, he misses his target. The girl now appears utterly unconscious, limp in its grasp. Choi Hansung furiously rushes in to strike it from behind, but suddenly, Su-young is violently thrown right into his arms. Our hero is immediately gripped by worry for his fallen partner. He instantly begins channeling powerful healing magic into her. Choi Hansung suddenly remembers the potent potion he acquired earlier. Just at that critical moment, the fearsome Werewolf King lunges, attacking him from behind. But instead of a hit, its wicked claws just slash through air. Our protagonist admits the creature's cunning strategy. This beast could have crushed them the entire time, but it was patiently waiting for our hero to let his guard drop, just for a moment. The other wolves were merely a distraction, sent to buy time. The beast lets out a chilling laugh, proving it all true. The monster then lunges again, but it narrowly misses. Choi Hansung swiftly counterattacks. They both launch into an exchange of incredibly rapid blows. The final strike sends the wolf recoiling far backward, but it instantly leaps, vanishing from sight once more. Choi Hansung already has a chilling idea of where it's headed. The werewolf attempts to ambush the unconscious girl, but before it can, it's met with a thunderous kick to the face. It's sent flying far away. Choi Hansung arrived just in the nick of time. The king lets out a mighty howl, summoning his followers once more, and our protagonist finds himself completely surrounded. It's undoubtedly a dire, tough situation, but it also perfectly plays into our hero's favor. Our hero no longer needs to hold anything back. He activates the magical missile, the flame spell, and the ice spell. The monstrous pack charges furiously at him. Meanwhile, Choi Hansung also summons a gleaming spear and a blazing fireball. All that raw, explosive energy concentrates at one single point. Choi Hansung then waves goodbye to them all. A colossal blast of energy sends everyone soaring through the air. Then, a devastating rain of magical energy plummets from the sky. The monsters are utterly pierced through by its might. The creatures are relentlessly struck from every conceivable direction. The devastating effect finally fades. And judging by the incredible results, our hero decides he won't need to burn all his skill points in one go. Choi Hansung refocuses his potent energy into his gleaming blade. He unleashes another furious rain of magic upon his enemies. The Werewolf King desperately tries to flee for its very life. Our hero admits the creature is surprisingly skilled at dodging, but let's see if it can handle a unique skill. Suddenly, a towering wall of ice forms directly in front of the creature. The monster begins to grasp the truly tough spot it's now in. This time, its attempt to consume seemed painfully slow. His magic festival returns. Get ready for a downpour on the enemy. The fearsome Werewolf King finds himself cornered. Spells rain down, and the monster has absolutely no options left. A sudden, devastating attack comes to reap its very life. The creature is utterly obliterated from the face of the earth. Choi Hansung, our hero, swiftly opens his portal, and he collects every single item the Werewolf King dropped. But the most curious find of all? He discovers a heart. As a rare item, our hero quickly decides to check what it does. According to its cryptic description, it allows him to transform into a powerful werewolf for a full 60 minutes, boosting all attributes by a massive 30%. But afterward, attributes are permanently dropped by a harsh 10%. Choi Han-song, naturally, is more than a little surprised by what this heart can do. Yet, he believes the penalty is simply too steep to risk. Still, before he can ponder anything else, he absolutely needs to get out of this place. Choi Han-song is now sitting right beside Soo-young. When the rest of the team arrives, Soo-young asks about her condition. He reassures them that her external wounds are healed, but just to be absolutely safe, she should still go to a hospital. Soo-young thanks our hero, saying, if it weren't for Choi Han-song, things would have undoubtedly turned out much, much worse. The protagonist humbly says he was just doing his job. Now that it's all done, he's heading out after everything is settled. Soo-young personally thanks Choi Han-song again, but he definitely wasn't expecting to see her times there asterisk. A little awkwardly, he repeats he was just doing his job. But what truly catches his sharp attention is that the same people are here as yesterday. Choi explains that after they handled the urgent situation, everyone decided to return to base and get some well-deserved rest. And apparently, our hero did exactly the same. Choi Han-song reveals he prefers resting at the base, because that way, even sleep gets paid. Seok admits that when he first saw our hero, he genuinely thought he was just some spoiled, arrogant rich kid, all because of his incredibly rare equipment that cost a fortune. The protagonist explains that before his awakening, he was merely a construction laborer. He was, in fact, going through an incredibly rough time. Our hero reveals he had to work tirelessly because of his father's failing health. His entire family went through immense hardship just to get by. Seok then comes clean, and finally says, he received a very unofficial order to keep a close eye on the protagonist. And that's precisely why he initially assumed Choi Han-song was just some pampered, privileged rich kid. Our protagonist can't help but chuckle at the irony of being mistaken for someone born with a silver spoon. Then, out of the blue, Choi Han-song suddenly declares that Lee is likely the one truly looking out for him, totally catching his colleague completely off guard. He then reveals she was the very person who personally recruited him into the association, a detail that immediately confirms to Seo that the protagonist is truly held to incredibly high expectations, especially since it was none other than the captain herself who personally recruited him. As the evening draws to a close and night truly falls, our hero decides to quickly restock his supplies before heading to bed. Soo-young, seizing the perfect opportunity, then calls out to him, and this time, she's actually there to apologize, but our protagonist is left utterly confused, not even knowing why. She then begins to earnestly explain her reasons, how her mistaken assumptions led her to treat her colleague so rudely, and completely without any real reason. Thus, she's finally offering her heartfelt apology. Choi Han-song, still a bit bewildered, then asks what she was even thinking. Soo-young admits she simply had the entirely wrong idea, all because of a previous colleague she had worked with in the past. Our protagonist, now deeply intrigued, becomes eager to know more. It turns out it was all due to a certain superior's troublesome child within the very same association, and they ended up hurting so many innocent people without any real reason. Yet, the truly responsible individual walked away completely unscathed, while all the other members were forced to unfairly take the blame for the entire incident. From that moment on, she realized she absolutely needed to take much firmer actions. Choi Han-song reassures her, stating he's completely fine now. He genuinely wasn't even that bothered by it, honestly. Once again, she sincerely thanks him for his understanding, and our hero can't help but think this girl is genuinely very kind. Suddenly, Choi Han-song remembers something else entirely. He mentions that he has a rather important question, but reassures her it's perfectly fine if she doesn't want to answer. He stresses that he'll absolutely understand. But the girl, without a moment's hesitation, quickly says she'll share whatever she can. Soo-young earnestly tells him he's absolutely free to ask. It's just the incredibly honest and open kind of person she truly is. Choi Han-song now clearly thinks she's such an incredibly innocent girl. He warns her that his question might be a little difficult for her to hear, as it directly has to do with her unique ability. Soo-young simply states she had already figured it would be about that, and then proceeds to spend the next few minutes thoroughly explaining it to him. According to her detailed explanation, the incredible ability is officially called Beast Transformation, and when it's fully activated, it massively boosts her physical strength, her incredible dexterity and vitality, transforming her into both a formidable tank and a fierce warrior. Her one true weakness, however, is a low resistance to magic. But even so, she didn't feel the need to disclose any of this to Choi Hyun-sung. A week later, things are running incredibly smoothly. Our hero hasn't encountered any more alarming incidents. While the very first day was undeniably hectic, everything quickly settled down into a calm rhythm. In fact, things have become almost boring times now. His overall popularity might have seen a slight dip in sales, but batteries and electronics are still flying off the shelves. With this success, maybe he'll soon be able to snag another heroic rank skill. Meanwhile, Kuroi Kusanagi decides to embark on a little hunting expedition, aiming to rack up some valuable points. At the portal, an employee requests to see our protagonist's registration. He asks for just a moment, then promptly hands over his card. The employee is utterly startled when he sees it's from the emergency surveillance team. He then quickly wishes our hero a truly good hunt. Deep within the dungeon, our protagonist stands poised before a horde of small, menacing monsters. He then triumphantly summons a raging firestorm. A colossal blaze bursts forth from his hand, utterly wiping out the creatures in its path. What an incredible addition to his ever-growing arsenal. Just as expected from a rare rank area skill, it becomes even more potent when paired with his shield, which is of course of the very same level. Perhaps it won't be quite as reliable in higher level areas, but in these times dungeons, it's pretty much utterly broken. Suddenly, his shield and arm are viciously slashed. A mysterious stranger compliments our protagonist's incredible awareness. Choi Hyun-sung demands to know who he is. The man seems slightly surprised not to be instantly recognized, but believing it will only make things far more interesting, he decides to finally reveal his true identity. He is Jung Sung-woo, formerly known as the notorious vice leader of Suum. The assassin declares that, in a twisted way, he's enacting his revenge. Because there's truly only one person Jung can truly unleash his pent-up anger upon, and that person is none other than Choi Hyun-sung. Our hero furiously yells, demanding if Jung truly believes he'll ever get away with this. But the former vice leader coolly explains that shouting, unfortunately, won't help him now. He's activated a powerful item that completely blocks. He's keenly aware of every sight and sound in the area. And what's more, he's deliberately wearing subpar armor to throw off suspicion, making him seem like nothing more than a greenhorn newbie, someone who hasn't even scratched level 50 yet. Jung fabricated an identity, but he couldn't care less. His ultimate plan, to escape the country by day's end, and he'll be using a counterfeit passport to pull it off. Jung calmly states, he even contemplated a full-on attack on the protagonist's family. He understands the crushing feeling of losing absolutely everything, but alas, they were too heavily guarded. Choi Han-sung boils with fury upon hearing this. Jung nonchalantly claims he could have dispatched the guards too, but that would have made escaping Korea far more difficult. So, he came directly for Choi Han-sung. Here, in this dungeon, if the body vanishes without a trace, it'll take ages for anyone to even notice. In the midst of this, Jung suddenly notices something critical. A shocking realization dawns on him. The protagonist's recovery speed is unbelievably rapid. Jung retorts he'd already picked up on that. He was simply biding his time, playing a waiting game. But he refuses to believe he could possibly lose this fight. Choi Han-sung then grasps the terrifying possibility of his own demise. Both combatants clash their blades in a fierce mid-air collision. Our protagonist is violently flung backward. Jung admits, clearly surprised, he didn't expect to be blocked. His intent was to sever one of our hero's arms, ensuring he wouldn't regenerate ever again. Choi Han-sung swiftly opens his dimensional portal, snatching out the pulsating werewolf's heart. Jung instantly recognizes it. A potent transformation item, but he merely scoffs at it. Choi Han-sung rapidly transforms, and the former vice leader begrudgingly acknowledges that his stats skyrocket. But then, unexpectedly, the transformed wolf suddenly turns and bolts in the opposite direction. Then he leaps onto the wall, charging up a powerful fire spell, unleashing an explosive burst right where Jung had been standing. The dense smoke now obscures his view of what transpired. But suddenly, his relentless pursuer materializes right behind him. Jung taunts our hero, asking if he truly believed he could escape. The former vice leader lunges and seizes him from behind. But just before he can deliver the fatal stab, Choi Han-sung, with a burst of strength, manages to shove him away. Once more, our protagonist conjures a searing fireball into existence, and brandishes it, a fiery threat against his foe. With a mere, swift movement, Jung effortlessly dodges the spell, but Choi Han-sung seizes that split-second opportunity to leap onto him. Jung intercepts the attack with a clang of his blade, and unbelievably, he even seems to be enjoying himself. Choi Han-sung starts to wonder if this insane feat might actually be possible. Jung swiftly sidesteps with astonishing speed, then unleashes a furious flurry of sword strikes, right onto the wolf's back. But the wolf quickly pivots, intent on crushing him, only to find absolutely no one there. Johnny admits that our protagonist is undeniably impressive, but then he asks Choi Han-sung if he happens to know his nickname. With a surge, his sword crackles, charged with raw electricity. Jung declares he was once known as the legendary Lightning Blade. The ex-vice leader dramatically lifts his hand and hurls a searing bolt of lightning straight at our protagonist. The shock instantly paralyzes him. Then, he seizes this golden opportunity to fulfill his chilling promise. Jung proclaims, if Choi Kun-san had acquired him from the very beginning, he would have utilized his talents to the absolute fullest. For a power like that, even 100 billion retrillions would not have been a single waste. The wolf recovers, roaring as it turns to attack, but it takes another devastating hit and collapses once more. His heels are mercilessly slashed. John takes a shot and demands to know how our hero possibly managed to break the legendary 20-level rule, or at the very least, how he became so incredibly strong, so incredibly fast. Choi Han-sung, enraged, screams at him to just shut up, but John promises to spare his life if he just reveals the secret. Of course, our protagonist doesn't believe a word of it. So, the ex-vice leader makes another chilling promise, to grant him a painless death that he might actually believe. Then, Jung begins mercilessly cutting Choi Han-sung again. Apparently, his regeneration isn't holding up well under these brutal conditions. In fact, it's looking pretty dire for him. He might just stay like this forever, especially when facing a rookie like this one. Choi Han-sung is writhing in extreme, unbearable pain. He even starts to desperately consider confessing, begging for this torment to finally end. John continues slashing, relentlessly, without stopping. Suddenly, he understands that this guy wasn't just being vengeful after all. Shorty rushes up, screaming for him to just end his miserable life already, because he's clearly not going to say anything. John agrees, realizing he won't get anything else out of him. Since he'll need time to be fully free from the body, he decides the following: to grant him a swift, decisive end. Just like he asked, Jung then delivers the devastating final blow. Now, he just needs to be free of the other lingering parts too. But then, everything goes terribly wrong. A chilling hand rips right through him. He can't even comprehend what just happened. Jung falls, lifeless, while Choi Kun-sung is dragged away, until he finally retrieves his missing part and snaps it perfectly back into place. Apparently, Jum is still somehow breathing, but only to be utterly shocked by what he's seeing next. His final, horrifying vision, Choi Kun-sung, still very much alive. The barrier shatters, collapsing along with Jum, and our hero returns completely to normal. Choi Han-sung, now himself again, never imagined being moved around without his head. Now, he wonders what to do with Jum's body. He decides it's best, if no one ever knows what truly happened, not even the formidable player association. Choi Han-sung believes that if this becomes public, others will gravely question his true skill level. Our protagonist activates a blazing fireball. There's no reason to reveal his secret, right? Choi Han-sung then burns the body of Siwon's former vice leader to ash. Suddenly, mana begins to intensely gather. Apparently, not only monsters can trigger this phenomenon. A brand new skill book forms from the surging energy. Our hero eagerly walks over and picks it up. The powerful spell is called Lightning Breath, with incredible bonuses like paralyzing enemies and creating a devastating electric field around the user. Best of all, it has absolutely no cooldown time. After swiftly learning the new technique, Choi Kun-sung immediately activates the power to test it out. Instantly, his entire body becomes supercharged with energy. Our protagonist summons a magic missile and blows up a boulder. His magic is much, much stronger now. His entire power level has completely changed. On his dazzling status screen, it shows all his stats increased by an astonishing plus 127. He also unlocks a new title for defeating a player 100 levels above him. But wait, there's more. Another incredible achievement pops up for beating someone 200 levels above his own. This time, for defeating someone 300 levels above. Our protagonist wonders if now he could easily beat Injung. Choi Han-sung wants to become even stronger, but he has to put his range skills aside. While Lightning Breath is currently active, meanwhile, in the online store, a conversation begins where a buyer feeling utterly swindled by the exorbitant battery prices. He bands together with others who share his outrage. Together, they orchestrate a massive boycott a month later. Meanwhile, Choi Han-sung meticulously scrutinizes his store's offerings. He's torn, trying to choose between two crucial items. One is a remarkable skill, granting him the power to sense the energy of all living beings, alongside any lurking dangers nearby. The other, a potent ability, converts all his magic into vampiric energy, letting him drain the very life from his foes. Our protagonist, however, can only afford one of these incredible powers. Unfortunately, combined, their price tag soars past 60 billion. Choi Kun-sung wisely decides to ponder his decision a little longer, granting himself another day to contemplate. Our hero then stretches out, grabbing the TV remote. He's absolutely determined to enjoy his much-deserved day off. It seems he's engrossed in a hot new series about powerful players. Choi Kun-sung finds himself thoroughly entertained, watching TV in blissful peace. This series, it turns out, was actually produced for the 20th anniversary of the Great Capture. Our protagonist vividly recalls that tumultuous era. On that particular day, everyone was on edge, on high alert, fearing another catastrophic incident. But just like the 10th anniversary, absolutely nothing happened. So, certain reporters decided to sensationalize, spreading fake news, claiming the number of dangerous dungeons was mysteriously decreasing, which, of course, ignited a massive online argument. Back in the drama, the leading lady confesses her profound love to the guildmaster. But Choi Han-sung, distracted, finds his mind drifting back to which incredible power he should acquire. Suddenly, he feels a powerful, jarring tremor. Our hero is utterly bewildered by the sudden upheaval. Moments later, a chilling scream slices through the air. A terrifying portal rips open right in the heart of the city, unleashing hordes of monsters to attack innocent people. Ferocious orcs are brutally taking over the streets. People scatter, screaming in terror. But Choi Han-sung, he heroically leaps right out of his bedroom window to save them. A young girl is about to be seized by a monster, but our quick-thinking protagonist swoops in and saves her just in time. Choi Han-sung ignites, burning and slashing with furious resolve, attacking every monstrous creature he sees before him. The terrified citizens watch in awe and horror. From the ominous portal, even more orcs relentlessly pour forth. Without a moment's hesitation, Choi Han-sung unleashes a devastating flaming tornado, utterly annihilating that entire group of grotesque monsters. But hold on tight, this battle is far from over. Monsters are closing in, far too close to the civilians. Hordes of monsters just keep pouring in. The attacks on the people are absolutely relentless. Then, a powerful player suddenly appears. A group swiftly arrives to aid those in danger. This player declares he'll leave this portal to Choi Kun-sung, our incredible hero. Thanks him, as an emergency siren suddenly blares, announcing that martial law has been declared. Amidst all this chaos, a child cries out, "Alone." The military forces also surge forward to help. In that critical moment, the head of the association issues a new decree. He will mobilize every single player in the country. The images of widespread destruction are catastrophic. Right in the middle of it all, Choi Han-sung gets an urgent call from Li Shuai. She demands to know his exact location. Our protagonist explains he's dealing with an orc portal that ripped open right on the street. His leader then promptly asks for a report, and he reports the monsters so far are weak, and other players are helping manage the situation. She then names him the acting commander. Once the situation stabilizes, the order is to bring all players directly to Namyang Station. There's another portal open there, and very few people are handling it. Additionally, Lee says our hero's family is safe. Apparently, they went to a bomb shelter with other families. Choi Kun-sung thanks her for her genuine concern. Now she wants him to give this fight everything he's got. And that's exactly what he'll do. Shortly after, Choi Kun-sung declares he doesn't have time to overthink it. The skill they'll choose is Vampire Mastery, which cost a staggering nearly 30 billion. So, quickly Glenn, this problem, then head to the station. Our protagonist summons a blazing wall of fire. In mere seconds, the orcs are utterly incinerated. Choi Han-sung pulls a microphone from his portal. Our hero loudly announces he's from the association too. So he's trying to talk to the other players, but the chaos is utterly overwhelming. Apparently, regrouping them will be very difficult. Choi Kun-sung then declares he'll leave some players here to guard the portal, and the rest will go with him to the station. Just like that, the train station crisis is swiftly resolved, and our protagonist simply reiterates his prior command. Suddenly, one player poses a crucial question. He's desperate to know just how many portals have actually appeared. The exact number, however, remains shrouded in mystery. Yet, terrifying reports confirm their emergence, spreading like wildfire across the entire country. the sheer dread. This revelation brings is etched clearly on every single face, and that palpable fear deeply troubles our hero. Near Namyang Station, terrifying new creatures suddenly burst forth, unleashing their fury upon innocent civilians. Humanity finds itself, once more, under a monstrous assault. One of the towering creatures, standing its vigilant guard, doesn't even register the attack heading straight for it. It's hurled violently away. Before the beast can even regain its senses, it's decisively dispatched with a brutal axe strike. But this player keenly realizes he's in an incredibly dire situation. An endless stream of monsters continues to pour out of the portal. Two other players voice their mounting concern over the incoming reinforcements, just as a colossal blaze erupts and charges right toward them, incinerating every single monster in its devastating path. This scorching wall of fire is absolutely immense. Our hero quickly checks in, asking the girls if they're alright. Now that powerful reinforcements have finally burst onto the scene, thanks to this, the other players erupt in joyous celebration, relieved that they are no longer fighting this battle all by themselves. One of his men mentions that this particular region is rather challenging, given the severe lack of available dungeons here, which means only a handful of players are present in the entire city. Choi Kun-sung swiftly tells him to put that thought aside, and instead, concentrate entirely on aiding the struggling populace. Then, abruptly, a terrifying roar rips through the air. A brand new, fearsome creature erupts from the portal, and this time, our protagonist finds himself genuinely concerned. Judging solely by its immense size, this monster is clearly far more powerful than any of the others. And Choi Kun-sung realizes he must finish this fight with extreme haste. Our protagonist hurls a blazing fire spear directly at it, then, with incredible agility, he leaps onto the colossal monster. Yet, both their initial strikes somehow completely miss their mark. Still, our hero doesn't perceive the creature as that times formidable. After all that, with one decisive, powerful blow, he swiftly brings the intense battle to a resounding end. But then, even more deafening roars erupt from the ominous portal. That monstrous creature wasn't actually a boss after all. It was merely an evolved, terrifyingly potent creature. And now, multiple times similar beasts are starting to emerge. Choi Kun-sung immediately summons a devastating flaming tornado. But this time, to his shock, it utterly fails to take effect. The creature's fire resistance proves to be astronomically high. Our hero summons his trusty shield. Then, with fierce determination, he charges headlong. He immediately dives in, tearing through the horde, slashing down the creatures with old-school ferocity. For a split second, Choi Kun-sung is distracted by a phantom spear, one that isn't actually there. That's when a monster seizes his arm, then his legs, leaving him utterly ensnared. A real spear rockets straight for his face, causing an explosion. Choi Kun-sung is alive, but barely, now frozen solid under the ice's chilling effect. The creature before him is colossal, a truly massive foe, far more potent than any other. Our protagonist deduces this must be the dreaded Lizardman King, so he drops his shield, keeping only his gleaming sword. The monstrous king conjures a flurry of deadly ice spears, spells that hurtle toward our hero. He dashes frantically to avoid their icy impact. At the very same moment, other monsters launch their attacks. One charging ahead is instantly sliced down, but right behind its falling body, a hidden spear waits. Choi Kun-sung conjures a blazing fire shield to protect himself, then leaps onto the boss itself. The boss unleashes a devastating, close-range breath attack. The magic is incredibly potent, utterly devastating. Choi Kun-sung knows he cannot afford to save mana now, so he activates lightning breath immediately after. He vanishes in a flash, like a bolt of pure lightning. But somehow, the mighty boss manages to defend against his strike. More lizardmen rush in, eager to assist their king. Choi Kun-sung must hold them off, no matter the cost. Not many players could ever hope to fight a monster of this caliber. He truly fears what could happen to the others. The creatures completely surround him, poised to attack all at once. Yet, on the other hand, it's a relief to know he's the main focus of the battle. Choi Kun-sung unleashes a blinding lightning attack, electrifying everyone around him, paralyzing them instantly. They are all utterly obliterated. Each and every one falls with a single, devastating hit. An hour later, the other players are absolutely speechless. Now, only the mighty king remains. It's time to finish this, once and for all. The monstrous king charges forward, utterly fearless. Choi Kun-sung bravely leaps onto him. Amazingly, he still gets a scratch in. The king then teleports and appears right behind him. Our protagonist swiftly counters the attack, slashing the monster's face with precision. The colossal creature drops to its knees, utterly lifeless. Our hero, Choi Hunsung, is utterly spent, completely out of juice. With a shimmer, the monster's body dissolves into pure mana. All he craves now is a well-deserved reward for his incredible efforts. And just like that, the swirling mana condenses into a gleaming skill book. Talk about luck! It's a coveted rare rank skill book. This incredible power grants him the ability to unleash a devastating freezing breath. Our protagonist wisely decides to save learning this potent skill for later. Meanwhile, other heroes are fiercely working to help people retreat to safety. Choi Hunsung's, his life force and mana are slowly, but surely, beginning to normalize. But he's still utterly exhausted when, suddenly, he catches the faintest sound. A figure on the ground is quickly taken down by an unseen force. The military is meticulously clearing the entire area, meticulously securing every inch of the train station. Apparently, a lone straggler was still lurking, hidden away. But it's all over now. His intense mission for today is finally complete. 3 days later, with the horrifying second catastrophe unfolding, the world's economy has completely frozen, and water, food, and electricity have become painfully scarce across Korea. Impressive defense networks were swiftly erected in all major areas, and smaller towns faced mandatory evacuation. However, this drastic measure led to a catastrophic breakdown in goods distribution, leaving industries completely crippled and unable to produce anything. Everything our protagonist had carefully listed for sale is now utterly gone, which means he's completely unable to sell a single thing right now. Growing stronger just got a whole lot tougher from here on out. It's a crucial time for humanity to recover from this devastating catastrophe, hoping shops can eventually reopen. Above the city, a helicopter soars. The pilot reports in. They've officially arrived at their target. Their strategy, to encircle the outermost regions first, then gradually, relentlessly, shrink the perimeter inward. Other players are already gearing up, preparing for their swift descent. Choi Hunsung asks his team if they're perfectly familiar with their designated zones, and with a confident shout, the team confirms they are. Each elite group will operate under a designated leader's command. And leading the charge, the very first to dive in, is Choi Hunsung himself. Suddenly, massive, terrifying creatures begin pouring out of the portal. Our protagonist, in a thrilling freefall, descends rapidly. He plummets downward, bringing with him an inferno, a literal wall of fire. The newly arrived creatures are instantly, mercilessly fried to a crisp. The remaining monsters meet their swift end by our hero's blades. Each terrifying foe falls with a single, devastating blow. Simultaneously, other formidable heroes storm into the epic battle. For now, the chaotic situation is brilliantly under control. Yet, another monstrous beast charges furiously out of the portal, absolutely itching to unleash utter destruction. But our hero doesn't even give it a moment's consideration. Yet, the scene shifts. Suddenly, other monsters are breaching his fiery defenses. An unsettling anomaly is definitely unfolding. But wait, the trolls are now veering off in another direction. They're clearly in full retreat. But Choi Kon-sun refuses to allow such an escape. He unleashes the formidable lightning breath. Then, a scorching flaming spear manifests. This battle has just become even more of a cakewalk for our hero. Choi Kon-sun blazes through the battlefield, a true bolt of lightning. He then unleashes a direct blast straight onto the troll's face. Our hero swiftly conjures another blazing fire spear, and launches it straight into another monster's desperate retreat. That marks the 15th troll, and apparently, the very last. Suddenly, a terrifying new entity emerges. A monster that materialized from absolutely nowhere within this area. This creature has no right to be here. Considering its staggering level of 400 or higher, the creature unleashes an earth-shattering roar of pure fury. This is, without a doubt, one of the most fearsome, highest-ranked monsters known to existence. It is none other than the legendary heroic rank Blue Dragon. Lee muses, wishing the battle would simply be over already. Already, a formidable 100 million players exist in their ranks, but only a scant 5,000 are truly high-level combatants. And to make matters worse, their vital resources are critically low. Meanwhile, the military diligently manages the zones, where waves of mid-level monsters are persistently appearing. But the ominous trend suggests that a greater number, higher-level creatures are destined to emerge, and the sparse ranks of players capable of engaging them is terrifyingly scarce. An urgent emergency report just landed. As per incoming intelligence, a new, ominous portal has ripped open directly in the capital, Lee urgently demands to know what formidable monster has appeared this time. The report reveals a monstrous herd of menacing wyverns. These are renowned heroic rank creatures, incredibly dangerous. Lee urgently requested confirmation that the TS Guild was within that region. Her team swiftly confirmed their presence. They are desperately calling out for urgent reinforcements. That guild is predominantly composed of sturdy tanks and fierce warriors. Thus, they're severely struggling against these airborne terrors. Lee swiftly inquired if any allies were nearby who could lend aid. And just in time, they pinpoint a potent group of mages in the vicinity. The leader issues the immediate order for them to rush to the aid of the other guild. And yet more reports of fresh portals are relentlessly pouring in. Fearsome Arbius are now fiercely attacking in an entirely different region. And where we once saw orcs, now, formidable ogres are also emerging. Suddenly, another alarming report screams in, a blue dragon in Osensai. Lee, however, quickly recalls that Choi Khan Sam is stationed in that very region. The frantic staff confirms his suspicion. And yes, he's the one urgently requesting reinforcements. Leave! He instantly orders that all players in that area be swiftly evacuated. The staff rushes, frantic, to broadcast this urgent news. Choi Han-sung, desperate, asks if any help is on its way. Instead, he receives a stark, immediate order to retreat. But as he's desperately making his escape, a colossal chunk of building suddenly flies off, ripped violently from its very foundations. The frantic order is repeated. Everyone must evacuate the area. But Choi Hyun-sung, steadfast and defiant, feels it's utterly wrong to leave all this behind. Then, with a deafening roar, the entire building collapses on top of him. The massive blue dragon, however, simply watches, its gaze oddly curious. Our hero, miraculously, managed to dodge just in time. But before he can recover, he's already slammed again by the monstrous creature. The giant, clawed hand crashes with devastating force into the ground. Luckily, our quick-thinking protagonist ducks and hides inside a battered house. Choi Han-sung, bewildered, finds it utterly odd that he's the only one being relentlessly chased. But as the protagonist dares to look out, he's utterly shocked. The dragon is face to face with him. Then, the colossal creature lunges in, intent on bringing everything down. Half the entire building is violently thrown into the air. It's tossed around, utterly weightless, like a mere toy. The massive creature seems to be doing nothing more than playing asterisk. Choi Kang-sung, refusing to yield, tries to counterattack. Unleashing a searing, flaming tornado, he refuses to give up. He tries once more, with fierce determination, hurling a blinding explosion directly at the monster's face. Choi Han-sung seizes this fleeting chance to retreat, desperately, but the relentless monster wastes no precious time. It comes charging at him with shocking speed. He frantically prepares a spell, conjuring a formidable ice barrier. Our protagonist, agile and quick, slides deftly beneath the barrier, barely dodging the giant's pulverizing strike. But even as he moves, he's already wondering just how long this flimsy cover will possibly hold out. Choi Han-sung has absolutely no choice left but to fight. So, with a roar of defiance, he activates his lightning breath. Our hero, however, is about to try something audacious. Right there, directly before the monster's very eyes, Choi Han-sung vanishes in a blink, then instantly reappears, delivering a powerful strike at the dragon's impenetrable scales. But it has no effect. The furious monster then lands a crushing blow on him, leaving him dazed and disoriented in an instant. But another devastating strike is already on its way. Choi Kwan-sung desperately tries to parry it with his blade, only to be mercilessly thrown backward once more. This beast's scales are impossibly thick and tough, but there has to be a weak spot somewhere. Our hero charges forward with all his might, with a very specific target now in mind. He attempts to slash at the monster's stomach once more, but it's futile, and he's almost instantly crushed. The colossal dragon doesn't even have a single scratch. The monstrous creature roars with unchecked fury, and once again, the dragon lunges to strike him down, but our hero reacts with lightning speed. Then, something truly bizarre begins to happen to our protagonist. His very electricity is being siphoned away by the dragon. All of his precious energy is rapidly being drained, but it's as if Choi Kwan-sung is directly taking the damage. To the point where he plummets from the sky. Our protagonist lies broken and battered on the ground, and when he looks up, the dragon is poised to devour him whole. Suddenly, everything fades to an oppressive darkness. Our hero finds himself trapped inside the monster's stomach. Semi-conscious, he can't believe it might truly end like this. His family, everything, depends on him. Choi Kwan-sung clings desperately to his broken sword. This time, our hero has truly hit rock bottom. With a surge of defiance, he stabs his sword deep into the creature's flesh. Then, our hero realizes something incredible is happening. His blade is being fueled, and he's slowly but surely recovering. The Immortality book has finally evolved to heroic rank. Our protagonist knows he's never been in worse shape, but he absolutely cannot stay like this. So, with grim determination, he starts eating the dragon's raw flesh. Meanwhile, on the outside, Lee receives the devastating news that Choi Kwan-sung has died. It's the intelligence members who grimly confirm it. She is utterly shell-shocked, especially since she was the one who gave the order for everyone to retreat. The problem is, Choi Kwan-sung was the one specifically tasked with sealing the portal, so when the terrifying dragon appeared, he was the closest one to it. Her subordinate explains he even tried to fall back, but he simply couldn't. Lee can barely hide her sorrow. She then asks if his family has already been informed. Unfortunately, no official note was sent yet, but there's the online casualty list. So, they grimly assume the answer is yes. Deep inside its stomach, our hero knows what must be done. The protagonist plummets from the pulsating flesh wall. For a fleeting moment, darkness claims his mind, but as his senses sharply return, a wave of relief washes over him. His health, at least, is fully restored. Now, he's ready to harness the vast, crimson tide surrounding him. With swift, precise strikes, he begins to make his first cuts. Then, he starts to ravenously absorb its raw energy. But suddenly, a profound tremor rattles his very core. The monster's gargantuan stomach is violently convulsing. To keep from being flung into the abyss, he plunges his blade deep into the resilient flesh, anchoring himself. Precariously, our hero dangles, clinging on by just one arm. He can only wonder what devastating chaos is unfolding on the outside. The mighty dragon unleashes a soul-shattering howl of pure agony. Not even the seasoned players can comprehend what's truly happening. The colossal creature abruptly erupted into a frenzy of uncontrolled thrashing. The monster's guttural screams of agony are absolutely deafening. It even smacks its colossal tail, demolishing nearby buildings. Suddenly, a player spots a massive building plummeting straight toward her. Her partner makes a desperate, last-second attempt to save her. All that's visible next is the devastating, earth-shattering impact. Troy Handsome has triumphantly found precisely what he needed. He's discovered it, the beast's colossal main artery. The protagonist leaps into action, activating his magnificent flaming blade, and with that fiery, decisive blow, he successfully severs the artery from deep within the creature's very core. The creature's agonizing scream echoes once more, reverberating all around. The protagonist clings strategically to the very edge of the artery. Now, his recovery accelerates at an unbelievable, breakneck pace. Choi Handsome seizes this perfect opportunity and unleashes a furious barrage of multiple, devastating attacks. This time, he moves with unwavering purpose, advancing swiftly on his own 2 feet, until he finally reaches the beast's very heart. Our hero wastes no time, simply plunging his blade deep into the vital organ to be sure. He makes more furious cuts until it violently explodes into countless pieces. His blade begins to greedily siphon every last drop of the creature's mana. And that's when a flurry of incredible updates floods his vision. His immortality rank immediately skyrockets, along with his formidable lightning breath, which gloriously evolves into the terrifying lightning dragon breath. This time, even the very names of his skills drastically change. On top of that, he gains a prestigious new title for hunting a monster, a beast a staggering 200 levels above his own. His vampire blade is also magnificently restored, and dramatically changes into the fearsome draconic bloodblade. Then, as if by magic, something entirely new makes its grand appearance. A brand new skill book materializes right before his very eyes. And this particular one, oh boy, grants an immense, game-changing boost to the user's physical resistance. Choi Kun-san has just unlocked another mind-blowing power. The girl standing by has absolutely no clue what just unfolded. Suddenly, the colossal blue dragon simply crumpled. First, it began to pulse with erratic flashes of light. Then, it writhed in agony, until finally, it went completely still. One of the players, utterly bewildered, couldn't help but wonder if the beast had been struck down by some unknown, deadly plague. But his friend, ever the pragmatist, flat out refuses to believe a dragon could succumb to mere illness. Then, an entirely new, mysterious presence appears precisely where the monster had been. Meanwhile, a helicopter streaks through the sky, inbound to this new location. Inside, the exhausted players, are already fantasizing about a much-needed break after this grueling hunt. But in the shadows, at the back of the cabin, there's one person who simply doesn't want to utter a single word. She's struggling to process the overwhelming events that just transpired. Lee is absolutely stunned. She just cannot believe. The association is brazenly attempting to claim a contract breach fee. One of the men quickly tells her to calm down. They argue that, aside from the young man's tragic death, they're currently facing a massive, unprecedented crisis. And that's why they want to selfishly reduce their losses. But she's utterly disgusted, questioning if they're even human at all. Lee, pushed past her breaking point, starts to lose all control. Her raw, furious energy begins to aggressively push everyone in the room. She demands to know if they would have done the same if it were her. The man, terrified, practically begs her to stop. He finally gives in, stating he'll drop the horrendous idea. That's why she's completely lost in a turmoil of her own thoughts. Suddenly, a critical emergency message urgently arrives. She sharply orders the guy to speak, to give her the report. According to the report, the colossal blue dragon is dead. One of the stunned players asks if a powerful group managed to take it down. But as far as anyone knows, and they truly know, there's absolutely no one currently available who could have pulled that off. Then, shocking reports emerge. The player who was swallowed whole is alive. He attacked the dragon viciously from the inside. Lee, her eyes blazing, demands that person's name. The man replies, the name echoing in the room. It's Choi Kun-san. In that very moment, her entire face lights up with pure, unadulterated joy. Choi Kun-san, parched, chugs an entire bottle of water in one go. He feels an immense wave of relief, now completely and miraculously healed. A kind player approaches and offers him some much-needed clothes. Just then, Choi Kun-san's eyes widen as he suddenly remembers something crucial. He quickly asks if he could possibly borrow a phone. Our protagonist desperately wants to call his worried family. The helpful soul who steps forward with a phone is, of course, the girl. Choi Kun-san takes a deep breath and finally makes the call. Someone answers the phone, their voice laced with a worried, cautious tone. Our protagonist's voice cracks as he tells his mother, "Mom, it's me, your son." A hushed silence falls as she processes the news. Then, with a trembling voice, she questions if it's real. "It's truly him!" Choi Han-sung exclaims, confirming his identity. He'd seen his name on the dreadful list of deceased players. But that was a grave error. He was perfectly fine the entire time. He quickly inquired about his beloved sister and father. However, during the call, his mother suddenly bursts into tears. Our hero gently tries to reassure her that there's no need to cry. "He really is okay," Choi Han-sung declares. "He's eating well, staying warm." His mother then chimes in, overwhelmed with relief. She's absolutely overjoyed to finally hear that he's alive. She also reveals a striking detail to him. Someone from the association had actually visited her. They offered compensation for the devastating events that transpired. The woman could barely utter a single word in explanation, only that she was profoundly sorry and felt it was her grave fault. In the end, she's simply ecstatic that it wasn't true. His mother is beyond thrilled, brimming with joy that he's alive. Choi Han-sung is left speechless, completely at a loss for words. As the call concludes, he desperately tries to hide his tears. The quick-witted girl then kindly offers him a tissue. Our hero gladly accepts the thoughtful gesture. After all the emotional turmoil, our hero now settles onto the sidewalk. He's eager to witness just how much his incredible blade has transformed. This time, it boasts several mind-blowing new effects, like a massive mana boost. But there's an even more special surprise. It now incredibly features a linked item, of course. And unbelievably, it can evolve even further. As long as it times drinks, times the blood from a draconic creature, most likely. For a thrilling evolution. Our protagonist definitely won't be needing new weapons anytime soon. Now, he eagerly checks out the electric dragon breath skill. A phenomenal ability that grants him even more electrifying lightning powers. At long last, Choi Han-sung triumphantly managed to evolve this vital skill. This time, he observes that every single one of his attributes skyrocketed by an astonishing 30 points, and he gained a magic bonus. Now, his pressing concern is this. Discovering when they'll finally bring him some real clothes, Choi Han-sung, understandably, just wants to head home. Suddenly, a massive something plummets from the sky above, and it's rocketing down towards them like a fiery missile. Our protagonist instantly recognizes it's none other than his leader. She lands with a powerful thud, and immediately sweeps him into a hug, utterly relieved beyond words to see that he's alive. Our hero is equally thrilled and happy to see her too. But then, Lee's gaze sharpens, noticing he's completely without clothes. Even our cool hero gets a sudden flush of embarrassment. He quickly explains that his clothes melted times away because of the acid. Finally, our hero receives a much-needed change of clothes. But Lee, clearly, is still a bit flustered by the whole situation. Suddenly, a player approaches her and declares he'd just witnessed the most touching reunion. But then, with a playful grin, he adds, he's surprised. Surprised about what? She asks, a hint of curiosity in her voice. The player then elaborates, revealing he never expected her to be into younger guys. He couldn't imagine that kid was her secret boyfriend. Lee, exasperated, tells him to cut it out with the jokes. He playfully salutes, declaring he'll follow that order. The leader then explains she canceled their mission, so she wants to know exactly why they're still here. A mage chirps that, after witnessing that time scene, she just got incredibly curious and simply had to take a closer look. And then, the girl boldly sizes up the protagonist and blurts out, he's totally her type, and wants to know if he's dating anyone. But Lee swiftly removes her hand, a scowl on her face. She fiercely tells them to stop, with the crude jokes. Choi Kan-sung just went through an incredibly difficult time. But the girl, unperturbed, insists she's not joking at all. She even adds, completely perplexed, she doesn't understand why the leader is so incredibly angry. Lee firmly insists that Choi Kan-sung absolutely needs to rest right now. The leader then admits, with a sigh, that everyone there is burning with curiosity about how our protagonist managed to defeat the terrifying dragon all by himself. But in her opinion, asking times right now is incredibly rude. Lee then tells the boy, without hesitation, to head to the hospital. Of course, he readily agrees, no questions asked. Besides, their helicopter is about to be used for a completely different purpose. They'll serve as an emergency transport for Choi Kan-sung. Lee then bravely jumps, taking Choi Kun-sun right along with her. Even though she's feeling a little frustrated, she admits she was kind of rude herself just now. But without a shadow of a doubt, she's absolutely bursting with curiosity about how our protagonist, our hero, managed to absolutely melt the mighty blue dragon. The other guy assumes this man must be truly special, judging solely by the way he's being treated. He decides he'll just ask her times about it all later. Meanwhile, on the frenzied online forum, people are absolutely desperate to buy Choi Kevin-sun's products. So much so, that they're now furiously blaming the person who suggested the boycott. The anger is so incredibly intense, that now they're demanding the suspension of the account of the very person who started the boycott, though the protagonist won't read those messages anyway, given his incredibly low profile. Not long after, Korea faced immense hardship, but astonishingly, they still managed to contain the catastrophe with remarkably minimal damage. Swiftly, they began to restore critical infrastructure, and then, they delved into researching the mysterious new magic stones. Even with society still feeling a bit unstable, things slowly but surely began to return to normal. Choi Kan-sung takes a keen look at his battery inventory. Fortunately, that particular market wasn't too badly affected. The moment the storefronts reopened their doors, recharging batteries immediately became his absolute top priority. Choi Kan declares he's going to buy every single one. Our protagonist then swiftly adds the batteries to his cart for resale. Then, with a sly grin, he decides to significantly raise the prices of his items. But somehow, inexplicably, people are still buying. Our hero can hardly believe his own eyes. Well, since that's the case, he decides to hike the prices even higher. A few days later, Choi Han-sung makes his return to the store, but alas, they're still completely out of stock. The clerk reassures him that more will arrive soon, since the factories are finally back in full operation. So, there probably won't be this kind of problem anymore. Unfortunately, there's absolutely nothing that can be done for now. Choi Han-sung declares he'll head out for now. The vendor then kindly offers to give him a call as soon as the new batteries arrive, but our protagonist simply says he'll just come back later himself. On the way back, a brilliant thought strikes him. It would be perfect if he could just buy directly from the factory. Troy Hansen even tried contacting them way before the catastrophe even struck, but they firmly refused to make any individual sales. Later, the protagonist called them up again and said he'd make massive bulk purchases, but the company still stubbornly refused. Our hero now wonders if he'll actually need to buy a whole company and a massive warehouse. Or maybe, just maybe, it's better to open his own electronics store. A few days later, Choi Han-sung heads out for some shopping. Even though it's the middle of a weekday, the place is still surprisingly crowded. Suddenly, his sister calls out to him, Choi Han-sung praises his manager's excellent leadership. She insists she simply has times to give her absolute best effort for his store. His manager then informs him that the batteries were successfully sent to a warehouse. The protagonist says he'll definitely go check it out, and then, afterwards, she wonders if she should place even more orders. But that situation is bound to change from time to time. His sister then invites him to dinner with their mother. This time, they'll finally get to enjoy something truly fancy. Apparently, their sales are beginning to slow down. In fact, their sales rate has practically ground to a halt, but at least the overall week was pretty good. Maybe now's the perfect time to start spending some points. Our protagonist begins to ponder his next move. He carefully surveys the items he's considering buying. Currently, he possesses 5 heroic-type skills in total. However, Dragon Breath is the only active one among them. But as he thinks it through more carefully, it's also the only tank-type power he currently possesses. Troy Hansen then ponders whether he should acquire one more active ability for his arsenal, or perhaps something like a powerful teleportation skill to always escape danger, which would be incredibly useful. In fact, our hero realizes he could potentially buy both. Active skills, after all, tend to be cheaper than passive ones. Choi Kun-san then notices something quite significant. Teleportation powers, in particular, are incredibly expensive. He distinctly remembers that fact from before. His personal space storage ability was also quite pricey. In addition, there's another crucial point. Only heroic rank teleportation can move living beings. And there are several other notable restrictions too, but at least he has the option to read up on the products. Our protagonist eventually discovers the very best one available. It comes with a hefty price tag of 40 billion points. And, without hesitation, that's precisely the one he buys. Soon after, Choi Han-sung makes his way to the warehouse. Our protagonist is eager to test out his brand new skill. He now carefully targets a specific corner of the vast space. Before he even finishes mouthing the word teleport, the boy is already there, having worked perfectly this time. This ability is proving to be incredibly useful indeed. Next, he proceeds to test out its long-distance version. Now, he's ready to acquire the other powerful ability. He meticulously scans through the various elemental powers, but suddenly, none of them truly manage to catch his eye. Then he stumbles upon a dark magic spell that fires a potent beam. It consumes both life force and mana to activate. On top of that, its price is surprisingly, incredibly good. A user comment warns that if you're not extremely careful, you might inadvertently drain your own life without realizing it. But despite the warning, that's precisely the one he desires. However, something incredible happens. Dragon Breath absorbs this power. And then, it dramatically evolves into a unique, heroic rank skill. Now, his electricity has been utterly transformed into fearsome black lightning. Even his electric barrier has undergone a stunning transformation, granting him absolute control over its power. Our protagonist then makes a bold decision to enter a dungeon. Choi Han-sung, determined, makes his way to a dark cave. Suddenly, a horde of monstrous creatures lunges directly at him. The grotesque beasts close in, getting dangerously close. With a powerful surge, he unleashes his devastating lightning beam, and in its wake, nothing but lingering monster mana remains. Our protagonist is absolutely awestruck by the sheer power of this new attack. He realizes spending all those points was completely worth it. 5 grueling hours later, he's managed to hunt down 5,000 monsters. But now, Choi Kun-sung is utterly and completely exhausted. And that, folks, is enough monster hunting for one day. As the day draws to a close, our protagonist heads to his shop. To his surprise, he finds his sister still waiting there. "We should have been home already," she remarks. She informs him the batteries are in the storage room, and suggests he go check. So Choi Han-sung heads off to take a look. A full 30 minutes later, he returns to find his sister exactly where he left her. He suggests they can finally head home together then, but she insists she needs to speak with him first. That's precisely why she's still at the shop. She wants to talk about the deeply troubling events that occurred when they all believed Choi Hun-sen had tragically died. His sister begins by recounting the devastating impact it had. Their mother suffered a complete and utter breakdown. The moment she received the dreadful notification of his presumed death, and even after learning he was miraculously safe, she wept inconsolably for a very long time. But the real nightmare, the actual problem, began shortly afterward. That's when they were slapped with a hefty fine for the rented equipment, and had their contract unceremoniously cancelled. Choi Han-sung is absolutely devastated to hear this shocking news. His sister explains they filed several desperate complaints, but the only response was that the law was undeniably on their side. They were even told to hold an inheritance meeting. Even their own lawyer conceded there was absolutely nothing they could do. In the end, they were tragically forced to leave the house, the very home that was legally in our protagonist's name. They then demanded that the bonus Choi Kan-sung had received be returned, but miraculously, in the end, everything somehow got completely resolved. Lee Shuti herself stepped in and fixed the entire chaotic situation. She even apologized on her knees, begging for forgiveness, claiming it was all just an unfortunate misunderstanding. But his sister, however, simply doesn't believe that it was merely an innocent misunderstanding. Choi Kan-sung promises to thoroughly investigate the entire story. She clarifies that this whole affair wasn't meant to be a secret, but she truly wanted him to understand everything that had transpired. The protagonist then sincerely thanks her for her raw honesty. The very next day, Choi Han-sung declares he has a critical meeting scheduled with Captain Lee Shu-yi. The secretary informs him she's currently out of the office, but our protagonist reveals he'd already spoken to her by phone, and she explicitly permitted him to wait right in her office. Well, if that's truly the case, the secretary then guides our hero directly to the office room. She politely offers him some coffee, but he declines, and shortly after that, the secretary finally takes her leave. At last, he is utterly alone. Choi Han-sung instantly activates his incredible psychometry ability, intensely searching for traces connected to his own name. Our protagonist witnesses the exact moment. She received devastating confirmation of his untimely death. It's crystal clear she was incredibly distraught. He even feels a profound sense of being moved. Then, the protagonist observes her vividly, engaged in a heated argument with her boss over his actions concerning the hero's family. The man's dismissive response: he's simply following the law. Lee passionately demands the man drop those charges, but he stubbornly refuses her pleas. Someone who bravely died protecting their country should undeniably be treated with far more respect. The man on the other end of the line calmly states he's just acting strictly according to protocol. Lee fiercely retorts that if he doesn't cancel these absurd charges, she will immediately resign from the organization. He warns her that would be a serious breach of contract. But the captain points out her contract is so utterly unusual, it might not even hold legal validity. The man then brazenly doubts she would actually dare to go against the Korean government. He condescendingly declares she's too emotional, stating they'll talk later. The person she was fiercely talking to? None other than the minister himself. Choi Han-sung, with a knowing gaze, sincerely gives thanks. Now, he understands exactly who he's up against. The Minister of Dimensional Affairs' time is officially finished. Lee then appears, asking if he's been waiting long, but in truth, he arrived incredibly early. She admits she grew curious about why he wanted to meet her with such sudden urgency. Choi Han-sung states he'll regrettably have to cancel his contract. Lee is utterly speechless, but our protagonist then reveals he knows precisely what the minister attempted to do. She quickly apologizes on the minister's behalf, but Choi Han-sung insists it's truly not necessary. He knows she's the one who brilliantly fixed everything, right? So, in the end, that's exactly why our protagonist wants to thank her properly. Lee, however, urges him to reconsider, pleading for her sake. She's still determined to fight and fiercely change that outdated regulation. The protagonist wholeheartedly agrees that it absolutely must happen, and then smoothly suggests he might reconsider his stance. If she'll do him a little favor. Our Troy Hansen implies our hero wants to meet the minister in person, face to face, to deliver a direct apology, naturally. The girl is utterly shocked by this bold move, but the one who truly gets most nervous, of course, is the minister himself, who immediately calls the boy arrogant. Fuming, he believes the kid is entirely too full of himself. A brazen display, just because he possesses some unique, flashy abilities. The minister scoffs, declaring, he doesn't even comprehend what he did wrong. One of his sniveling staff members chimes in, saying, Troy Hansen is nothing more than a brat who clearly doesn't know how the real world works. That's exactly why they insist. The other one quickly agrees that the audacious request should be denied. Because, according to the minister, of course, he was merely following the law, plain and simple. He genuinely doesn't understand why he should have to apologize. After all, from his utterly self-serving point of view, he did absolutely nothing wrong. His subordinate fervently agrees. He believes the minister was incredibly generous already, and now this boy is merely throwing a petulant tantrum. So, they declare, they should absolutely teach him a lesson. For a fleeting moment, the minister even nods in agreement, but then he demands to know how times exactly that would be done, especially since everyone already knows about this whole messy affair. That's when his staff are suddenly, completely speechless. In the end, of course, they get severely scolded for blurting out things without thinking. Then the old man imperiously orders the protagonist to come to him, since Choi Han-sung dares to demand an apology, he times should be the one to show up. The two fumbling fools quickly scurry off to deliver the ridiculous message. The minister vehemently declares he would never go to him. Troy Hansen finds it hilariously ironic that he was summoned here. But in the end, it's the minister who's going to be left waiting. Our protagonist then strategically uses his brand new ability, and he shockingly discovers this is the very hub where corrupt officials have brazenly teamed up with major, powerful guilds, and even nefarious dungeon gate managers. At least all the other times staff members here are just regular folk, thankfully. For our hero, that's actually an even better situation. Then the secretary suddenly appears, stating, the minister is calling for him, demanding his immediate presence. But our hero is absolutely ready for this confrontation. The moment he steps through the door, the tension is palpable. The old man is utterly surprised by his youthful appearance. He remarks that our hero is the very same age as his own grandson. The minister immediately launches into a long-winded speech about youth, but the protagonist boldly cuts him off. Clearly impatient, he demands to hear the apology that's due. Meanwhile, he discreetly activates his psychometry ability. The old man quickly argues, trying to defend himself, claiming he was only acting strictly according to the rules, and that there was absolutely nothing he could do to change it. Choi Hyun-sung, however, discovers a shocking truth. The minister was conspiring with many others, a dark alliance, all orchestrated directly against him. The minister then insists once more that he merely wanted to do things by the book, he claims. But the protagonist counters, asking if he hasn't done things far too awful, far too egregious, to be considered legal. First, there's the outrageous fine for rented equipment used during a critical company mission. Then, there's the exorbitant cancellation fee for the contract, despite Choi Hyun-sung having been officially declared killed in action during that very mission. The protagonist demands to know, with burning intensity, how any of that makes a shred of sense. He wants to know what audacious, twisted thoughts were going through the minister's mind when he perpetrated all that. Unfortunately for the minister explodes in outrage, furious at being scolded by a mere kid. But you started it, snaps Choi Hyun-sung, and daringly calls him an idiot. Without hesitation, the minister's fury erupts, bellowing out his official title. As he tries to assert his authority, he declares, our hero is just an insolent brat who knows nothing. The minister keeps relentlessly yelling at him, insulting him as poor, inferior, and utterly insignificant. He simply cannot accept being treated this way by a mere boy. Growing gravely impatient, Choi Hyun-sung starts to think, perhaps he should just get rid of him right here and now. Right then, the minister abruptly freezes, paralyzed with fear. The man ends up wetting his pants in utter, humiliating fear. Choi Hyun-sung sharply tells him to finally have some common sense and think carefully before he ever speaks again. The staff, watching everything unfold, remain absolutely dead silent, petrified. The protagonist then coolly reminds him, his voice like ice, that his head isn't just for mere decoration. Then he reveals the bombshell. He recorded everything that was said. They'll be filing a police report without delay, and pressing serious charges for verbal assault. Choi Hyun-sung will be waiting for him in court. The moment he steps out of the room, all that echoes is a chilling scream of pure despair. Our protagonist quickly discovers this newfound ability is far more potent than he ever imagined. Uncontrollable frenzy. A few days later, a massive corruption scandal, directly involving the minister, explodes into public view. This fiery movement ignited with regular players, but soon, even powerful guilds threw their weight into the fight. Meanwhile, Choi Han-sung is chilling at home, which grants him the incredible power to read an object's memories. He's clearly thinking that he'll be harnessing this power a lot in the battles to come. Suddenly, his leader gives him a call. It seems her call was quite the surprise, but he answers with an undeniable sense of cheer. She wants to arrange a meeting, and Choi Han-sung enthusiastically agrees it sounds good. With that settled, she asks for his current location. Choi Han-sung pauses for just a second, then spots the perfect restaurant near his apartment. Our protagonist eagerly recommends it to her, and Lee accepts, revealing she's already en route. The girl will make her grand entrance in just 30 minutes. She cuts straight to the chase. Lee wants to know if the explosive scandal involving the minister was orchestrated by him. She already has a strong suspicion he's the only one capable of pulling off such a monumental feat. The commander warns that government officials are incredibly sensitive about this particular issue. Lee tells him they'll undoubtedly be suspicious of our protagonist, so he absolutely needs to exercise caution. Choi Han-sung wants to know exactly what could happen. His leader reveals he could face arrest for trespassing and even theft. Our protagonist asks if it could escalate even further, especially considering the special laws for players. Lee states that if things spiral to that point, he better have public opinion firmly on his side. Choi Han-sung acknowledges it as excellent advice, but confidently states that since he's not a criminal, he has absolutely nothing to worry about. Lee, however, once again urges him to be cautious. She explains that high-ranking officials despise players who wield such power and influence, but for now, they'll remain quiet and cautious. Plus, they'll undoubtedly gain a horde of new enemies. And of course, they'll be keeping a very close eye on Choi Kun-san. Our protagonist vehemently denies it all, insisting he has nothing to do with this whole mess. But for now, he wisely decides to keep quiet. Lee laughs, agreeing that's actually a pretty smart idea. It's better for both of them, really, to avoid any unnecessary suspicion. Suddenly, a missile rockets toward its target. This is Pyongyang, North Korea. The soldier desperately hopes the target was destroyed, but then the creature's voice bellows, "No!" The monster roars, and disgusting slime pours from its mouth. The soldiers turn into horrifying skeletons in mere seconds. The devastating ability doesn't stop. It keeps spreading, melting everything relentlessly in its path. Not even a fighter jet escapes its grasp. The entire city is utterly decimated. Back at the cafe, Lisa suddenly announces she has to leave. But she's not the only one getting that urgent message. Choi Kun-san also heads out with her. The message? An emergency summons, exclusively for high-level players. Lee explains that a special code has just been issued, so she'll contact headquarters immediately. Choi Kun-san quickly reveals that the internet already knows exactly what's going on. North Korea has completely collapsed, and the monster responsible is now heading for their country. This is far more serious than he ever imagined. The spokesperson confirms the situation is indeed incredibly grave. According to their intel, the entire neighboring country is gone, and all high-level players in North Korea failed disastrously to stop the creature. Ominously dubbed Emoji Plus. Hordes of grotesque monsters keep pouring from portals, with countless refugees arriving at the borders. And the monsters are getting closer and closer. The head of the organization now takes the floor. This time, he's here to explain something entirely different. While only high-level players were initially summoned, their crucial mission is to defend the border from Emoji, and drive back the hordes of monsters advancing alongside it, right there on the front lines. And that last part definitely doesn't sit well with our protagonist. 10 days later in Paju, a menacing group of orcs is attacking. But at the border itself, some formidable players are already guarding it. This incredible swordsman slices through monsters like butter, then he wonders aloud how much longer he'll be stuck. When you're constantly facing weaklings, even our protagonist finds himself completely bored. A hulking werewolf leaps, but it's instantly bisected. Other players are caught in this very same struggle, all valiantly defending the border. But Choi Hyun-sung just wonders how much longer this can last. All thanks to his resourceful sister, he's been receiving all his crucial supplies right here. Still, it feels utterly uncomfortable, no matter what. Meanwhile, in China, a monstrous horde is streaming across a bridge. The military unleashes a relentless barrage of fire upon them. Then, a colossal red dragon begins its terrifying journey across the river. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupts, wounding the beast. A fearless group of players has risen to halt its terrifying advance. Another devastating blast slams directly into its chest, inciting the colossal creature into an absolute fury. Then, a skilled player slices through it with unbelievable ease. The intense fight concludes in a flash. A soldier approaches to deliver urgent news. The intel confirms the Emoji is rapidly heading right for them. The man looks genuinely pleased. This unranked creature that once devastated an entire North Korean city. A crucial new system update has just been deployed. It still hasn't been possible for anyone to accurately determine the monster's true level. But they have finally discovered its terrifying rank, and it's been classified as a legendary creature. China's entire army is attacking with absolutely everything they've got. The grand prize, whoever defeats the Emoji, will earn the coveted first kill achievement. And usually, those who achieve it gain a massive, game-changing boost in attributes. Who among them will seize this incredible opportunity? There, at the border, stand over 181 different ranks, including more than 3,000 high-level players. The emoji has finally made its terrifying arrival. Of course, our swordsman is undeniably the most excited of them all. Everyone charges forward, all at once. A powerful monk activates his ability, boosting and supporting the others. Magic spells rain down from every single direction, but the colossal creature quickly grows tired of losing. Suddenly, the terrifying fear status is activated, paralyzing its unfortunate victims for a full 10 seconds. Players can't move, and soon, they begin getting devoured. Others are violently flung away by its devastating tail. Some are so utterly frightened, they can't move a muscle. The muscle emoji unleashes a devastating lightning blast, instantly wiping out a massive group of players. Choi Hansung is calmly watching the news unfold on his phone. It's being reported that a catastrophic disaster occurred at the Chinese. The border claimed thousands of high-level players. Our protagonist contemplated snagging the wild instinct ability, but then had a sudden change of heart. Instead, he opted for something with metal resistance. His sights are set on the title for hunting that formidable monster. And just like that, he acquires a heroic power with a distinct set of only 2 functions: protecting the mind and boosting willpower. Shelling out a staggering 29 billion points, he agrees to learn it directly from her. Initially, he senses absolutely nothing out of the ordinary, so he's eager to put it to the test and uncover its true power. Elsewhere, a man's furious yell pierces the air, proclaiming his humiliation. Naturally, other players grow instantly curious about the unfolding scene. As the man makes his exit, he suddenly realizes all eyes are fixed squarely upon him. The other players glare, their silent judgments searing into him. Defeated, he ultimately slinks away, head bowed in shame. Troy Hansen observes the overwhelming number of applicants pouring in. But the reason for this frenzy is remarkably simple. Everyone yearns for the coveted chance at that first kill achievement, though some are undoubtedly here for entirely different motives. Yet, it appears the acceptance rate is far from generous. Choi Kan-sang is the first to be called forward by the secretary. She verifies his identity, then grants him access to enter. Our protagonist can't help but think, this room feels like it's ripped straight from a suspenseful movie, a high-stakes interrogation scene. Then, a voice cuts through the silence, asking if he's prepared for the test. Once ready is uttered, an eerie silence descends upon everything. Suddenly, an unexpected notification flashes into existence. The message boldly declares, the protagonist has been snared by a potent mental ability, thus, he will be disoriented for a critical 10 seconds. But then, his incredible passive ability roars to life. Thanks to it, he completely shatters the confusion effect. The test concludes, and our protagonist passes with flying colors. With the trial finished, our hero calmly makes his departure. The person observing from the other side grudgingly admits, our protagonist is genuinely undeniably impressive. Then, Lee immediately calls for the next candidate to step forward. Just a few days later, near the heavily fortified DMZ, the South Korean government makes a decisive move to advance north. A fighter jet screams in, reporting its entry into the airspace. Next, a ship unleashes a devastating missile. It strikes a massive blue dragon directly on the shoulder, sending the colossal creature crashing down. So far, every single step is going perfectly according to plan. The powerful combination of skilled players and the military proves to be an unbeatable force. That region? It's absolutely crawling with creatures. The monsters charge headfirst, unleashing their fury. But the players? They tear through them with astounding ease. Fast forward 1 week to the bustling city of Beijing, the heart of powerful China. They're deep in discussion about the leader's latest demand: to defeat the terrifying creature as the mountain itself erupts in flames. One politician demands they summon Beijing's absolute top-tier heroes, yet another believes it's a dangerously rushed decision. What if another legendary monster suddenly appears? One politician, utterly baffled, just can't understand why their heroes failed to take down that single, solitary creature. He's absolutely convinced that by gathering the very best of the best, victory is undeniably within their grasp. This time, they'll definitely succeed. No doubt about it. The monstrous creature unleashes a truly fierce roar, a terrifying sound that sends chills down the players' spines. And then, the creature begins its horrific massacre. The few survivors desperately receive much-needed healing treatment. But not for long. The relentless creature obliterates everything standing in its path. A stalwart tank player bravely shields his teammates. Those still standing launch a desperate, coordinated attack. but with a deafening roar, the monster creates an impenetrable air barrier, blasting away all the nearby players. In the end, they were utterly defeated. Someone grimly asks for a survivor count. Only about 10 remain. The leader, grim-faced, activates Plan B. Shields are swiftly deployed, digging into the ground. Arrows are meticulously raised, ready to fly. Those too weak to fight alone are propped up, given a final chance. A fresh, relentless rain of attacks descends upon the monster. The leader barks out a desperate, urgent order for them to move the fight directly toward Korea. Choi Han-sung catches a glimpse of the breaking news, that the monstrous creature is now heading straight for central China. Our hero realizes he won't be able to claim that coveted title, and others around him are clearly thinking the exact same thing. In fact, a wave of disappointment washes over everyone present. Suddenly, the entire cafe begins to violently shake. It feels just like a massive earthquake is striking. A woman shouts out, announcing that the creature is now charging directly toward them. Everyone must immediately prepare for battle. The players are utterly baffled by this sudden, unexpected change. But others? They're absolutely thrilled. They'll finally get their chance to hunt down the creature. And no one is more excited than Choi Hansen himself. He's absolutely dying to earn that coveted achievement. But the girl quickly warns that there's nothing to be happy about. The Chinese forces have been defeated yet again. It's the survivors who are now bringing the creature all the way to Korea. This was their desperate, last-ditch plan. One of the players absolutely explodes with fury upon hearing this news. He even thinks this action should be deemed a crime. Tensions immediately begin to flare among the players. Lee quickly intervenes, urging everyone to calm down. What matters most now is being absolutely ready for battle. Choi Kum-song is clearly delighted to see her. One of the Chinese players is sprinting as fast as he can. The girl spots that they're perilously close. At the very last second, the monster snatches him, devouring the player in a single, monstrous bite. The creature is enormous, far bigger than they thought. Everyone stiffens with tension as they see the monster head-on. The Emoji Wars monster targets all of them, unleashing its ability. But our protagonist, his new powers allow him to withstand it perfectly. The battle begins, and the tanks immediately charge forward. Warriors strike relentlessly across its massive body, wielding their powerful magical weapons. Elemental spells of all kinds rain down upon its scales. Some players warn everyone to be extremely careful, because a furious storm is swirling around the monster. A powerful black lightning bolt strikes the emoji monster. Choi Kum-song feels stronger than ever before, all thanks to the buffs from the player responsible for them, who is focused intently on everyone in the group. A new team bravely launches their attack. But these tanks and warriors aren't able to do much against the monster. Our protagonist was placed in a long-range damage group. The first injuries are starting to appear among the ranks. Some players rush over to help our hero, who will probably have to absorb the blood on the ground. But something else is happening too. He sees his friend, Leah, fighting. Leah is so incredibly fast, it's hard to follow her with the eyes. She's the first to draw blood from the emoji monster. Choi Kum-song even feels a pang of jealousy towards her. His only way to improve is by acquiring powerful new abilities. All he wants is to reach a staggering 1 trillion points, and then his goal will finally be achieved. 30 minutes later, the fierce battle still rages on. Choi Kum-song thinks it's not as hard as he expected. Then, he notices something truly strange. The monster begins to drool ominously. The mage notices and shouts for everyone to be careful of the monster's imminent new attack. The creature unleashes a torrent of searing acid from its maw. Those caught in its path narrowly manage to dodge. But now, its terrifying gaze zeroes in on the mages. Together, they scramble to raise a shimmering, protective barrier. Only one layer of their defense shatters and gives way. The urgent order rings out. Keep channeling that barrier. All the mages pour every ounce of their magic into it. The stalwart tanks rush headlong into the fray, ready to help. Together, they launch a relentless assault on the monster, forcing it to halt its vile, acid-spitting assault. Then, the powerful green magic surges once more, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion that shakes the very ground. Our protagonist senses victory is within their grasp, the battle nearing its end. But the creature is far from defeated, losing its terrifying patience. The creature explodes into a terrifying, berserker rage mode, a dangerous skill that sacrifices defense for a massive boost in attack. The tanks, undeterred, charge back into the assault, but one of them is ensnared by a sinister, unknown effect. Our player receives a chilling new message, a system alert. Simultaneously, that very same update flashes across everyone's screens. A dire warning. The skill has critically failed to activate. Another swordsman lunges past, landing a quick attack, but a chilling realization dawns on him. Something is terribly wrong. An urgent, desperate warning is screamed. Dodge. The monster brutally crushes an entire group of players. Tragically, the vulnerable mage group is being massacred. Some players grasp the horrifying truth. The monster is deliberately singling them out, focusing its wrath. The creature relentlessly keeps focusing its attacks on the group, desperately trying to make a run for it and escape the immediate danger. He frantically scans the chaos, searching for a safe place. Then, he activates his desperate teleportation skill, but then, a cruel notification flashes before his eyes, declaring that our hero is now under the grip of a new, sinister effect imposed by the creature, lasting a critical 10 seconds. Thus, all his precious skills have been instantly cancelled. The creature's earth-shattering roar is utterly terrifying. It slams its colossal tail down, aiming to crush Choi Kun-son. It was too close. The creature is far faster than he ever imagined. Another helpless group of mages is instantly paralyzed, and without mercy, they are brutally crushed by the monster. Our protagonist deftly rips open a small dimensional space. The creature attempts to crush him once again. Our hero miraculously dodges out of the way just in time. But the monster doesn't give up, relentlessly pressing its physical attack. It smashes straight into the protagonist's shield, shattering it, hurtling him like a rag doll straight into a nearby mountain. Our hero stirs, groggily waking up, remarkably only slightly injured. But that was a hair-raising close call, Choi Kun-sung. He never anticipated the creature to possess such. A different mental ability, stronger than fear, emerges. The battlefield is absolute pandemonium, but it's only now our protagonist truly grasps it. He's lost his mighty blade. He must retrieve it before all else. A new update suddenly flashes. The draconic blood blade has just evolved. Not even our hero can believe his eyes. He scans the chaotic battlefield, searching. Troy Hansen hones his vision, searching, until he spots his weapon, impaled in the monster's massive tail, and he can't summon it back to him. Despite everything, the battle is progressing surprisingly well. You can already feel victory drawing near. Another notification pops up about the sword's evolution. Perhaps it's because the blade is drinking deep asterisk from the very blood of a legendary monster. Two other players leap in to strike the monster's face, and they inflict some serious damage. With each new hit, more blood gushes from it. Fresh blades continue to pierce its thick flesh. The creature is losing, but it won't surrender so easily. The monster starts spitting corrosive acid once more. Several players barely avoid a hit. They waste no time launching a furious counterattack. Lee rushes in and violently tears off one of its mighty horns. The onslaught of attacks is truly relentless. The heroes and mages return to the fray. Explosions erupt across its massive body once again. The monster changes its stance, and Leah is the first to notice. She leaps with incredible speed, acting instantly, delivering a powerful kick to the monster's chin for the very first time. The monster finally falls, and the players waste no time, driving their blades deep into its colossal body. One of the players dares to believe they've finally won. Then, the message everyone has been waiting for flashes. Title acquired, Legendary Monster Hunter. Together, the triumphant players celebrate their victory. Across the battlefield, the monster begins to dissipate, turning into pure mana. But then, they notice something peculiar. All the mana is being drawn toward a single, specific point. And that point is our hero's legendary sword. The blade has just transformed into an entirely new form. The protagonist triumphantly recovers his sword. He then receives another thrilling update. A new title appears. For being the first person in history to own a legendary weapon. Truly unprecedented in all history. Choi Han-sung is eager to see just how much it has changed. The new skill description proudly states, you can unleash a devastating draconic blood attack. For a legendary rank, that sounds incredibly impressive. What Troy Hansen didn't realize, however, was this. Unique rank achievements were in a league of their own, wielding truly unique items. In the end, our protagonist felt utterly satisfied. Suddenly, another message popped up. He received a generous reward for helping defeat the monster, a reward that varied for every single player. Choi Kun-san, naturally, came in first place, so all his attributes surged by an incredible +10. Our hero had his trusty sword to thank for this boon. But now, he pondered how exactly to split the hard-earned reward. The money was meant to be distributed, based on each person's contribution during the battle. However, our protagonist didn't want his true level exposed to anyone. He quickly made up his mind. Choi Han-sung was more than happy with what he already possessed. The news of the monster's defeat sent shockwaves across the globe. The entire world had their eyes glued on Korea. Who participated, how the colossal monster was vanquished, and what rewards were bestowed became burning topics of curiosity everywhere. But the government swiftly implemented measures to keep everything tightly under wraps. Even so, still, requests for item sales kept flooding in endlessly. Countless players flocked to Korea, and after that, the fervent drive to earn new achievements and become the absolute strongest erupted into a global craze. A few days later, Choi Kun-sung finds himself in his shop's dimly lit storage room. Our protagonist quickly realizes that buying the upcoming auction items will be an uphill battle. He'd received a reward for joining the expedition, along with an invitation to participate in the exclusive item auction. But the expectation was that prices would skyrocket into the billions. In the end, Choi Kun-sung ultimately decides not to participate. He already possesses everything he truly needs. Just then, he gets a sudden call from Lee Shuai. He's surprised, immediately asking if something's happened. His companion playfully asks if there always has to be a reason for her to call them. Choi Han-sung feels a little embarrassed, but admits she usually only contacts him when something important is happening. Lee simply laughs and confirms, "It's true!" Turns out, she actually has a question for him. She's curious to know if he'd be interested in a legendary rank item. His answer, of course, is a resounding yes. And honestly, who wouldn't be? Lee then offers to go ahead and purchase one for him. At the upcoming emoji auction, Choi Hyun-sung, astute as ever, asks if she wants something in return. And naturally, she does, making that perfectly clear. It's not hard to guess what she's truly after. The infamous slavery contract, as Troy Hansen so aptly dubbed it. Lee reveals that the government is going all in to acquire those coveted emoji items. And likely, no player possesses more funds than they do. But our protagonist finds this situation rather strange, because only those who joined the expedition are permitted to take part in the auction. And that's precisely why she's talking to our hero now. Only the two of them, who bravely fought that monster, are part of the association. 20, handsome, then asks why she doesn't simply buy all the items herself. Lee replies that, in an ideal world, she would. But one of the unique abilities is far more compatible with him than it is with her. And because of that, our protagonist wants to see the items first. Before continuing this crucial conversation, she reveals that everyone will only get to see the auction items a mere one day in advance. That's definitely an incredibly short time frame. Lee explains that the government fears that if they reveal what's up for sale too early, someone might attempt to steal it. Our protagonist shrewdly bets that's already happening, but he resolves to only make a decision after personally seeing what's truly for sale. Lee promises he absolutely won't regret it. Just a few days later, Troy Kansong holds the list, his eyes scanning its contents. The name emblazoned on it, Dark Dragon's Pierce. It boasts almost no discernible side effects, and is a skill that essentially lets him freely control a powerful black lightning bolt with absolutely no cooldown. Our hero wonders if his heroic rank, his power can possibly absorb a legendary, level 1. He asks if she truly doesn't desire that incredible ability. Lee states that almost all of her abilities utilize divine-type mana. His friend tells him, straightforwardly, that if he doesn't want the power, it's set to go to some random mage. The government already has someone specific in mind, someone they're eager to hand the book over to. That's precisely why they're running out of time. Choi Han-sung has to make his move, right now, he agrees, but only under one crucial condition. That, in the future, he can pay a fee to terminate this lifelong contract. Lee thinks that's a times bit times much to ask. Choi Han-sung counters, if he can't get that, he'll just back out. Lee agrees, but only if she can add interest. Our protagonist is almost times dreading times to hear how much it'll be, but she coolly states it's 5%, a seemingly simple rate, but it's times compound interest. Asterisk. Uh-oh, that's the absolute best she can offer him. So, Choi Han-sung reluctantly accepts the terms. Lee declares, it's settled then. Now, she'll report straight to the higher-ups. And our protagonist offers his thanks. But the girl shrugs it off, saying she didn't do anything special. The auctioneer dramatically asks for any last-minute bids. He begins his slow count to 5. In the tense, quiet room, the man counts down from 5, waiting for anyone to make a new offer. Then, it's officially declared that player Lee will take home the Dark Dragon's Spear. The final bid rocketed past 1 billion. It was far more competitive than anyone expected. Quite honestly, I can't even imagine a player having that kind of money. Apparently, there are powerful corporations backing certain individuals in these auctions. A skill book and that weapon together, now total times 2 trillion. Asterisk. Now, it's time for the final, ultimate item. A staff member carefully brings it to the stage. The legendary book with the Fury of the Dark Dragon. Later, our protagonist is alone, reviewing his new contract. And perhaps, a bit of regret is starting to set in. The astronomical debt he has to pay reaches a times trillion, asterisk, and with compound interest, he might genuinely be tied to the association for life. Meanwhile, Lee is facing another perplexing problem. The first conquest message didn't show up, as she expected. She firmly believes something is off. During the expedition, the coveted title, for being the first person with a historical rank, didn't appear, and she only came in second for contribution. Plus, no one has revealed who actually placed first. When she hunted the very first heroic monster, it was completely different. They successfully captured the official record of the top ranker, and we times were the ones who received it. The legendary achievement of being first, to gain anything times of that supreme rank. But sadly, she just couldn't claim those coveted titles, all because she lacked the essential accessories. But she completely expected the same outcome this time. Unless a crucial detail had changed. Someone had already vanquished a legendary monster. Lee simply cannot fathom what just happened. She desired this so intensely, she had those very items sold, all for the grand finale of the auction. Now, she's sadly left feeling like an utter fool. Lee begins to reflect. She absolutely should have been more honest with her friend. Connie-Con sung then appears out of nowhere, congratulating her. He then informs her he's about to head out. Lee, thoughtful, then asks if he did manage to learn the skill. Choi Kun-sung replies, yes, quite successfully. She then sincerely wishes him a safe journey home. Our hero, however, senses that something is definitely off. And then, quite suddenly, she apologizes for the specific order of the auction items. She then goes on to explain that the government sought to monopolize, entirely, every single one of the primary achievements, through her asterisk, which made Lee change the item order. That's precisely why his valuable book was last. Suddenly, everything lines up perfectly, and Troy Hansen finds it plausible. Asterisk, she was the one who desperately wanted that title. Besides, the government was backing this entire operation. Troy Hansen simply says, it's completely okay. He explains that all her reasons are perfectly understandable. Lee flushes, feeling a little embarrassed. The protagonist then decides to make his exit. As it turns out, she senses he truly wanted nothing from her. So, she makes a firm promise to herself that she will never act that way again. Choi Han-song knows his friend is inherently very honest. Lee could have simply chosen to stay silent, and truly, nothing would have changed. But now, he feels rather bad for being the one who ended up with the achievements. The protagonist then opens his personal inventory space. He then carefully pulls out the legendary golden book. He's now completely ready to learn from its pages, but he sincerely hopes his skills will profoundly evolve. Ultimately, one power doesn't just absorb the other. No, instead, it fuses with it later on. He's about to claim the legendary title of the first to learn, a legendary rank skill, now at level 20. Kun-sung is absolutely convinced that joining this expedition was the best decision. Just from his titles, he's already racked up 450 points, plus a crazy new skill he's eager to put to the test. A dark, churning mass of energy blankets the battlefield. Monsters are obliterated, and the survivors just charge right in. Cory-Con-sun dramatically raises his hand, then unleashes his new skill, and nothing is left standing. Truth be told, it was far faster than he ever expected. Creatures flee in vain, but they are all mercilessly wiped out. Choi Han-sung is determined to find a bat-type dungeon. He's beginning to think there's a prime spot close by. His leader suddenly sends a message, urging him to return. He immediately wonders if something serious has happened. As the call comes in, she states he's probably just come out of a dungeon. Lee, then, wants to know if he has any plans to hunt in the northern area. His leader then explains that the northern region currently has very few people, especially within the lower level zones. She wants to know if he would be willing to help. The payment is double that of the emergency response team, but he knows full well no one wants to take that job, since players usually don't level up effectively by hunting easy monsters. Yet, Choi Kun-sam agrees to help willingly. Lee expresses genuine gratitude and states she'll send a helicopter to pick him up immediately. Our protagonist quickly realizes the situation must be quite urgent indeed. She explains that many new dungeons have appeared in that area. It's not yet escalated to the level of an emergency alert, but if it keeps going, it absolutely will be. Choi Han-sung vows to do his absolute best. 2 weeks later, in the depths of North Korea, our protagonist receives a sudden notification that he's officially reached the 3 to million mark, and the mercenary system has finally been unlocked. Choi Han-sung has no earthly idea what this message could possibly mean. While reading, he suddenly senses an incoming attack, so he quickly unleashes the black lightning. In the end, only dust is left of the creatures. Apparently, his status remains completely unchanged. Troy Humanson opens up a new window, where he can now hire mercenaries. Their ranks start at heroic and then go downward. These are the powerful mercenaries available to him right now. He picks one, eager to check out its details. A formidable tank, bursting with incredible, game-changing abilities. This mercenary demands a staggering 600 billion gold, and he's only available for a fleeting 2 hours. Next, his gaze drifts to the rare-ranked mercenaries. But even those heroes come with a hefty price tag. Suddenly, Choi Han-sung discovers a woman, a tank, and she's the absolute cheapest at her level. But her description? It shockingly labels her a total coward. Our hero is utterly bewildered by these strange comments. Could it be because she constantly cancels her contracts? Driven by overwhelming curiosity, he decides to hire her. And just like that, the mercenary Lucia appears. She's contracted for a generous 180 minutes. The very instant she materializes, her very first act is to sincerely thank him for choosing her. Then, without delay, she asks about the enemy's location. Choi Han-sung clarifies that there are no enemies present right now. Lucia, clearly confused, inquires why she was summoned. He replies, explaining he merely has a few questions. The mercenary, quickly, assumes this is his first time hiring. Choi Han-sung admits he just unlocked this amazing new option. Lucia promises to answer absolutely everything she can. She carefully sets her battle gear aside on the ground. Choi Han-sung, burning with curiosity, truly wants to know, what exactly are these mysterious mercenaries? She reveals they are all fellow players, just like him. Lucia tries to be even more precise with her explanation. They all possess the same incredibly unique ability. All of them can buy and sell through this system. He asks if portals also ominously appeared in her world, and why. Lucia confirms they did, with a solemn yes, but she, sadly, doesn't know the ultimate reasons. If our protagonist truly desires to uncover more, he'll need to hire a mercenary of a vastly higher rank, a legendary rank, or even higher, most likely. Not a single heroic-level mercenary knows the true answer. Choi Han-sung then explains that, in his own world, the portals made their terrifying debut 20 years ago. Despite the devastating second cataclysm, things are now remarkably stable. He desperately wants to know when the next one will hit. Lucia states, to the best of her knowledge, 2 cataclysms times, should times, signify the absolute end. Perhaps there won't be another for a long 20 years, but she simply cannot guarantee that outcome. Choi Han-sung demands to know why she says that. The mercenary then gravely explains that, 40 years after the devastating first time's cataclysm, monsters laid waste to her world. Lucia admits she knows her own description. She calls herself a coward, always fleeing from a fight. Our hero, naturally, demands to know the reason why. She replies simply, she's a coward because she abandoned her own world. In her past life, people lived in blissful peace. Then, one fateful day, a gaping portal ripped open, directly in the capital's heart. Hordes of savage orcs came spewing forth. The people could only snatch their belongings and desperately flee. Lucia, in stark contrast, witnessed a magnificent white horse charging headlong into the monstrous horde. Even a colossal demon. She confronted it, but the creature proved to be overwhelmingly powerful. That critical moment was when she finally awakened. She was reborn, now a level 1 player. She recalls first trying to max out her core attributes, utilizing accumulated points and evolving her skills swiftly. But a deep regret soon followed. Later, she tirelessly earned points by hunting and selling items, and precious magic stones, enduring for a grueling 16 years. Because of her relentless effort, she finally reached hope. But then, the second time's cataclysm descended. Lucia couldn't halt the legendary monsters that surged in, appearing one terrifying wave after another. She fought a solitary battle against an overwhelmingly superior foe. A suffocating force field then spread across the land, making any spatial mobility, items, or skills utterly useless. With no other option, she unleashed her absolute last resort to escape. Lucia frantically attempts to escape the monster's grasp. She clutches the precious dimensional teleportation item. This former paladin faced a high risk of getting utterly lost in another dimension entirely, but it was an unavoidable gamble. With no choice left, she desperately activates the item. At first, her attempt to reach a stable dimension failed. Lucia found herself adrift in the terrifying void, trapped within the space between dimensions, a desolate place where nothing at all truly exists. Fortunately, however, there existed the mercenary system, where she could finally register. Lucia explains a system window popped up for her, displaying the exact same information Choi-Kan's son is now checking. Our protagonist's rank is rare, making him worth quite a sum. Lucia registered herself, and then waited patiently, but almost no one bothered to hire her. Once, she even tried lowering her rate for another player. She only wanted to live in his times world in exchange for her service. But tragically, she was rejected. That's because her minimum rate? A staggering 1 million per hour, meaning a single day racks up a colossal 24 million. And in a month, that's nearly 700 million points. Lucia recounts how, one day, a player approached her with a shocking new condition. He demanded she send him 24 million points every single day. Troy Handsome is absolutely stunned by this revelation. The mercenary simply confirms it with a nod. Yes. As long as they possessed matching abilities, it was possible. Lucia then extends her hand, offering a handshake. Troy Kansen, still a bit bewildered, accepts her gesture. That's when he catches sight of the incredible number of points she holds for exchange. Our protagonist finds this development utterly fascinating. Troy Kansen, intrigued, wonders if it's even possible to increase the total accumulated points simply by exchanging points with each other. But she immediately clarifies, no. When a trade occurs, the total amount is reduced equally for both sides. The protagonist, understanding now, assumes she must have, eventually, accepted the other player's outrageous offer. But Lucia firmly states that she rejected it. Lucia clarifies that the system automatically takes a substantial 20% fee from every single transaction. Choi Hyun-sung suddenly remembers. That's right, it's true. She explains that as time went on, the situation only spiraled. That's when that very same person contacted her to hire her once more. The protagonist, now certain, assumes. This time, she must have finally caved and accepted the offer. Yes, indeed, that is exactly what she did. She plunged into the hunt, battling monstrous foes, desperately trying to pay off the 24 million points her buyer spent on her. Even if she fought relentlessly, all day and night, she always ended up 4 million points in the red. But she was trapped with no other choice. Fortunately, she managed to snatch a few precious moments, to even sleep, all while constantly on the hunt, even if she could only manage to save around 5 million points per day. But her employer's relentless greed only escalated, and she was forced to utterly break the contract. After that, she remained unhired, an outcast, until this very moment. She declares she can't endure even 3 more months of this. So now, she has a desperate plea to make. Her minimum rate is still a formidable 24 million, and she vows to send it to him every single day. Lucia solemnly swears she'll fight on any battlefield imaginable. All she desires is the simple permission to live within his world. The protagonist requests a moment, needing time to carefully consider. Lucia agrees, saying, okay, calmly, but warns him she doesn't have much time left at all. And with that, Lucia vanishes into thin air once more. Once more, Troy Konsong finds himself utterly alone in the cave. He's practically glowing, feeling like the luckiest guy alive, and in this very moment, his fortune is undeniable. But wait, our protagonist is completely stumped, unsure of his next move. Suddenly, he opens the system, decisively summoning Lucia back. Our mercenary, Lucia, already knows this was a brilliant decision. But hold on. Before anything else, he has a crucial question for her. She knows all too well his burning curiosity about her formidable abilities. Without hesitation, she offers to reveal her impressive status window. Lucia declares she'll openly display her level and all her incredible stats. Our protagonist's eyes widen, captivated by her undeniable capabilities. As he draws near, her status window snaps times into existence. And oh boy, she's not just strong, she's an absolute powerhouse. Her total stats? They soar above a mind-boggling 3 million, placing her at an astonishing approximate level 700. Right now, Lucia actually holds a slight times edge over him. But Troy Konsong is confident he'll soon rocket past her. No doubt, she wields a plethora of rare and heroic ranked skills. There must be hordes of incredibly powerful monsters lurking out there that demand incredible people to be hiring mercenaries of this time's caliber for their help. Lucia then asks if he's truly satisfied with her impressive reveal. Choi Kan-sung confidently states that, for now, he wants to establish a temporary contract with her. So, here's the brilliant plan. He'll summon her for dungeons. And once the hunt concludes, her contract will simply end, in other words. Meaning, every single time he sets out on a hunt, she'll be right there, by his side. Lucia agrees instantly, calling it an undeniably good deal. Then, in a flash, she vanishes, only to reappear on another day. In a brand new dungeon, Lucia activates a devastating skill, ensuring all the enraged monsters target times her asterisk. Then, she masterfully casts a powerful defensive spell to shield herself. And that's when a terrifying black explosion violently erupts. Our protagonist realizes this entire situation is remarkably convenient. Lucia was absolutely shredding through the creatures, like they were nothing but mere dust. But her fighting style is wildly different from his. A true spectacle. Lucia, with incredible grace, activates that skill once again. Choi Kan-sung can't help but notice their incredible synergy. Meanwhile, he relentlessly eliminates monsters, true to his unique style. Suddenly, one of the grotesque beasts is cut clean in half, and just like that, the chaotic battle is finally over for now. Choi Kan-sung announces they've flawlessly completed the mission for now. Lucia cheerfully states she truly enjoyed this particular hunting field. She goes on to explain that in other, far-off worlds, there are often many grueling difficulties to face, like an overwhelming number of players all scrambling in the same area. Plus, these coveted hunting fields often belong to noble owners. Adventurers had to shell out steep fees just to get in. This even sparks a puzzling question in her mind. She can't help but wonder if our protagonist is secretly a monarch. In this world, Choi Han-sung simply states, it's merely his job to clear out this entire region. Lucia, thrilled, is happy to finally be useful. Our hero promises he'll summon her again soon. Then, once more, she vanishes right before his astonished eyes. 1 week later, Lucia excitedly reveals she's been racking up achievements at an absolutely blistering pace. She was hauling in 10 million points a day just by hunting, but now she's raking in 3 times that amount, soaring to an incredible 300 million per week. The protagonist is absolutely delighted to see her thriving like this. Lucia is immensely satisfied with all her hard-earned achievements. He, on the other hand, is starting to feel a pang of awkwardness for raking in hundreds of millions a day himself. Through her electronic gear, the mercenary approaches him. Lucia has a burning question she'd like to ask him. She noticed he also possesses an impressive fighting ability in close combat. The mercenary then inquires if he plans to keep blending both fighting styles. The protagonist confidently affirms, yes, absolutely. That's precisely my plan. But she counters, he's never genuinely mastered real swordsmanship. He concedes, admitting he only grasps the basics. In that case, she recommends he immediately hire a swordmaster and truly master the art of fighting with a blade. Choi Han-sung immediately asks why she says that. Lucia explains he's far too rigid, and he absolutely cannot afford that kind of glaring flaw. Because against humanoid monsters, ranked heroic and above, his attacks will simply fall flat.